on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for their first championship in franchise history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. Also, elsewhere in the NBA yesterday, the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round draft picks. Here is ESPN's Shams Charania on Durant and the deal.
Kevin Durant's voice was heard around the league, not only with the Suns, but really everyone. His preferences were prioritized to an extent, and that's what we saw play out over the last 24 hours. His two preferred destinations, the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, essentially competing against each other, bidding on making Kevin Durant deals, and the Rockets at the end of the day made the best offer.
For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to Arizonasports.com. The Dbacks wrapped up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were in search of a sweep, but came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch today will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Receive the new HVAC quote, send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jared gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jared is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, and away we go to begin another new week in Valley Sports. What are we going to talk about today?
I have no idea. I looked all weekend for something to talk about, Vic.
And couldn't quite come up with something.
It's not a new week.
Well,
it's a new horizon.
It's a new era. It's a new horizon. Basketball season is officially over, which is good because I've had about enough of Stephen A. Smith screaming at me at halftime. I am not alone, but ESPN's halftime show threatened to ruin everything about the NBA Finals. I'm sorry, that's my take, and I'm standing on it.
I saw last night a tweet come over at halftime that said, "Thank goodness this is the last time NBA fans will be subjected to this during the NBA Finals." And my response to that was, "Are you sure about that?"
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Look, there's still a lot that needs to be worked out with the TNT ESPN deal with, the quote unquote merger, for lack of a better term. Would it shock you at Stephen A. Smith infiltrates every corner
Everything
of ESPN programming?
Why doesn't somebody at ESPN tell him to take a day off? Seriously. It would do everyone a world of good.
They need to hire Tori Lavello.
Yes. It bothers me because at halftime, they've got Bob Myers there. Okay? Mm-hmm. Bob Myers, who knows all about a star player blowing out an Achilles during an NBA Finals game. Mm-hmm. And instead of leaning on that for some measured commentary, you get the screaming. So done with it.
Yeah. It's...
All right. We've got a lot of ground to cover today. KD traded.
Boy, do we.
Bailey, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Kevin Durant era in Phoenix is over. The Phoenix Suns and Houston Rockets agree on a trade Sunday that will send the 15-time All-Star to Texas, one of his preferred landing spots, in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. Durant played 2+ seasons in Phoenix. He leaves town with the highest per-game scoring average in franchise history at 26.8 points per game. The Suns also won 1 playoff series with him on the roster. Green, a 4-year veteran who averaged 21 points per game for the Rockets, but shriveled in this year's playoffs, averaging just 13 points on 37% shooting. He is 23 years old and entering the first season of a 3-year, $103 million contract extension that pays him over $33 million this season. Brooks, an 8-year veteran. Dillon the Villain. He spent his last 2 years in Houston, started 75 games for the Rockets, averaged 14 points, shot nearly 40% from three-point range. The deal will be made official on July 6th when the new league year begins.
Yeah.
So we had so much speculation, not for weeks, for months. And almost a year on the Kevin Durant trade stuff. And now it's in the rear view. We'll have a lot of reaction to it today, including we're going to talk to Bobby Marks from ESPN, the front office insider. We're going to get the Houston perspective from Matt Thomas, their radio play-by-play announcer and Houston talk show host.
You bring up a really good point. We went a summer and plus talking about acquiring Kevin Durant, and then we went about a year talking about trading him. Wow. What a trip it's been, huh?
Yes. In the second biggest In the second biggest NBA story of Sunday, the Oklahoma City Thunder defeated the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7 of the NBA Finals. They win their first championship since relocating from Seattle. Indiana led by a point at halftime, but the Oklahoma City defense swarmed in the third quarter, forcing 7 Pacers turnovers, holding them to 20 points as they built a 13-point lead headed to the fourth. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 29 points to lead the way for OKC. He was named Finals MVP. Indiana's Tyrese Halliburton, playing through a calf strain, lasted only 7 minutes. He leaves with an Achilles injury in the first quarter, the severity of which is not known, but it didn't look good. We are in the offseason now. NBA draft begins Wednesday night at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Oh, man.
What a terrible break for Tyrese Halliburton. What a terrible break for all of us. 7 minutes into a Game 7, and that happens.
And he came out blazing, by the way.
Yes.
Looked like he was going to be on a different level.
Uh-huh.
Diamondbacks going for a 3-game sweep in Denver over the Rockies. Not to be, as they dropped the finale 4-2 at Coors Field. Mickey Moniak's 3-run home run off of Brandon Pfaadt in the 5th proved to be the winning margin for the Rockies, who got just their 18th win of the season. D-backs were playing without Corbin Carroll, who's missed the last 4 games. Ketel Marte, Lourdes Gurriel Jr., not in the starting lineup either. Of course, Gabby Moreno on the shelf. They managed 5 hits, 3 of which were singles. It was the 25th time in Diamondbacks history where they've had 5 hits or less at Coors Field, and now they're 2-23 all-time in those games.
Wow.
D-backs road trip continues in Chicago against the White Sox, the worst team in the American League. They're 25-53. After their win over the Blue Jays in Toronto on Sunday, 3-9 in their last 12. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the ball in tonight's opener at Rate Field, which for my money is the worst ballpark name going. White Sox going with right-hander Shane Smith. First pitch, 4:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Arizona Sports app pregame coverage begins at 4. Speaking of Corbin Carroll, he's going to have an MRI today in Chicago. Manager Torey Lovullo announced before Sunday's game Carroll was hit in the hand in the 8th inning by Toronto's Justin Brule during last Wednesday's 8-1 loss to the Blue Jays. Came out of the game in the 9th, hasn't played since. Catcher Gabby Moreno skirted the injured list for 2 weeks after being hit on his catching hand, but an MRI showed a hairline fracture, and now he's likely out until around the All-Star break.
Yeah, so either this is something to really worry about with Corbin Carroll, or they're doing this as a precaution because of what happened to Gabby Moreno. Either way, I'm a little bit worried about this.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way to feel good about
it.
No. The D-backs weekend started with more bad injury news on reliever A.J. Puck. Torey Lovullo told Burns and Gambo Friday that Puck underwent left elbow surgery last week, performed by
Dr. Neil Elatrash.
The obligatory mention of Dr. Elatrash in L.A. He's out for the remainder of the season and probably a good portion of next year. Where have we heard that before? LSU wrapped up the Men's College World Series in Omaha on Sunday. They beat Coastal Carolina 5-3 to sweep the best-of-3 final. Tigers win the tournament for the 8th time in school history, 2nd time in the last 3 years, and extends the Southeastern Conference's run to 6 straight College World Series national championships. I'm sure they'll be quiet about that down south.
Oh, yeah.
There won't be too much hooting and hollering over that.
How about the Coastal Carolina manager getting thrown out of the game as quickly as he did? People were blaming the ump. I blame the manager on that.
Yeah.
I mean, the manager is the one who lost his mind. You can't question balls and strikes.
And you stick around for your team?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah.
And in golf, Keegan Bradley shot a final round 68. 15 under par. He finishes 1 stroke better than Russell Henley and Tommy Fleetwood
to
win
choke.
the Travelers Championship.
I watched that thing, dude, and you know I did. But what a choke job from Tommy Fleetwood.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, 12 under par, tied for 6th, 3 strokes off the pace. There is your splash.
Can I tell? Well, I'll save this for hardware.
Okay.
It's a little golf story from yesterday that I found quite hysterical.
That's a 3-hour tease.
Yeah, it is. Stick around, golf fans. I'll pay that off.
There's your splash for Monday, June 23rd. Coming up, the trade is complete. Kevin Durant headed to the Rockets. We'll bask in all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets.
A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say?
They wanted me to go, so it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted, and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy. Last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Kevin Durant's voice was heard around the league, not only with the Suns, but really everyone. His preferences were prioritized to an extent, and that's what we saw play out over the last 24 hours. His two preferred destinations, the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, essentially competing against each other, bidding on making Kevin Durant deals. And the Rockets, at the end of the day, made the best offer with Jalen Green, a prolific scorer, Dylan Brooks, 3-and-D, tough player, but most importantly, the number 10 overall pick. And why is that important? The NBA draft is on Wednesday in New York, and so it was very important for them to get this deal done before that point. But remember back at the NBA trade deadline, Kevin Durant was blindsided when he was included in any conversation around the league. Now he had some level of driver's seat position because he was in the last year of his deal, an expiring contract.
That's Shams Charania with some of the details yesterday. The deal going down, Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in Wednesday night's first round, and 5 second-round picks, including one this year. The theme of the day is underwhelming, which we were all bracing for, weren't we?
Yep.
And this is underwhelming return, and it all comes back to the fact that the Phoenix Suns had zero leverage in all of this.
Yeah.
And whatever leverage they did have or could rely on, they chose not to.
That's it.
By appeasing Kevin Durant.
Yeah, that's it. And I think that the idea of trading him somewhere he did not want to go, we don't know what those offers really look like at the very end of it all, and whether or not there was something better than the Rockets were offering up. But I'm with you. It's as I wrote in my piece today, the results should have been better, and it could have been worse. They didn't get fleeced to the level that I worried about, given their inexperience. But at the same time, this is not the centerpiece player I wanted back in Jalen Green for a lot of reasons that we're going to get into today. And the overall return is very underwhelming. Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's all day yesterday, I was making the lists in my head of what I like and what I don't like. There are things to like about this, but kind of that production piece of Kevin Durant talking to Kay Adams, and that was one of the weird ingredients in all of this, is that Kevin Durant basically found out he was traded while he was on stage at the Fanatics Fest, which by all accounts and everything I saw looked like just a very weird event in its own right.
Yeah.
Did you see the Tom Brady, Eli Manning stuff?
Where was the Fanatics Fest at, by the way?
Was it New York?
I thought it was in Texas.
Oh, was it?
Wasn't it? Where was it at?
I have no idea.
Hold on. Let me find this out because.
But he finds out. But the last thing he said was, hey, and Kay Adams is mentioning Suns fans. Hey, there's a lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. Well, they wanted me gone. And then he said, it took weeks. I'm glad it's over. I think most Suns fans are glad it's over.
I would agree with that.
Yes.
I listen, I think as we have talked about repeatedly, we are all very excited for the idea of Kevin Durant in Phoenix. This was largely a soggy mattress of an experience. It was not a lot of fun. There was not a lot of success. And we plowed through coaches during his time. So, yeah, I was behind the idea when Matt Ishbia made it. It certainly, Kevin Durant in Phoenix was as underwhelming as the trade for Kevin Durant or the trade of Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I mean, that's my overall takeaway as well. And, I know there's optimism on the Houston side now. They're a championship contender. One of the things that I don't like about this is that in terms of, and I don't really have any rooting interest for the Houston Rockets, but they've got to be pumping their fists in their offices. They didn't give up anything they didn't want to give up.
No, that's yes, and there are people who tell you that they're very happy at trading Jalen Green because of what he did in the postseason and the fact that he's a very up and down, frustrating kind of player, and he also has a semi-decent contract. So, yeah, I think the Rockets are very, very happy.
Yeah, the depth that they have still at their disposal. If they wanted to turn the Rockets into their version of a super team, they could. I think there's so much evidence that warns against that for any NBA team, and most of that evidence is emanating from Phoenix, Arizona. But here was Tim Bontemps' Hoops Collective podcast on the return the Suns got for KD.
Well, I mean, this isn't a terrific return for Kevin Durant. This is exactly what we talked about, right? I would say that it's about as good as the Suns could have expected to do in the moment because there just wasn't anything available. I think I would say where things sat by the end of this week, like Friday, I'm not really sure Minnesota was even an option at that point.
I do not believe they were.
I don't either. The Miami offer, this is better than the Miami offer. This isn't a great offer.
It is better than the Miami offer. And I got to tell you, there is not a franchise on planet Earth that overvalues their own assets more than the Miami Heat.
Yeah, the Miami...
Have fun in the 10 seed again next year.
Yeah,
Miami.
Heat fans are losing their minds over this, that they wouldn't even throw in, Jaime Jaquez? They wouldn't even throw him in the deal?
Guy who had a down year.
Forget Khalil Ware. Right, they wouldn't even give up Jaime Jaquez in the deal. And so Heat fans are like, what are you doing here? Yeah, so this whole thing has just been kind of messy. The only way out of this for the Phoenix Suns, and we won't know for a while, they're going to have to nail that number 10 pick in the draft.
They're going to have to. And look, let's talk about fit and what's coming back.
Okay.
The Phoenix Suns roster is absolutely loaded with, and I made the mistake of on Twitter yesterday using the term shooting guards. Okay, let's nitpick. It's loaded with players on the wing who are between 6'4" and 6'6".
You can use the phrase shooting guard. Who is objecting to that?
It doesn't matter what you put on Twitter. Somebody's going to object to it.
That's ridiculous. You can say shooting guard. That's ridiculous.
Devin Booker.
Yes.
Jalen Green. Bradley Beal.
Oops.
Royce O'Neal.
Oops.
Grayson Allen.
Oops.
Dylan Brooks.
Oops.
They have 3 players right now on their current roster over 6'6".
They've got no size.
And Ryan Dunn's one of them, and he's 6'8". And he plays more like a wing than a big. And their bigs are Oso Ighodaro and Nick Richards.
Oh, yeah.
And the first reaction was, okay, maybe they can spin Jalen Green off. That's not happening.
They've already tried.
And if that was possible, it would have been a 3-team deal or more. There is no interest around the league for Jalen Green.
No, and listen, and I think there are some people out there who have convinced themselves that Jalen Green is a rising star. I mean, if you clearly didn't watch the playoffs, you clearly didn't watch that series between Houston and Golden State. He can be a very frustrating player. As I remarked in my column today, there's a lot of DeAndre Ayton in him, where he's a top 2 overall draft pick, loads of skill, just doesn't have the oomph to capitalize on it. We'll see. We'll see what kind of player we're going to get because the Suns cannot trade him, like you said. They've already tried. They've already tried to loop in a third team. But the positional overlap and the lack of size on this basketball team is a problem.
One thing I do like what he brings, he immediately increases their athleticism, which they needed in a bad way because he is explosively athletic.
Yes.
I like the Dylan Brooks element. You remember, I made you fall out of your chair almost during the end of the season when I said, you know what, after seeing this night after night, give me a Dylan Brooks. Give me a Patrick Beverley.
They got Dylan Brooks, so they finally have an edge back on this team.
They got a guy they need.
But does the edge matter if you're irrelevant, if you're not a contender? That's the question. Dylan Brooks, they could probably spin off if they wanted to.
If they wanted to. And yet at the same time, like you said, he's a player they kind of need. They kind of need that real cutting edge kind of guy who can start some stuff. Remember he famously walked right in front of Devin Booker's press conference
last summer, one of the Olympic
tune-up games. Yeah, so I don't know what Devin Booker thinks about the arrival of Dylan Brooks, but yeah, it's an underwhelming package, and it's symbolic of just a market that just never kind of took shape because of KD's demands and where he wanted to go. And what's even more crazy is his departure. It feels so, I don't know. I mean, his reaction to Kay Adams.
Well, he gets kind of giddy talking to Kay Adams all the time. So.
Well, there are rumors about those two, let me tell you.
Kevin Durant, no longer a Phoenix Sun. It'll become official on July 6th. We'll cover it from every angle today, including your phone calls coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks have now lost to the Colorado Rockies twice this year. They've got 18 wins. We'll get into the series finale and Dbacks Daily next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away. No waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You can buy your new home now and then sell the old one later. If you think about it, it is much less stressful this way. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline, no waiting, no showings, no double moves, no fitting your whole life around everybody else's schedule, none of that. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. Get a sense of what you're working with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
You gotta dip your chicken strips. Hey, this is Kiani.
And this is Tabitha.
And a little thing we love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips
is all the different sauces we can dip them in. I like to line up all my favorite sauces so that in every bite, I have a different flavor. Then with the tenderness of the chicken, the juiciness of it, it's all there.
And for me, I like to mix my sauces so I get a little tang and I get a little sweetness all in one bite.
That's what makes it for me. Like, that's what does it for me.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the summer of Chick-fil-A chicken strips and sauces. Order now on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Kevin Durant era in Phoenix is officially over. The Phoenix Suns have traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks. Elsewhere in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for their first championship in franchise history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that officially puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. The Diamondbacks wrapped up their series with the Rockies yesterday as though they were looking for a sweep, but they came up short in a 4-2 loss. They will now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch today will be at 4:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-backs going for a 3-game sweep over the Rockies at Coors Field. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound, faced by right-hander Antonio Senzatella, who came into Sunday tied for the most losses this season among big league pitchers. D-backs would draw first blood in the top of the second inning. Josh Naylor drew a leadoff walk. Then Eugenio Suarez just missed another home run, knocking a double off the wall and left, which sent Naylor to third. That brought up Randall Grichuk.
First one to Grichuk. There's a swing and a not very deep fly ball to left. Beck is behind it, gets a running start, and Naylor will tag from third. The throw is cut off, and a job well done. Sac fly for Grichuk, 1-0 Diamondbacks.
That's Chris Garagiola on the call. And you know my general rule when it comes to D-backs Daily.
What's
if I
that?
play a sac fly by the D-backs that scores a run, it's usually a harbinger of bad things to come.
A few hits to come. Yes.
1-0 at that point. Suarez would stay anchored at second base as Tim Tawa and Alec Thomas both struck out. Nobody from either team would get on base again until the fourth inning. Naylor had a 1-out single with 2 outs, would take second base on a wild pitch from Senzatella. Randall Grichuk with another chance.
1-0. Grichuk lines it to second. It's over. The leaping effort of Farmer into right center. And Naylor going to come home and score. A clutch 2-out hit doubles the lead. It's 2-0 D-backs.
Yeah, 2-0, both courtesy of Randall Grichuk. Pfaadt would post another 0 in the fourth, but then would get into trouble in the fifth. Brenton Doyle led off with a single, then stole second. Kyle Farmer followed with a single, sending Doyle to third. That brought up the number 8 hitter, the catcher, Braxton Fulford. And that sounds like a made-up name to me.
And this pitch is another broken bat line drive that flutters into center field. A run-scoring single. Rockies on the board. It's 2-1.
Rockies would cut the lead in half right there. Pfaadt would then get Ryan Ritter on strikes trying to bunt. I still don't know why young players try to bunt with 2 strikes on them. It's just giving it out.
Dumb strategy.
Yeah, but they got away with it. Tyler Freeman flied out to right. 2 outs, runners on first and second for former #1 overall draft pick Mickey Moniak.
Pfaadt is at 71 pitches. This is swung on and uncorked to deep right field towards the corner. It is gone. A squeaker over that tall wall in right. It's Moniak's 8th home run in his last 18 games as he's got 11 on the season, and that's a big shot as the Rockies now take a 4-2 lead.
He's a Moniac.
No.
16th home run yielded this season by Fott, but only the second 3-run shot just like that. The Rockies had a 4-2 lead. It would stay that way until the Dbacks' last chance in the 9th. Grichuk doubled with 2 outs, only the second Diamondbacks hit after the 4th inning. Where have you heard that one before? Then Ketel Marte, who needed the day off, where have you heard that one before? Was called on to pinch hit against closer Seth Halverson. With first base open, the Rockies opted to pitch to him rather than walk him and put the tying run on first base. Turns out their decision was the right one.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Yeah, that was the final. Dbacks take 2 of 3 in Colorado. Torey Lovello on the loss.
I thought we had a couple opportunities, and it didn't work out. This was a little bit of a gut check today, and it was hot. Coming up here, I know several guys were tired. It was a tough day. We wanted to win this ball game for sure.
Okay. Reaction?
Did
that lineup indicate that they really wanted to win the ball game?
No. So if you want to talk about another episode of hate watching a baseball team, yesterday might fall into that category for me. But I wasn't the least bit surprised knowing that after the game on Saturday, Ketel Marte was basically talking about how he needs a day off. And listen, there's 2 ways of looking at this. You can look at it like case A. The Diamondbacks shouldn't have to have their A lineup to beat the Colorado Rockies.
Totally agree.
Okay, I agree with that as well. But Ketel Marte and Lourdes Gurriel Jr. seem to be dudes who need days off more frequently than most. And it really kind of, to me, it kind of frames the Torey Lovello issue in a different light when you realize that you got a couple of players here that just can't grind. And this idea that Ketel Marte has suffered 3 different injuries playing at high altitude in Denver, I have never heard that in my life. Have you ever heard a story of a baseball player being at risk of injury because you're playing at high altitude?
No. The only one I can think of was in football. Ryan Clark, who's now on ESPN, when he was with the Steelers, got to the point in his career, and I forget what ailment he had, but the altitude affected him so much. He was basically putting his life on the line by playing at altitude, so he wouldn't play in Denver. But we're talking about hamstring pulls.
Yeah. Right.
Here was Torey Lovello pregame yesterday talking about giving Ketel Marte the day off.
I have to be stubborn to it. And the health of Ketel Marte for the remainder of the season is the most important thing. And we haven't had a lot of success here trying it that way. He's come back hurt in the days in the series that we followed, this program and this routine. He's been fine. So the athlete knows that it was part of the program, and he's pre-wired to know that this was going to be a day off. So if I were to switch the plan, I don't think we'd have a great result anyways. But yeah, of course, he's one of the best players in the National League. How do you not think about it? I thought about it all night.
Yeah, that's what makes it so frustrating. He's one of the best players in the National League. And by the way, red hot. Like 10 hits in his last 3 games going into the day off.
And no, listen, I'm just flummoxed by this, to be quite honest with you. The idea that Torey Lovello was up all night thinking about this tells you what this takes out of the manager.
Yes.
And then you contrast it with Geraldo Perdomo, who over the weekend talked about how much pain he is in when he hits the baseball, because his hand is
feels it on every swing.
Yes, his hand is still messed up from that dramatic Saturday night slide into home plate at Chase Field when he scored the game-winning run. Yet he said to reporters, "I am too important to my baseball team. I have to be out there." That's the kind of player I want. That's the kind of player I get behind.
Well, specifically on the Marte thing, and yeah, we could throw Gurriel in there.
He seems to need a lot of time to it. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of school here. But those guys don't seem like grinders to me.
Based on what we saw in the last week of last season, we should have 0 amount of surprise or shock on this. But it doesn't make it easier when the team is in the situation that it's in and going for a sweep. And we talked about the non-negotiable nature of these games in Colorado and Chicago.
Yeah.
It almost felt like a layup. It felt like a punt.
Yeah, it kind of did. It kind of did. That's why I'm disappointed here. I thought the sweep was right there for them to have, and again, it's the idea that there's a program that supersedes and usurps every circumstance is it's hard to reconcile as a sports fan. It really is.
Yep. Here was Torey Lavello talking about Brandon Pfaadt's outing.
It was as good a stuff as I've seen in about 5 or 6 starts, so I felt very comfortable with all of his pitches. He was challenging the zone with his fastball. He was locating with his fastball. He had some really good changeups to left-handed hitters. The sweeper was in play, so it was a very complete effort. He made a mistake to a hitter that possibly was looking for it, and a 3-run home run is the difference in the game today.
Yeah, it was tied for the least amount of runs scored in a Brandon Pfaadt start this year. The other one came against Philadelphia in a game that they lost, and Pfaadt was not good in that game, so that you can chalk it up to that. He was good enough to win that game yesterday.
Yeah, no, I thought
giving up 4 runs at Coors Field is nothing to be ashamed of.
And no, and that home run that Moniak hit barely cleared the fence too, so it wasn't like a tape measure shot. Yeah. So I was encouraged by Brandon Pfaadt yesterday, and so the struggles continue with this baseball team.
Yeah, it's just more of the same.
Mm-hmm.
This is a question I can ask maybe later, but if you're Brandon Pfaadt and you know you're going to the mound, you're trying to give this team a chance to win the game, and you see the lineup card come out, do you think? This is just yesterday's game. Do you think he kind of took anything with the lineup that was put out there, or is that just kind of the way it works?
I think that's a situation where the reality probably sets in, but you don't say anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the reality of the situation that they're in.
But
with Corbin Carroll not available still, I would hope your better offensive players would say, okay, we got to make up for Carroll being out for a 4th straight game.
That's it. That there are circumstances in a season that, to me, should preempt all of this arrangements, the prescribed days off.
Or if you want to do it, and we know they're going to do it because it is a organization-wide belief, stagger them.
Or just let Ketel Marte DH. If you're going to pinch hit him, what's the difference between 1 at-bat and 4 at-bats?
Yeah, I mean, it could have been the difference in the game.
Yeah, and a lot of it.
The most frustrating part is, Bick, that this was a team that went through all of this last year, finished 1 game out of the playoffs, and they're not exactly operating as a team that finished 1 game out of the playoffs this year because they're doing the same things over and over again. And add on top of it the injuries and the pitching staff, there's very, very little margin for error.
No, and I think this is more player-driven than manager-driven, which really disappoints me. Finally, I'll say this. Friday night watching the game, I was aghast at what happened to Zach Gallen in that was the 4th inning that he gave. I mean, they were just destroying him. And he gave up a big lead that the team had fought to get. I thought from Zach Gallen, from that inning, and Zach Gallen coming back out surprised me. But from that point to Sunday, I thought the Diamondbacks did a really good job of dealing with that big shot of adversity that they got Friday night in that big inning against Zach Gallen, which is also why yesterday felt important to me. And then punt. Yeah. You knew it going in that this was going to be a low-volume, 5-hit kind of performance, and it was.
It absolutely felt like that all day long. You're exactly right. 3 in Chicago starts today against the White Sox. Coming up next, the Oklahoma City Thunder are champions of the NBA. We'll get into Game 7 and everything from it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Dbacks Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Message and data rates may apply.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about, oh yeah! We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com, or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Kellen. I'm filling in for Burnsy all week on Burns and Gamble. If only we had something to talk about to start the week. Gamble will give you all the details on the Kevin Durant trade, that and much more at straight up 2 o'clock here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
And that's it. The first title of the OKC era is complete. One of the youngest rosters in recent memory has just completed one of the finest seasons in NBA history. The Oklahoma City Thunder have their first championship, and they're the 2025 NBA champions.
That is Mark Kestrisser. Final call on ESPN Radio. Interesting language there. The first title of the Oklahoma City era is complete. Is there a script out there? I know that seems to be the belief, that a team this young won a championship, and really, even though this went 7 games, and I think it was a highly competitive series for the most part, Bick, This was a dominant year for them. They won 84 basketball games. All
They did.
told.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah. Listen, the game, the injury to Tyrese Halliburton ruined the evening for me. I thought we were in for a classic, and for him to blow out his Achilles 7 minutes, and that's what we assume it is.
You could see the snap all the way up the hamstring.
Just like with KD.
Yep.
Just like KD in the Game 7 when it happened. You could physically see this happen to the young man. That just kind of sucked all the wind out of me. And, to the Pacers' credit, they hung around to halftime, but after that, they got the treatment. They got the business from Oklahoma City in the second half.
I will say this. I think this is the most devastating Game 7 finals loss in the history of the NBA. Not only do you lose, it affects your season next year.
Yeah.
And people will say, well, it happened to KD as well. Yeah, but KD, that was his final game in a Golden State uniform.
Yeah, it was. That's right.
And
That's
recovered.
a good point.
They won a championship after he exited.
That's a really, really good point. The way Tyrese Halliburton came out on fire and the moxie in which he was playing, I thought he was going to be the best player on the floor, and I thought, okay, we're going to have a classic here, and we did not. So, but props to Oklahoma City. This is quite a triumph for them organizationally. When Kevin Durant left for Golden State, people forget this. He not only left a team that was fantastic, but he left a team that got nothing in return for him.
True.
Nothing. So they basically had to unplug that, rebuild from scratch, and they got there. So props to them. Props to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who he eclipsed the 3,000-point plateau for a season, which is a lot of points in the span of a basketball season.
He was the scoring champ, regular season MVP, finals MVP, and NBA champion.
How about it?
Yeah.
Checked a lot of boxes. And last night, there was a game in the series where he had 0 assists. And that game led people to believe, whoa, the genius Rick Carlisle has figured out how to control Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He responded with 12 assists last night.
Yeah, and 1 turnover, which had been a problem for him in the last game. 8 turnovers in the last game, as we talked about on Friday.
Yep.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander talking about all the accolades that have come his way this year.
It's hard to believe that I'm part of that group. It's hard to even fathom that I'm that type of basketball player sometimes. As a kid, you dream. And every kid dreams, but you don't ever really know if it's going to come true. And I'm just glad and happy that my dreams have been able to come true. And that's a thank you to everyone that's been in my corner that's helped me get here. I wouldn't be able to have done without them. They know exactly who they are. So, yeah, it's a win for the family.
Yeah, and on the Indiana side, look, not to diminish what Oklahoma City did, obviously deserving champion. People are going to remember this series now because of the Tyrese Halliburton injury.
I know.
Because it was so visceral. And it's even more cruel because we talked about how nicely things lined up for Indiana. He'd made the decision. He was going to play through it. He didn't have to play a big number of minutes in Game 6. He impacted that game. They won easily. He got his feet wet, came out, hit 3 3-pointers, and then to see the reaction before he even hit the floor, he knew it.
He knew it immediately.
And I think it was shaping up to be an all-time Game 7, and I give Indiana credit because they led at halftime still. After all of that, the third quarter, they got so disjointed, and the Oklahoma City swarming defense took over. And when you can make T.J. McConnell look out of sorts with the basketball, you're doing it right. And I think that run where he had 3 turnovers in a very short amount of time.
Yep.
Also had 12 points in the third quarter, but I think that swung the game and they never recovered.
Those turnovers from TJ, they all led to layups.
Yes.
And so those are very, very, very impactful turnovers. And it was kind of proof that as terrific as TJ McConnell is across a lot of areas, he cannot be your full-time point guard against a defense like that. That's where they needed Tyrese Halliburton to kind of get through that traffic, to navigate all that pressure. That's where the team was sunk in the second half. And so there you go.
Well, and I don't think there was enough. And again, credit to the Oklahoma City defense. But where does the offensive responsibility lie at that point? They needed more from everybody else to step up to make up for that. And I thought Mathurin needed to be big, and he was big. But Pascal Siakam taking 13 shots, 16 points. Nembhard, 15 points. Nesmith only scored 3 points. Only took 5 shots in that game. It was a disjointed second half effort, I thought, by Indiana. Pretty good series overall, but here was one more from Rick Carlisle, the head coach of the Pacers, on Halliburton's run this year in the postseason, and that making it even more tough to see him go down.
What happened with Tyrese is just all of our hearts dropped, but he will be back. I don't have any medical information about what may or may not have happened, but he'll be back in time, and I believe he'll make a full recovery. So he authored one of the great individual playoff runs in the history of the NBA with dramatic play after dramatic play. It was just something that no one's ever seen, and did it as one of 17. That's the beautiful thing about him. As great a player as he is, it's always a team thing, and so our hearts go out to him, but so proud of everyone.
I don't disagree with what he said. When you talk about, if you look at sheer numbers without digging deeper, it won't stand out to you on a historic level. But his impact on every series, to hit a game-winning shot or a game-tying shot in dramatic fashion in all 4 series that the Pacers played, just unbelievable stuff.
Listen, and so that injury, you talk about the consequences. Not only does it now further deplete the Eastern Conference, which is wide open next year with the injuries to Jason Tatum and Tyrese Halliburton. This was a game where, had he not gotten injured, who knows what happens to Oklahoma City? And if Oklahoma City got last night, could you imagine that team would have a hard time recovering had they not cashed that chip last night?
Yeah, I agree.
Right? To be up 3-2 in that series, to lose Game 7 at home, that could have really demoralized everything. Instead, they're now the team to beat in the NBA moving forward. And it might not have been that way.
One more eerie note on the Halliburton thing. So this postseason, Damian Lillard, Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton all suffered Achilles tendon injuries, all in the Eastern Conference. They all wear the same uniform number, too.
Wow, that's weird.
They all wear 0.
Wow, that's very odd. And finally, the Oklahoma City Thunder, didn't every team they played in the playoffs suffer an injury to a key player?
I believe so, yeah.
I think it was, yeah. I think that's accurate. But, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, but, people said that injuries happen to every
I
team.
know.
Historically.
I'm not trying to asterisk their championship.
The Suns benefited from it, too, in 21.
Yeah, well, that is true.
Yeah, they got some big breaks on that run. You got to take the breaks and make the most of them. The Thunder are champions of the NBA world. Coming up next, a former member of the Thunder, Kevin Durant, joining another team on his way to Houston per his wishes. More reaction on the massive trade. Next, it's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're a homeowner in Arizona like I am, chances are very good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Maybe they charged you a fortune, maybe they ghosted you when the work was done and something went wrong. Maybe they quit showing up altogether. Happens to all of us. This is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you a backyard oasis, the backyard of your dreams. I'm talking fire pits, barbecue pits, hardscapes like patios and pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are premium and the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they can build you a custom state-of-the-art putting green, and their work with putting greens is absolutely phenomenal. But more to the point, Turf Monsters is a company that believes in doing what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism, staying on schedule. They believe deeply in your happiness with the finished product. Go check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews online. You'll get a clear indication as to what I'm talking about. While you're online, you can schedule a free estimate at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But elsewhere in the NBA yesterday, the Phoenix Suns traded star Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. And here was ESPN's Shams Charania on Durant and the deal.
Kevin Durant's voice was heard around the league, not only with the Suns, but really everyone. His preferences were prioritized to an extent, and that's what we saw play out over the last 24 hours. His two preferred destinations, the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, essentially competing against each other, bidding on making Kevin Durant deals, and the Rockets at the end of the day made the best offer
For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Dbacks wrapped up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were searching for a sweep, but came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch tonight will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in a balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, and I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Over the last 24 hours, Miami and Houston were competing against each other to see who would have the best package for Kevin Durant at the end of the day. And what that showed is that at the trade deadline, Kevin Durant was blindsided when he was included in any type of trade talk. But now he was in the driver's seat. He had a voice in this. Him and his business manager and partner, Rich Kleiman, worked with the Suns on his potential destinations. And the Heat made offers, but they never included a full package that had Nikola Jovic, Haywood Highsmith, Jaime Jaquez, and the draft assets necessary, and they wouldn't put Khalil Ware in. And so from the Rockets' perspective, they gave up a 23-year-old prolific scoring guard, as well as a 3-and-D player that fit the Suns' grit and toughness that they want moving forward.
That's Shams Charania yesterday, ESPN, on why the Suns accepted the Houston trade package over the Miami trade package, and you can see why, because the Miami trade package was terrible.
Yeah, awful. It really was. There was really, and again, so there. It's stunning to me that the Miami Heat looked at their situation, as we talked about earlier, and said, no, we're good with Jaime Jaquez. We're not giving him up. We talked to Jeremy, our video guy, who's a huge Miami sports fan. He's down with what they did. He wanted no part of trading a core piece for Kevin Durant. So it's not unanimous, just like the people reacting to this trade isn't unanimous. You would have hoped the Suns could have gotten more. But just teams knew that they didn't have to acquiesce. They knew there was a level of desperation to the Phoenix Suns, and that they wanted to get back into this year's NBA draft, and it was they were ripe for the taking.
Look, you knew if you dealt with Houston, you weren't getting Alperen Şengün. You weren't getting Amen Thompson. You likely weren't getting Reed Shepherd, although I think people were holding out hope. But the criticism the Suns are getting now, you don't get Jabari Smith Jr. You don't get Tari Eason. You don't even get a young player like Cam Whitmore, who's got a lot of explosive offensive talent. And the depth now for Houston, they have to be absolutely thrilled with what they gave up and what they're getting in return.
How about it?
Because they didn't affect they gave up 2 starters, but didn't affect their core, if that makes any sense.
Listen, Reed Shepherd is going to slot right into Jalen Green's position, and they're going to replace Dillon Brooks with Kevin Durant.
Well, actually, I think they're going to move Thompson to the 2. He'll start alongside Van Vliet. Shepherd will get more of a backup role, but they'll start Jabari Smith, Şengün, and Kevin Durant on the front line.
It's interesting because I really thought going into this that they should be able to get Jabari Smith out of this trade. By the end of it, I thought at the very least Cam Whitmore should have been part of that deal. And in fact, to prove my point, I don't know if you saw this, but there was an ESPN story after the trade dropped that included a paragraph about Cam Whitmore, a story that was obviously pre-written.
A skeleton is what we call in the biz.
But it made people wonder, was Cam Whitmore once in the deal? Was he pulled out of the deal? Why was he part of that write-up that was obviously done in advance of this trade? So that's the guy that if you would have added Cam Whitmore to this package, I would have gone, okay, Suns did about as good as they could. The package is light. There's no getting around it.
Well, when we left the airwaves and the discussions that we had on Friday, and I thought we had a really interesting conversation with Adam Wexler from Houston, who kind of gave all these tea leaves, like, oh, look what the Rockets are doing, maybe to appease Kevin Durant. But his general feeling on Friday morning was he's not coming.
That's right.
And we'll talk to one of his coworkers, and Matt Thomas, coming up at 7:15. But we said it on Friday. If Minnesota steps forward and says we're willing to give the contract extension, I think that changes Kevin Durant's mind on going to Minnesota, and probably the deal would have been with the Timberwolves, quite honestly. But they never got to that point, and the Suns Did they blink? I don't know. They wanted to get this done before the draft. I understand the reasons why.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have a little bit more time to work with? Maybe, but this was the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
I think the Suns got the best they could get, and it just was never going to be that good.
Yeah. That's I think the unfortunate reality, and there's a strange mix of, I don't know what I want to call it, among Suns fans that I'm noticing. They just believe this team is cooked regardless. So the X's and O's, the mechanics of this trade, I don't think really shift them one way or the other, because they just think this team is doomed in the short term, and they may be right. Let's talk about Jalen Green for a minute. I'm curious your thoughts on him as a player. Now, this is a kid who went right from high school to the G League, the now defunct G League Ignite team that is no longer. It's defunct because the NIL has now kind of made that idea and that program for the NBA not worth the time or the effort.
Mm-hmm.
But there's mixed opinions on who Jalen Green is as a player. And you watch a lot of basketball, so do I. I'm not sure how much of a winning player this guy is, and people have ridiculed his basketball IQ.
There's times where I've watched Jalen Green, even against the Suns, and you're like, oof, wow. I mean, late in the season, Houston, a team that came in and couldn't score in the playoffs, which necessitated this whole Kevin Durant trade, they put 148 points up on the Suns. That's how bad the Suns were defensively, but he was a big part of that. There's times I watch him and my jaw drops, and there's other times I watch him and wonder what he's doing.
Yeah.
And mostly in that playoff series.
Yeah, right.
Like 38 points in game 2 against Golden State after a rough game 1, and the rest of the series he was almost AWOL.
Yeah.
He just looked completely uncomfortable.
Look uncomfortable and lost. So I'm not sure what we're getting with him, but the thing that's the most worrisome is just the positional overlap now. All the Suns now need is a small forward, a power forward, and a center.
I mean,
they have so little size; it's almost laughable.
Did you read Dwayne Rankin's piece over the weekend about the Suns making progress on a naming rights partner? B-Dubs Arena, because they got more wings than anybody.
That's fantastic.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, if you need a shooting guard, look no further. Teams in the NBA, don't have one, want to draft one? No, don't draft one.
Yeah.
Come to the Suns.
I think more Suns trades are coming just because of that overlap.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be talks about Grayson Allen maybe moving this week. There might be talks. I think, in my mind, I would think that the Suns would prefer to keep Royce O'Neal over Grayson Allen. Better defensive player.
Yep.
Can give you a lot of the same things. He's not quite the pure shooter that Grayson Allen is, but can get streaky, as we know. Here's Tim Bontemps on the Suns needing to make more deals.
I'd be trying to reroute Dillon Brooks for stuff. I'd be trying to reroute Jalen Green for stuff. I'd be trying to start that process to have some stuff to build around Devin Booker going forward.
Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal. I mean,
Grayson Allen's on a bad contract. I don't think they're getting anything for him. Royce O'Neal is a guy that you could maybe turn into stuff. But, this is what the Suns have to start doing. They have to start digging.
Yeah, that was Brian Windhorst, the other voice in there as well. Yeah, I mean, and we haven't even mentioned the Bradley Beal piece in all of this. And I know Gambo had more reaction to that. He was on the Kevin O'Connor podcast and said it again. He actually redoubled down, if you can do that, saying he won't be part of this team. He's either going to get bought out or he's going to be traded. And I'm sorry, I still just don't see the logic in that confidence.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Bradley Beal still has all the leverage.
Yeah. And are you really going to give him $90 million just to walk away? I don't know. That whole thing is really it's beyond bizarre.
Yep.
Finally, I think that, the Suns are going to have to do all that. They've already tried to get a 3-team deal for Jalen Green done, and because of his salary and because he's he was supposed to be the high-volume scorer for Houston, and yet he was very, very inefficient, very inconsistent. So I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with him.
Yep.
But I would look to trade him if you can. Well, even though they've reported otherwise, that's certainly what I would try to do.
Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet? Do so now. You'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, news, and more. Coming up next, we'll learn more about Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks and get the Houston perspective on Kevin Durant becoming a Rocket. We'll talk to Houston play-by-play announcer Matt Thomas next. Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks.
They asked me where I wanted to go, some of my destinations, I gave to them, and here we are.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Happy Monday, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. And there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lower at the big box stores. And that's because people walk into those stores. You might see a TV at the very front of the store, real low price, and you think, wow, I have to shop here. What you don't know is those TVs that are discounted in price are hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons why you go take the time and shop at Waltz. They will give you the expertise you need. They've been serving the Valley since 1950. They've got an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. It's pretty spectacular. They're going to give you all that expertise and all that selection, but you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices as good as the big box stores. And to prove it, if you find a price you like somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and they will give you worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, when you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Will Swartz here, owner of State 48 Home Comfort. Got a quote for a new AC unit? Don't lock it in just yet. We're offering the best value in town, beating estimates by up to 20%. You heard that right, up to 20%. It's simple. Go to submittosave.com, upload your quote, and see how much you can save. That's submit2save.com. Again, that's submit2save.com. Let me help you keep cool, save big, and experience comfort you can count on this summer.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez. Live at Rip Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. This Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's ripvalley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph this Saturday, June 28th at Rip Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
Arizona Sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, Kevin Durant wanted to go to Houston, one of his 3 preferred landing spots. He gets his wish on Sunday as the deal goes down between the Suns and the Rockets. Here to give us the Houston perspective, their radio play-by-play announcer, also the host of the Matt Thomas Show on Sports Talk 790 in Houston. Matt Thomas himself joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Matt, good morning.
Matt.
I was hoping you guys were going to call me like for the Astros Dbacks World Series preview or perhaps Cardinals Texans breakdown, but no, you could call me in the middle of the summer. Good afternoon or good morning, Jim.
Astros Diamondbacks World Series. Sign us up for that right now.
Look, we
beat the Angels 2 out of 3, baby. Let's go. Astros 10 above 500. Don't stop believing.
We can't make the same claims record-wise here in Phoenix.
Sorry, it's sensitive. I know.
Matt, we talked to you the day after the Rockets got eliminated by the Warriors, and it was very clear. Everybody around the league was talking about it. Everybody in Houston was talking about it. They needed to get a scorer who could put them over the top in the postseason. Not only did they do that, I'm assuming everybody in Houston is thrilled on what they didn't have to give up to get Kevin Durant. Am I right?
Yeah, the reality is this, and look, my show starts in 40 minutes, so I'll get a better sense from my audience when the show begins. But I would say probably of my X account, 80% of the people are thrilled beyond belief. There's still a 20% group that says, look, it's KD. His time post Golden State hasn't been great. He'll be 37 this year. And there's going to be some Jalen Green truthers out there that are going to be like, hey, I know the Golden State series was terrible, but he's a guy that still has upside. So, A, there's that faction. Then separate it from what did you have to give up? All right, second-round picks. Guys, nobody cares about second-round picks. 10th pick for the Rockets wasn't going to be on the roster to play a lot to begin with. My guess he would have been spent most of the league at the G League unless he just was a huge surprise. And then ultimately, you kept the cornerstone young guys, the Jabari Smiths. You didn't have to give up a Reed Shepherd. Amen Thompson wasn't in the conversation. I guarantee you that. And I'm sure that Alperen Şengün wasn't either. So all things considered, the city of Houston is very, very excited because it goes from, hey, young, bright, upcoming team to, oh, my goodness, they're now championship contenders.
I like the way you described the Jalen Green truthers. A very interesting, very frustrating player. Tell us about the Jalen Green experience.
Personally, I like Jalen Green. Look, I like Dillon Brooks, too. You guys are going to love DB if he stays there. And same thing with Jalen if he stays there as well. He is a high-volume shooter. He will get you a 30-point night. It might take him 24 shots to get there. That's just the God's honest truth. He's never been an efficient shooter. His three-point percentage has gotten better each and every year, but it's by no means a strength. He's a very good dribble drive penetrator. He gets the free throw line a lot. And there'll be nights, boys, that he will score you 35 points. And you're like, this is my alpha dog. And there's other nights that he'll go, 3 for 11 with 7 points and be incognito for a large part of that. And to be really truthful, and the hard part of watching him, because I was a Jalen Green fan, was of the 7 games against Golden State in the playoffs, he was a no-show in 6 of them. Didn't even take shots. And that's the part that I think soured probably the Rockets organization to say, hey, we need you. We've had your back. We gave you a contract extension, and Fred VanVleet was more effective an offensive player in the playoffs than Jalen Green was. And I love Freddie, but that's just not supposed to be the case.
Matt Thomas from Sports Talk 790 in Houston, also Rockets play-by-play radio announcer, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Sticking on Jalen Green, I've got his career numbers year by year in front of me here, Matt, and you mentioned it. There's a little bit of improvement. The scoring average has been basically the same for 3 years. The shooting percentage is basically the same. I love for a team that has trouble getting stars to participate that Jalen Green plays every night. He's played 82 games in 2 straight years.
Yes.
But where have you seen the most improvement in his game from the time that he came on to the Rockets roster?
It's a good question. More nights where he can take over games. Remember, this is a basketball team that 3 or 4 years ago was just a hot mess. The COVID and the getting rid of James Harden and Russell Westbrook. You had the John Wall experience. You had Boogie Cousins here for a cup of coffee. This was when Christian Wood was your best player for a while, that was a tough time to be a Rocket fan and a guy and a broadcaster. So he got better. He grew up a little bit, more mature. Knew there was more responsibility, And so he's by no means going to be a player that's going to hurt a team. It's just how much is he going to be your best player or your second best player or in some cases your third best player. And I just think that Alperen Şengün's, the Rockets center, for those that don't know, has an upward track to the point where I've seen significant improvement each and every year. Made the All-Star game this year. Jalen's never sniffed an All-Star game. And, he's being compared to the guys that are around his draft and Cade Cunningham's and the Anthony Edwards. And those guys have taken those huge lifts up in their game. And at this point, Jalen just has not done that.
No.
So could that happen next year? Absolutely. It just looks like to me, and Vince and I were texting about this, you got so many two guards in your roster. I don't know where that space is going to be. Now, he can dribble the basketball. He can run point if necessary, but that's not what I would expect.
Yeah, the Suns have got a lot of issues and sizes, most certainly one of them. All right, you mentioned Dillon Brooks and how we're going to love him. He's had plenty of dust-ups with Devin Booker. He's had a lot of dust-ups with everybody. He's that kind of guy. Tell us why we're going to love Dillon Brooks.
First of all, great guy in the locker room. Second of all, won't take any blank from anybody. Third, you sometimes like the bad guy. And, he was a good friend of mine, Eric Castleton, is the voice of the Memphis Grizzlies. And when the Rockets traded for him, he's like, text me right away. He's like, you're going to love him. And he's the guy that you hate when he's on your squad, and he's the guy that you love on your side. His defensive skills, he's not elite defensively, but he will give you elite defensive effort. He is a guy that's not afraid to take the big shot. And there'll be probably, 7 or 8 times where he'll get on a run where he's going to pop 5 or 6 3-pointers. And he has been nothing but a really good guy, and I've really enjoyed him, and he embraced the role. And, yeah, he's going to get technical fouls, and, yeah, he's going to get in some dust-ups, and that's going to be, Houston fans are like, oh, I can't believe Dillon would do such a thing. Well, you were saying the same thing when he was a Grizzly for all those years. So I would just caution Suns fans that know that Dillon's going to get into him, and he might be guilty of some of those things along the way. And I think the Rockets fans knew that but appreciated him. So, yeah, I'm a big Dillon Brooks fan. And as I've told my audience so many times, trades have to hurt. You can't trade for an elite player like Kevin Durant and expect this to be, the Rockets fleeced him. And that's to be determined, obviously. But, yeah, Dillon Brooks will be a guy that I miss because he did a lot of different things and was just a really good veteran leader.
Final thing on the way out, and I'm reading all these articles and all these different books have Houston's championship odds through the roof. Are you of the belief that this deal, getting Kevin Durant, makes the Rockets legit NBA title contenders next year, Matt?
Well, guys, it better because you did. I mean, you obviously gave up 2 key cogs. You gave up the 10th draft pick. You've given up, a lot of capital for this. The Rockets have been very, very patient in trying to do this. I mean, 3 years of 60-plus losses, that hurts. And then you get to 41-41 when you bring in Ime for his first year. Then the Rockets get to 52. I can't imagine this is just, Kevin Durant was brought here to win a series. This is a championship team or bust kind of move. And look, the Rockets have done that before in the past, getting Chris Paul a few years back. Before that, getting Russell Westbrook. And even before that, Dwight Howard and James Harden. So we're familiar with the megastar coming in. But Kevin just feels a little bit different. As I said to my audience, Kevin wakes up in the morning scoring 25 points. If he stays healthy and he can play 65 games or so, give or take, he's going to give you the perimeter shooting the Rockets have not had, and that's one thing for as great as so many of the Rockets are. We just don't have a dead-eye shooter that I think would be somebody that the Rockets could rely on as much as they can, KD.
Matt, thanks so much for the time. Good to talk to you. And last thing, enjoy the KD fanboys.
Enjoy the stands.
You're going to hear coming.
I was already told about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Vince did not text me that 10 times yesterday under any circumstance. Did you not, Vince? Tell the truth.
I might have. Thanks, Matt. We'll talk soon. Matt Thomas, Rockets play-by-play announcer, talk show host at Sports Talk 790 in Houston, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. More on the Durant deal and all the other big stories on this Monday. Next, Sammy's going to take us through the Rush Hour reboot here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZD plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Kevin Durant era is officially over. In Phoenix, the Suns traded star Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. And here is ESPN's Shams Charania on Durant and the deal.
Kevin Durant's voice was heard around the league, not only with the Suns, but really everyone. His preferences were prioritized to an extent, and that's what we saw play out over the last 24 hours. His two preferred destinations, the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, essentially competing against each other, bidding on making Kevin Durant deals, and the Rockets at the end of the day made the best offer
For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. The Dbacks did wrap up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were searching for a sweep, but came up short 4-2 in their game. They will now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Morano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. Happy Monday. It is 7:33. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. And while we will get to Durant in the finals and what took place in the NBA over the weekend, we got to start with our Diamondbacks. They are a shocker 3-3, 500 on the current road trip, and I can't lie, it feels a little worse than that because between the AJ Puck news, the Gabby Moreno news, Corbin Carroll seemingly being out until the All-Star break, and Torrey yesterday kind of putting out what we would say is a B lineup, it just didn't feel right. So I want to talk about the vibe of this team. Is the vibe just kind of simply dead right now with this Diamondbacks team? Or how would you assess the overall vibe of the Snakes?
Dead is a strong word. I think it's alive. It's just, it's weird.
Yeah.
Because it seems like every time they have an opportunity to really grasp things and accomplish what needs to be accomplished, something happens. The injuries have been a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But again, prioritizing rest and days off or not playing somebody in the series finale in a day game because he may have had an injury history in that ballpark just seems extreme to me when you're a fourth place team right now.
Yeah. Their record and their disappointment based on the expectations does not match the urgency that they feel or say or show with their starting lineup sometimes. And again, I know I'm not blaming this on Torey Lovello because I know that this is probably player driven, but it's bizarre. I also think there's a level of concern about this MRI that Corbin Carroll is going to have on his hand.
Yeah.
And if he's got a little fracture in that left hand and he's going to miss a big chunk of time, that might be the death knell for this team.
Might be the icing on the cake for a already injury-ridden team that, I mean, let's be honest, like, no Gabby, no Corbin. Those two guys are meats of your lineup, and without them, I mean, you could still try to piece it together, but it would suck. The Suns, in no shock this weekend, did trade Durant, and maybe to some, they were surprised that it was to Houston as opposed to any other team. But here was Durant when he found out he was headed to Houston.
I just felt like, they wanted me to go. So it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
So I want to focus on the part where he said, I got what I wanted. Mm-hmm. How impactful do you really believe Durant giving his, quote, preferred list proved to be?
Unfortunately, I think it was very, very, very important. I don't think that Rudy Gobert was not coming to Phoenix if Kevin Durant didn't want to be in Minnesota. Mm-hmm. So that perceived threat of, okay, you're going to get a moody player with Kevin Durant, but an unhappy player, I don't think people wanted to try that out for size. So I do think that it was certainly handcuffed the team.
I think it was the ultimate decision. It was the ultimate hammer in all of this. Mm-hmm. And the Suns planted these seeds back in February when they pivoted late. They got antsy. They wanted Jimmy Butler. They offered up Kevin Durant. And by allowing him to veto that trade, they let the whole world know that he was going to have the power this summer and where he was going to go.
Yeah, it's true.
And unfortunately, none of the teams off the list were willing to play ball and step up and make the $122 million commitment to Kevin Durant on a contract extension. So this is where they are. But the seeds of this were planted a long time ago.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, it doesn't look like major changes in terms of a Jalen Green trade are coming. We could see minor trades, and some are still now viewing this as the worst situation in NBA history. This is Tim Bontemps.
The reason I've been saying this is the worst situation in the history of the league for a while is because of the cavernous hole that the Suns are in. And yes, this is the beginning of starting to dig out of the hole, but they're still at the bottom of the Grand Canyon.
At the bottom of the Grand Canyon seems, a little bit of a stretch. They're still in a major hole, but post-Durant trade, with what they did, did they start to kind of climb out of this hole that he's talking about, or do you think they're still right at the bottom of it?
No, I think both is actually true. I think it all depends, in my opinion, on what they do with the number 10 pick. Yep. If I know for a fact Suns fans are going to go nuts if they draft a shooting guard from Michigan State and Jace Richardson, right? I think we would all lose our ever-loving minds if that happens. And we're going to get into potential candidates probably tomorrow, I would think.
Yeah.
But it's going to be tricky because they obviously need size. So do you go in drafting a position?
And they need a point guard too?
Whoever they select at 10 has got to be a home run pick. Mm-hmm. And if that person is, then they'll start getting out of the hole.
I think this is the start of the dig out by virtue maybe only of not bringing Kevin Durant back.
Yeah.
I think, again, repeating the same process and expecting different results. If they were to bring back Kevin Durant with a fourth iteration of the Phoenix Suns, which we feared for a while this offseason, that would have been just setting up shop at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. At least now they've summoned some burrows and they got a couple satchels on either side, and they're starting to make their way back up.
Yeah, and didn't they?
It's going to be slow though.
Right, and didn't they kind of do exactly what they told us that they were going to do? Get a young player, explosive per se, a savvy vet, and some draft assets. Like for Suns fans that were like shocked in the return, I get it, but wasn't the writing on the wall for this return?
Yeah, it was, but again, with the positional overlap, that's what people are having a hard time. That's what I'm having a hard time with right now. Is they got a glut at one position, one type of player that is not suitable or feasible moving forward for team success.
Yeah. Lastly, the bingo card. Let's clap it up. We got two bingos.
We did.
Yeah. So I made the bingo card.
Yeah.
And I put it on our socials. And the Mercury extended their win streak to 5.
Mm-hmm.
The Durant trade did go down. Angel Reese got 6 rebounds.
No, she didn't. She most certainly did not. She had 2 rebounds total in the whole game.
No, she had 19 yesterday.
I was talking about against the Mercury.
Then
I don't care what Angel Reese does against any other team.
She had 19 yesterday?
Yeah.
That's a lot of rebounds.
She had one.
How many missed shots did she have?
She took 1 shot and had 2 rebounds in the Mercury game on Saturday.
Yeah. I am not a fan.
All right, we'll put void, but nonetheless, the diagonal streak in our bingo card did hit, and we also you mentioned the 20+ runs in a Dback game.
Got that out of the way early.
Got that out of the way early.
Wow.
It did. Our bingo card did suffer from the Tyrese Halliburton injury. The Pacers to win Game 7 and him to win a Finals MVP. The Diamondbacks sadly couldn't get the sweep, and Scottie Scheffler didn't win the Travelers. But we hit a diagonal bingo, so we're showing growth and maybe
showing growth.
Improving. But you guys have been rebooted. Happy Monday to everyone out there.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yep.
Thanks, Sammy. Coming up, more reaction to the big trade between the Suns and the Rockets. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks will join us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and there's a lot of ways to know when you need new ones. Warping, condensation, trouble opening and closing them, age, as in if your house is 10 to 15 years old. And then there was my stark reminder, spiking utility bills. Mine was proof that my windows are shot. I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products because I am using them to replace all my sorry windows. This is a great company that is family-owned and locally operated. They've got a motto. They like to treat their customers like friendships. They're Arizona's premier window replacement company, co-owned by former Utah great, former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, by the way, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they do that because there's no middleman. They're the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, they've got a rockin' summertime special going on. Buy 10 or more windows, you get $2,500 off. A $2,500 discount on the purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call today. Beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, Kevin Durant headed to the Houston Rockets, a deal that will be finalized on July 6th. He is no longer a Phoenix Sun. Here to talk about it with us, ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks, kind enough to join us on this Monday. Bobby, thanks for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Pretty good. I guess underwhelming is the most common adjective being used to describe the return for the Phoenix Suns. But we've had the discussions before, and I'm sure you've had the discussions leading up to this trade, Bobby. I don't think the Suns could have expected more. Do you?
No, they couldn't. I mean, you were never getting what you gave up back in 2023, just because of Kevin Durant is 2 years older, and Kevin Durant's in the last year of his contract. I thought they did fine. I mean, it's listen, I guess if we were giving grades, I'd probably give them a B, just based on the circumstances. Certainly when a player comes out and gives a list of teams, and there's no certainty that he would sign a new contract with a team that he was traded for. The offers from the other 26 teams are going to be probably considerably worse here. Ownership has come out and said that they are not willing to rebuild the roster. We heard that quite clear. And you get two players in Dylan and Jalen that can help you. You get the 10th pick in the draft, which I think is a good value. Certainly the seconds, we'll see what happens with those down the road here. But no, I mean, I think every trade is different. They were never getting 4 firsts that Memphis got for Desmond Bane. It's all circumstantial here. And when you have a guy making $55 million and where they are financially, you have to kind of make the math work also.
There are basketball analysts who say that the Suns situation is about as bad as it can get. There's one who calls it the worst situation in NBA history. As somebody who's been in front offices, is it delusional to think you can soft rebuild your way out of this?
I don't think you can, especially when you have no control over your own picks for the next 7 years. I think you have one tradable first after this one, after the 2 you have this year, and what you have, the Beal contract. The Beal contract basically kind of hovers over this organization. No, I don't. I mean, listen, I think everybody would love to do what Oklahoma City did and go that way. I think there's only one Oklahoma City, and so no, I don't think you can. I don't think you could do a soft rebuild. I think it's extremely challenging, and I think if you want to do it, then you're going to have to experience some pain for the next 3 years of winning 20 to 22 games. And if that's what you want to do, then, and build up, whether it be trading Devin and building up with drafts, picks and everything like that, but that's not an option they want to go. I would say it's better than it was probably a week ago here, because you did have the Durant's expiring contract, trying to figure out what you're going to do. And as I said, I think the 10th, you have 10 and 29, and you have two picks in the 50s. I think 10 has a lot of value. I would caution that you should go best available. I know the position of need is the front court, but I do think if there's, the best available guy on the board, because I do think there's positions of need everywhere.
Yeah.
Bobby Marks, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. You mentioned the Beal contract looming over this franchise right now, and that was a road that they went down knowing all the parameters of the deal, and they're kind of stuck with it right now. But there's been reports, and one of our own coworkers, John Gambadoro, has reported that he won't be back. He's going to be bought out or traded. I just find it difficult to find how possible that is, because you have to get cooperation from either Bradley Beal or another organization. How do you kind of size that all up right now, Bobby?
Yeah, I would probably lean more towards the buyout route. I think the trade route, it's hard for me to see that happening, especially with you guys said the no trade, and then also the amount that's still owed. I mean, the player option next year is a big number. I think $58 million. I think the buyout number, if you can get him to take $30 million off of what is owed, of the $110 million, I would give you $80 that you would have to pay him. He'd have to certainly make that up in free agency on a non-tax mid-level, and then decide as far as if you want to stretch that money over the next 5 years, you would save considerably here. I think it'd be basically a $16 million cap hit compared to a $54 million cap hit. That's a big number, and that just gives you so much optionality as far as what you want to do with the roster.
All right, rumors are they've already tried to include a third team to already trade Jalen Green. Obviously, they've got a ton of positional overlap at that position. What is it with Jalen Green? Is it the fact that he's never really taken that step up after coming to the league as a number 2 overall pick? Is it the contract they gave him? What do you think has suppressed his leverage or his trade value? I mean.
Yeah, listen, I'm fine. I mean, listen, they signed him to an extension basically to trade him. This deal doesn't happen if Jalen Green doesn't sign a rookie extension I think it was last October here. I mean, I think he's a nice young player. I mean, I think you saw in the playoffs, it's a roller coaster, right? Like there are some games where he looks like an all-star, and then certainly there are games where the inconsistency, maybe the big moments, I think we do have to caution that he's just finished his 4th year in the NBA, so I'm not ready to dismiss him. I think it's going to be interesting because you go from, Ime Udoka in Houston to Jordan Ott in Phoenix, a rookie coach who's expected to handle the Booker and Green and Brooks and what you do in the draft as far as from a roster standpoint. Certainly Royce and Grayson also here. So no, I'm not. Listen, if there's something out there that makes sense, I think you entertain it. But I don't think you have to go out and try to get off the Jalen Green contract.
Bobby Marks, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. In terms of KD's fit with Houston, and it was pretty obvious, especially in the playoffs, the way they went out against Golden State. They needed a score. They got a score. And you can quantify 27 points a game, but what you can't quantify is whether or not Kevin Durant, going into his age 37 season, still influences winning on a team that is close to a championship. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, listen, we've banged on the drum in the postseason. Certainly, when they lost, that they needed a closer. He's as good as it comes. I still think he's a top 10 player in the NBA right now. The availability will matter as far as him on the court. How he fits in, it's going to be interesting as far as what type of lineup they roll out there. You got Van Vliet, Thompson, Durant, Jabari Smith, Şengün. A lot is going to be expected of Reed Shepherd, who they drafted 3rd overall last year. They do need probably some more perimeter shooting there. They're big. I mean, they're certainly big, and defensively they still have that identity here. But listen, there's a lot of separation where Houston is compared to the team we saw last night. I mean, that's the reality of it. I mean, Oklahoma City's kind of standing on the mountain by themselves, and there is probably a lot more separation than there was a year ago.
All right, finally, based off of the NBA finals last night, the Eastern Conference looks wide open with the injury to Tyrese Halliburton. What a bad break for that franchise and that player, huh?
Terrible. I think I had like 4 revisions of their offseason article, and you're right. I mean, they were going to be the favorites based on they have 11 players under contract. They're probably going to bring back Miles Turner. Halliburton, certainly now that injury. Now it's kind of, he's in the camp with Damian Lillard and Jason Tatum. And, man, New York and Cleveland are probably the 2 favorites, I would say. We'll see what some of these other teams can do. It'll be interesting what happens with Philadelphia. But, yeah, just a cruel reminder that what you think your window is always open, it certainly closes pretty quick.
Yep. Bobby, always appreciate the time and the insight. Thanks for joining us today.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Marks does a great job as the ESPN NBA front office insider. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, I wonder what today's blast is going to be about.
Fire!
It's always about fire, and it's next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did an awful lot of research on Aria Dental Implant Center, did you not?
I looked at a lot of different places, and I just found Aria Dental was the best. The care that I was getting, the finances that were available to me, and the quality.
Yes, you both have had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment, have you not, Leo?
Yes, I have. Once I met the staff and the way they treated me and set me down and walked me through the procedure, I felt real comfortable. Joe came in, talked about what my needs were and how I felt about myself. 3 days later, I have a set of teeth in my face. I feel back in my young days again. You can't quit smiling.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy, brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. We offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet. And we're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is, nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale, Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to FrontRowCardShow.com. That's FrontRowCardShow.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Lifebuoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMBP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But elsewhere in the NBA yesterday, the Phoenix Suns have traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Dbacks finished up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were searching for a sweep, but came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch today will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Looking for a career that's more than a job? The Window Depot has positions available in customer service, design, and warehouse operations. Apply online at thewindowdepot.com.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Ball don't lie, karma is real, and here's proof. On the day Oklahoma City won a championship, Kevin Durant was traded to his 5th NBA team, and even weirder, the Thunder won the title when a star player blew out his Achilles in Game 7, exactly what happened to KD after he bailed on OKC for a super team in Golden State. So, how do you feel, Suns fans? Relieved? Resigned? Angry? Now, the Suns did not get much in return and nothing near fair value, but to think the Suns were going to score a massive haul was delusional given Durant's age and his leverage, along with the Suns' desperation and inexperienced front office. But for what it's worth, the trade was not an embarrassment, and maybe that's a victory in and of itself. And after recovering the 10th overall selection in this year's draft, it means the Suns are actually getting something out of a season in which they couldn't even qualify for the play-in tournament. But this is also true. If the Suns are going to pull off this soft rebuild, they need more than a home run pick in Wednesday's NBA draft. They need their reshuffled front office to emerge as one of the best in the NBA, and good luck with that. Finally, KD was right. Most Suns fans wanted him gone. The experience was sour and unproductive, and there was rarely any joy in his presence, and the Suns need to recognize their basic mission to long-suffering Suns fans who are at their wits' end, namely, make basketball fun again. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I just felt like, they wanted me to go. So it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
That's Kevin Durant talking with Kay Adams yesterday about, she asked about Suns fans being heartbroken.
Yeah. Wow, she's really got her finger on the pulse, huh? Wow.
I think there are some. We had a little fun at our. I think the majority of Suns fans, there was some that never got on board with it. Mm-hmm. And we heard from them for the last 2.5 years through our social media channels. And they were consistent, and they are somewhat redeemed today. Mm-hmm. This was a failed experiment.
Yes, it was.
There is no way around it. Mm-hmm. But I think the vast majority of Suns fans feel a lot of the things that you just described in the blast. It's time to move on.
Yeah. Close the book.
It's not going to turn into a bash Kevin Durant on his way out of town. There's a lot of things that he did on the court that made your jaw drop, both good and bad. Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, I'm not going to miss the lazy cross-court pass followed by the ducking of the head and then walking back down the court.
Right, yeah. Or the funky body language at times. Yeah.
And at the end of our conversation with Matt Thomas from Houston, I asked the question because everybody's talking now about, the Rockets are title contenders. And it sounds all very familiar, doesn't it?
Oh, it does.
So I asked him the question, are you of the belief that Kevin Durant makes the Rockets a title contender? Here's a bit of what he said.
Well, guys, it better because you did. I mean, you obviously gave up 2 key cogs. You gave up the 10th draft pick. You've given up, a lot of capital for this. I can't imagine this is just, Kevin Durant was brought here to win a series. This is a championship team or bust kind of move.
How familiar does that sound?
Yeah, very much so. So the question becomes, is there enough stuff around KD in Houston where he can provide that elevation? My feeling is, and I forget who first said this, but I do agree with this. Out of all the situations Kevin Durant were going to be traded to, I think he could have helped Minnesota. Although I do think they need, as Bill Simmons said, they need a point guard more than anything else. Mm-hmm. This Houston team feels like KD can come in, do the KD things that he likes to do, and that will move the meter for the Rockets. It didn't here. And I think what we learned about Kevin Durant is he's a guy that as a brand and as a finished product, you get what you get with Kevin Durant.
Yes.
He wasn't going to bend for Frank Vogel. And I think his unhappiness with Frank Vogel led to the firing of a head coach who shouldn't have never been fired in the first place. Because you remember there was the report that came out from Stephen A. Smith that they hadn't talked for 2 months, which I never believed in the literal sense. But clearly, Frank Vogel and Kevin Durant did not vibe. I'm very comfortable in saying that. And that, I think, was probably the determining factor in why he didn't get a second year. And then just what he does to a team's culture. There's something to be said for his personality. Somebody online this morning called him a culture vampire. It's a good name for a band.
I like that.
Yeah. But that's kind of what he is. And I think that is one of the most striking things about the Suns pre-Kevin Durant and once he arrived. Was just the general joie de vivre. There was just very little unhappiness in that locker room, in that presence. And it wasn't necessarily unhappiness, but there just was no joy.
And we talked about it a bit on Friday at the end of the show, and DeMarcus Cousins went on the Run It Back show on FanDuel TV and said the things that he said, that the Suns were fighting. There were multiple fistfights in the locker room, and Kevin Durant stood his ground and said, look, that wasn't the case. So I don't think it got to that level. Mm-hmm. We talked about the visual vibes. Everything appeared to be copacetic between this team. Mm-hmm. There was just something missing. And I think him moving to Houston now, from a Phoenix perspective, part of what I find intriguing for next season is this is going to be a referendum on the Kevin Durant experience. Mm-hmm. Because it didn't work in Brooklyn.
Nope.
It worked in Golden State, but they were a team uniquely equipped to win multiple championships. Mm-hmm. And he pushed them over the top in those 2 years. Didn't work in Phoenix. Will it work in Houston? And how much of that now we're going to gauge roster construction problems, the wrong coach, the wrong this or that in Phoenix, or does he come in and have a similar effect on the Houston Rockets, who I think they got better yesterday.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But again, does he influence winning at the highest levels at this point in his career?
Well, we're going to find that out. And this is going to be a referendum on KD. And look, everyone's chasing Oklahoma City now. That's quite obvious. But I think that Kevin Durant better elevate the Houston Rockets. Mm-hmm. Right? Because if not, already there's a lot of people who tell him to his face, dude, you haven't done anything since Golden State.
Well, and say what you want about Jalen Green and the Rockets maybe wanting to move off from him anyway, or Dillon Brooks, but those are two guys that were key pieces to the Rockets winning games. And I know Jalen Green was less than good in the 7-game series against Golden State, but he still did a lot for that Rockets team. And Dillon Brooks was, with Steven Adams, a quote enforcer who provided shooting. That has to be replaced. And I know Kevin Durant is walking 27, but he's not going to give you the same intensity Dillon Brooks will.
Yeah.
Or he's not going to provide the athleticism that Jalen Green did for the Rockets.
I said it in the splash this morning. Kevin Durant leaves Phoenix with the highest per-game scoring average in the history of the Phoenix Suns by a pretty wide margin, by about 2 points per game. And my reaction to that is, okay, so he wasn't brought here to break Suns scoring records.
No.
He was brought here to push them to a championship for the first time, and it didn't happen. Again, I'm not pinning it all on him, but he claimed, in his later days as a Phoenix Sun, when he was going back and forth with people on social media, it's not an individual sport. Yep. I ain't playing tennis.
Yeah, he repeatedly, that was his whole mantra. Hashtag, not my fault. Mm-hmm. I gave you 27 a game. What do you want from me? I'm an elite scorer. What do you want from me? And that's the whole thing. And that's when I talk about his vibe and his effect on culture. Kevin Durant struck me as the kind of guy that if he went 27-10 and the Suns lost by 30, he was cool with it. It wasn't a I'm here to win at all costs kind of thing. It was I'm here to be KD. And that was not nearly enough for what the Suns needed last couple of years.
Totally agree. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, we'll get the pulse of the fan base here in the Valley of the Sun. Kevin Durant no longer with the team. Suns moving on. Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 pick, and a whole boatload of second-round picks coming back. Your thoughts on the Durant era and the trade itself as we open up the phone lines at 602-260-9870 next on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets. That's according to ESPN.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
In exchange for Durant, Phoenix will receive a package that includes Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and building wealth is difficult, if not impossible to do when you're starting from scratch, but sharp people will tell you the best way to do it is to reduce your debt, which means if you're buying a house, if you're looking to refinance, your first phone call should be to Life Changer Loan. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, they will save you a ton of money. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program that allows you to pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, and that is because you do your banking inside your mortgage, and every deposit you make pays down the principal of your mortgage. You get an adjacent credit line so you don't change a penny of your spending habits, and you get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity. It gives you the power to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. Lots of great things with the Life Changer Loan. Again, there are caveats. You've got to have the right financials, a really good credit score. Give them a call. They'll be upfront with you if you're not a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you this, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
KD on his way to Houston, becoming the next member of the Houston Rockets. Trade finally going down yesterday after weeks, months of speculation. What does it all mean for the Suns? What does it mean for the Rockets? And what does it mean for the fan base? Everybody cool with this? 602-260-9870 is the phone number. We open up the phone lines. Let's start with George in Tempe here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. What's going on, George?
Hey, man, a little bit of housekeeping first. Bickley, I emailed you. Let's play some golf. And, Sammy, it turns out I just realized I haven't really welcomed you to a show. And, you're doing okay for a Wildcat. It's pretty impressive.
Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay for a Wildcat.
Talking about KD, everybody talks about the value of the trade. I think we're looking at it the wrong way. I think we got the value for the trade that we should have. What we didn't do is get the value for the trade when we traded for him because we way overpaid, and that's where it's at. And it brings me to a really, really appropriate point is that I think KD is super overrated. He's not a great player. He's a great scorer, and there's a huge difference. I could think of 10 Celtics and 10 Lakers I'd put in front of him in the all-time best categories, and that's just not who he is. So I'm really kind of concerned about the fact that, I don't know that much about trade rules and how you have to match salaries and things like that. I'm not sure how you get out of the second apron if you can't trade somebody for, $50 million salary for a $10 million salary. But who should know is Matt Ishbia, and he clearly doesn't. And it's a big, big problem. So, moving forward, we're going to get what we can get out of this. I'm looking forward to the 10th pick and seeing what scrub at the end of the bench from Michigan State we draft.
George.
Thank you, George. I'll check out the email.
Let's keep it going. Stay in Tempe. We'll talk to Martin up next here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Hey, Martin.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? So, listen, I have to disagree with the last caller because, I just gave Mr. Ishbia 5 figures worth of money for my season tickets, and I believe in his passion for winning. And I want that to be a part of the ownership group and what's going on here. Now, I understand that the GM is new and everything's okay with the blah, blah, blah Michigan State stuff. But listen, the man wants to win. I'm all about it. I invested in it. And you know what? I'm ready for some more moves to come before the draft. Let's make it happen. We got D-Book. I'm hopeful. I'm proud to be a Suns fan for life. Let's bring it home. Oh, and Bick, Matt, I got to tell you, Shane O'Hanrahan hooked me up with that M5. So
fantastic.
That X5. So thank you, brother.
You got it, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks for the phone call. I would venture a guess to say that Martin's viewpoint on this is probably not all that representative.
It's reassuring.
It's reassuring
that some fans are sticking with their team.
Yes, and he's right at the heart of it. Mm-hmm. It's about the desire to win, and Matt Ishbia, there's no questioning his desire to win.
No.
The knowledge in building something that resembles a winning team remains to be seen. Let's go to Santan and talk to our guy Rowdy here on Arizona Sports. What's going on, Rowdy?
Vince, what's up, man?
How you doing,
How
man?
are you?
Good.
I'm doing good. Do me a favor, Vince. I got over 4 years sobriety, but tonight when you open your first beer, think of me, buddy. for KD, bye. Good riddance, man. I had never had so much hope and belief and expectation for somebody to come in and make my team better. I'm 40, so I'm not like the follow the players. I'm a Suns fan, man. I like the Suns. And he said it. KD said it. If you trade for me, I'm going to gut your team, or something along those lines. Well, when we got him, it happened to us. But when Houston got him, it didn't seem like it happened to them. So I think the in-season and off-season had something to do with it. But I'm just glad he's gone, man. Jordan Ott did not need somebody like killing the culture. What'd you say, Bick? The culture vampire.
The culture vampire.
We need everybody. Yeah, we need everybody bought in. We need everybody going the same way. And we need Devin Booker leading this group. Yep. If we can get that this year, it's going to be addition by subtraction. Let's go, Suns!
Thank you,
Thanks,
Rowdy.
Rowdy. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I do agree there's going to be some addition by subtraction in the intangible stuff. I firmly believe that. And I am, if you were looking for hope as a Suns fan, you've got to hope that somehow, some way, this is going to relaunch Devin Booker back towards legendary status.
Yeah, and the addition by subtraction element to all of this is something that stands out to me because we've talked so much over the last 2.5 years about the level of respect that Kevin Durant has amongst fellow players all around the league, but more so on his own roster. I'm not saying it's easy to tell Kevin Durant, get back on defense. But I think he's in a situation now moving forward where everybody talks about his relationship with Ime Udoka and how they bonded while they were in Brooklyn together. Ime Udoka is one of the hardest-edged head coaches in the NBA, and they've got a young, hungry team. I don't know if a lot of the stuff that Kevin Durant did on the floor or didn't do on the floor is going to fly in Houston.
Great call.
And we'll see how much of that, the respect that is given to Kevin Durant remains from a team standpoint.
That's a great point you made.
Got time for a couple more calls. Let's go to Chandler. Danny is up next here on Arizona Sports. Hey, Danny.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Going back to what George said, I too haven't welcomed Sammy to the show. He took my call instead of Jarrett, which that was a little bit different because I had this is the first time I got called in since Sammy took over. So good job there. And now to the important stuff. So I don't obviously love the KD deal from the Suns' perspective, but I think that they got what they could with Jalen Green. He looks like to me a pretty a young player that's a pretty good looking player from what I've seen, which I will admit is very limited. And with Dillon Brooks, if I remember correctly, the Suns either had interest in him or maybe even had him for a minute early, a few years ago and never played him. So it'll be interesting to see, how he fits in. And I think too, the environment with KD was on its way to being toxic here if it wasn't already there. So I think the Suns did what they could.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, Danny.
Appreciate you, Danny.
The Dillon Brooks flirtation, you remember it?
Yeah.
There was some confusion on which Brooks they were actually trading
How
for.
about that? You remember that?
Marshawn or Dillon?
Oh, my goodness. That might have been one of the lower points.
Yeah. Certainly wasn't a high point.
No.
Let's close out this caller segment with Zach in Phoenix up next here on Arizona Sports. Hey, Zach.
Hey, guys. Yeah, so the way I see it is the Rockets just traded their two worst players from their playoff rotation for the Suns. I mean, depending on who you talk to, first or second best player, right? And, yeah, we got the 10th pick, and that's great. Let's see what we do with it, though. We didn't get any wings. We didn't get any bigs. We got basically two shooting guards when we already have Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, obviously Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. Like, what are they going to do from a roster construction standpoint at this point? They need size. They were already a small team, and now they just got smaller.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful they'll do something with the 10th pick that's worthwhile, but it's looking bleak. It's looking real bleak, guys.
Yeah. It's a very yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm hopeful that they do actually trade Jalen Green. We'll see, right? But they got to get that guy off our team because that guy is inefficient. I think he's 34% career 3-point shooter for a shooting guard. That's not great. He's athletic, but just super inefficient. Definitely not a good fit. As much as Bradley Beal wasn't a good fit, Jalen Green is a worse fit.
Appreciate the phone call, Zach. The points on Jalen Green are fair. Efficiency is not his calling card.
No. But defense is not his calling card.
What if I told you that Jalen Green shot a higher percentage from 3-point range last year than Devin Booker did?
Wow.
It happened.
Well, Devin Booker didn't have a good year shooting shooting beyond 3-point line, but I get your point.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Look, it's if Jalen Green suddenly the problem with Jalen Green from watching him a lot and listening to people who I respect is that a lot of people he's one of these guys that just hasn't gotten progressively better in his career.
Mm-hmm.
And that's very DeAndre Ayton-like. There are people who do not like his basketball IQ. These are things he's going to have to overcome. If he is going to stay in Phoenix, what you're hoping for is the change in scenery helps him make that jump.
Yep. Coming up next, we'll continue to talk all aspects of the Kevin Durant trade. From Phoenix to Houston, the return, all of it. Our own John Gambadoro joins us next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left. And the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for New Life Dental Implant Center, and when I visited their Scottsdale facility for the very first time, I was blown away by how many people were there getting fitted for a brand new smile. But there's a reason for that, and that's because New Life Dental Implant Center, they are changing the game. They offer amazing quality, they offer great convenience, they offer unbeatable pricing. The amazing quality comes from the fact that the whole process is digitally designed, which means no human error, no guesswork. It means your new smile, your new implants are going to be absolutely perfect. Great convenience. That's because everything is done in one location, from lab work to surgery to follow-ups. You're not bouncing around the valley to different offices. And then finally, they truly are vibing on being the most affordable option you are going to find in the valley. They want people who have dental issues, who have missing or loose teeth, who have ill-fitting dentures. Whatever the issue is, they want their implants available for you, no matter people of limited means or limited insurance. That is what they are all about. If you need a brand new smile, go check out New Life Dental Implant Center by calling 602-855-0000 online at newsmilearizona.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
It's that time of year when golf is king in the Valley of the Sun. Hi, it's Jim Hill from the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show.
And I'm Greg Ellis. The best place to catch up on golf from just about everywhere is right here.
So whether it's the PGA, the new TGL, or even what's going on with LIV, Bunker to Bunker is the place to be.
Join us for some fun and fill out our foursome Saturday mornings at 7 o'clock on 98.7 Arizona Sports, or hit up bunkergolf.com anytime.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But elsewhere in the NBA yesterday, the Phoenix Suns have traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Dbacks finished up their series with the Rockies yesterday. They were in search of a sweep, but came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch today will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in a balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career is a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, and I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
The new horizon has a new look. Kevin Durant moving on in a deal that will be finalized on July 6th. Headed to the Houston Rockets, Dillon Brooks, Jalen Green, draft picks coming to Phoenix here to talk about it with us. A guy who's been following this story for a long time. Our very own John Gambadoro, co-host of Burns and Gambo, joins us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Gambo! Have you exhaled?
I'm glad it's over. I'm so glad it's over.
We are too. Was this, in what you found out and what you've been following, was this ever close to being a different destination for Kevin Durant other than Houston? Because it just doesn't seem like it to me.
Well, Vinny, I mean, here's a, you work this thing and you work it and you work it, and your 6 teams are involved, and then you find out that there aren't as many teams involved. New York never made an offer. San Antonio never made an offer. I mean, believe that or not, the Spurs never made an offer. So I think it did really come down to Houston, Miami, Minnesota. And then Toronto was involved, and then there were 2 wild cards that I found out yesterday and reported that had some interest and spoke with the Suns about Durant. One was the Denver Nuggets, and the other was the Cleveland Cavaliers. But New York and San Antonio never made offers. So I do think the Suns were negotiating for weeks, trying to get the price up, trying to get different players and do the best that they could. And it was hard. I mean, this is trading a 37-year-old Kevin Durant is not like trading a 30-year-old Kevin Durant or even a 34-year-old Kevin Durant. So it ended up being, difficult, and I think they made the best of a bad situation. This was never going to be a great trade. This was never going to be we won the trade. You just had to make the best of it, and I think they did okay. I think they did fine. I don't think they got fleeced in this deal. The interest in Kevin Durant just wasn't great right now.
When you take a look at Jalen Green, there's so much positional overlap, and there's so many mixed opinions on who he is and how he has not grown as a player. Do you think that, and I know you've reported that they're going to keep him, do you think that they're just trying to build leverage to maybe trade him, or do you think that interest is real?
No, I think they're going to keep him, Bick. I really do. This is based on what I'm hearing. I think, the plan is to keep him and keep Dillon Brooks. Look, we'll talk about Brooks in a second because they've been after Dillon Brooks for a while. They really have, going back to the failed Marshawn Dillon Brooks trade. It goes back. They've been trying to get him. They like him. He's a terrific player. What I'll say about Green is, look, he's a great scorer. He's a great scorer. He's a young kid, and the Suns got 2 starters from a team that was number 2 in the West. They didn't get a power forward or a center, and they need to do that. Green's got a lot of limitations, man. He can't guard anybody. He's not a good defensive player at all. He's not efficient like Book because he doesn't shoot the ball that well. He's very streaky. But he does attack the basket, which the Suns were like last in the NBA at. Vinny, you know this from being at every game. Like, they don't attack the basket. Green does attack the basket. He'll get to the free throw line. So he's different. He's crazy athletic. So, like Book's very efficient, but Green is much more athletic. I think they're going to try it. They're going to try the two guys. It's not ideal because neither one of them are great defensive players. But Green is an athletic kid who can score a lot, great on the dribble handoff, great in transition. He's going to get you. He can get you 20, he can get you 30, he can get you 40. So he's a scorer, but he's very streaky. So you're going to have some really good games and some really bad games.
What do you think, Gambo? The arrival and this thinking that, hey, Brooks is part of the team, Green's part of the team. What do you think that means for the futures of Royce O'Neal and Grayson Allen here?
I think they look to move, one of them for sure. I think they absolutely look to move one of them. Listen, their priorities right now are to get a power forward, a starting power forward. That's why, I would have loved for them to get Jabari Smith. I would have loved Jabari Smith in this trade. But back in February, you kind of had Jabari Smith and Jalen Green. Now you weren't able to get Jabari Smith, so they turned that into Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick, and 5 second-rounders. So pick which one you like better, because that's really what it came down to. In February you could have had Jabari Smith, but not had a first-round pick and not had any second-round picks and not had Dylan Brooks. But they need a power forward. They don't have, and they need a center. They need another center. They'd love for Nick Richards to be the backup center. So their goal is to get a 4. Their goal is to get a 5. They weren't able to really do that in this trade. So now they've got to go out and figure out how to get those guys.
Now, you reported the details on those 5 second-round picks. Which of them do you think are going to have any value for the team?
Later. I mean, look at the 30 and the 32 second-rounders. I mean, I always like taking flyers on picks that are later on. I mean, that's why Danny Ainge took a flyer on the Suns' 2031 first-rounder. I mean, so many years down the road, you just don't know. And those picks hold values for – second-round picks are good. Right? You can take a flyer on a guy if you like, or they're very good for trades. People love them in trades. Like, I'll trade you this guy and I'll throw you 3 second-rounders. So you need to have them to make trades. The 10th pick is a good pick. I think that's the key to the whole, the key to winning or losing this. And I think the team that gets the best player always wins. But Kevin Durant wasn't impacting winning for the Phoenix Suns. It's just he wasn't. He's not as an impactful player as he was. He doesn't impact winning. He's a great player. He's a great scorer, but the ball gets stuck with him, and he doesn't do as much defensively anymore. And I think he'll be terrific in Houston because they got a lot of glue guys, but it didn't work here. So I think that they did fine. I think the Suns made a decent trade. I'm not saying it's a great trade. I'm not saying the Suns won the trade. They made a decent trade. They got the best they could. Yeah. They got Brooks and Green, 2 starters. And Brooks, everybody's going to love Brooks because he can guard 1, 2, or 3. He guards Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He guards LeBron. He guards Anthony Davis. He guards power forward sometimes. So he's that dog, that alpha guy that they just needed. So I like that. I think the key is the 10th pick. If they could turn that into a really good starter and a future all-star, I think people are going to look differently upon this trade. So I really do think the key to this whole trade comes down to what type of player do they get at number 10.
You're exactly right.
I was going to ask you, because you talked about the priority of getting a 4 and a 5 in this offseason. Are the Suns married to the idea of keeping that number 10 pick and using it, or could that be maybe spun off into another deal this summer for somebody who can help right now?
I keep getting asked about, am I going to do a Gambo 5 for the Suns draft? And I probably am, and I'll probably do it tomorrow. I think they're going to keep the pick. Okay. I think they're going to keep the pick. Now, I don't know if they'll keep 28. Maybe they could take 28 and a second rounder and package them and move up a little bit, or get a few. But I think they're going to keep the 10th pick. Okay. And try to get an impact player there. It's not a bad spot. Like some of the other picks they could have got 14, 17. Miami which had a garbage offer. I loved trolling the Heat fans yesterday. Let me tell you something. I had so much enjoyment out of that.
Oh, they overvalue their assets more than any team, I think, in professional sports, Gambo.
Man, I had so much fun yesterday just trolling all those Heat fans. I told them their offer was garbage and they weren't getting KD, and they attacked me for 2 weeks. So I had my fun with that yesterday. I think they keep the 10th pick, Vinny. I wouldn't be certain on the 28th pick. I think if they can move the 28th pick, I think they would move it. Maybe they move up, maybe they move out altogether for a future, but I'm going to say they keep the 10th pick.
All right, Gambo. Thanks for the time.
Thank you,
the
brother.
Insight. We'll be listening today, 2 to 6. I'm sure you and Burns, you'll have a lot more on this trade.
Burnsy took off. He's on vacation.
Oh, that's right.
It's him and Kellen. Yeah.
I found out about this trade Saturday night. I even screenshotted it and put it out yesterday. That Saturday night at 10 o'clock at night, I took a screenshot. Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, the 10th pick. I didn't know about the second rounders at that time. But I did text Burnsy at like 7 o'clock in the morning yesterday. I said, hey, here's the trade. It's going down. This is what it is. He was on vacation. He's out on the beach having a cup of coffee.
Right.
He takes off. The week Kevin Durant gets traded, the guy takes off. Go figure.
Thanks, Gambo.
Thanks, Gambo.
Bye-bye.
John Gambadoro. Kellen Olson filling in for Burnsy today, 2 to 6 here on Arizona Sports.
That should be an interesting, entertaining show because Kellen hates the trade.
Yes, he does, and had some strong words about it.
Yes,
you can
he
read
did.
on Arizonasports.com. Also, Bick's column on Arizonasports.com. We got you covered. We'll also get you covered on the second biggest story in the NBA yesterday. Game 7. We have a new champion. How about that?
Oh, boy.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
You know, with the upgrades of the Arizona Cardinals, I'm telling you right now, they're going to be right there based on their names. I could look at Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, Josh Sweat, and I can Darius Robinson. I can look at these guys right now, say the Arizona Cardinals are going to compete for brutality.
Did any of us pick Darius Robinson for most broken face masks yesterday? Because I want to change my pick to Darius Robinson. He feels like he's going to be a wrecking ball this year.
No, but every time I think of wrecking ball, I think of I came in like a wrecking ball.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, We're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th.
Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards.
Plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books.
Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there.
So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale. Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5.
For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com.
That's frontrowcardshow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The heavy lifting for the Suns begins following the Kevin Durant trade, Dan Bickley writes. Suns have intriguing options with the number 10 pick that could flip their trajectory. And our Kellen Olson says the Suns were out-leveraged in the Durant trade talks. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
At the end of the day, that's going to go down in history as one of the greatest seasons that's ever been had by a player. You know, it's amazing to be a part of that, to witness somebody going through it and succeeding in so many different ways. But, you know, he really makes it a joy to be around. It's never about him. It's always about us. It's always about winning. And his talent shines through all that. And we saw that all year. He's a hell of a basketball player, but he's an even better person. You know, I'm proud to call him my teammate, proud to call him my friend, and you know, I'm so happy that we were able to put a shiny cap on what he did this year.
Chet Holmgren of the Oklahoma City Thunder talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and how about the Thunder overcoming that horrible Jalen Williams SGA Chet Holmgren commercial where they're all wearing the same outfit.
Oh, yeah.
To overcome that and win an NBA championship.
Yeah.
I think that's a good commercial, honestly.
It's better than the "What a Pro Wants" commercial.
Oh, no doubt.
That was pretty terrible. Think about that. One of the greatest seasons of all time for an individual player.
Yeah, listen.
I don't know the list of guys that can make the claims that SGA can.
Yeah.
Scoring champion, NBA champion, NBA Finals MVP, League MVP in the same year.
Yeah.
The only thing that really eluded him, and it wasn't an Oklahoma City Thunder thing, but last summer, Canada not winning the gold medal.
Yeah.
But other than that.
Yeah, great. Yeah, great.
Unbelievable.
And surpassing the 3,000 point plateau with the postseason included.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often.
I believe, I'll have to double check, but I thought I saw it was Shaq, Jordan, and Lou Alcindor on the Bucks were the only 3 that had that same season resume as Shai.
The accolades?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Not a bad list.
Jordan, Kareem, and Shaq? Goodness gracious. Yeah, that's the high rent district.
That's great. That's great company to keep. And you know what? Again, for me, the injury to Tyrese Halliburton took all the steam out of that Game 7. I thought we had our hands on a classic. So I've got a lot of regret. I also acknowledge that Oklahoma City has been the best team from day one of the NBA season. So they've basically gone wire to wire with this thing. And that commands your respect. I mean, it's you watched in that second half the level of defense they play in Oklahoma City. And if you're not a two-way player, if you don't play defense, they don't keep you around in Oklahoma City. You know what I mean? It's partially why Josh Giddey was not going to play there, and it's partially why they wanted to trade Jalen Green. I'm sorry. It's partial. The Josh Giddey thing is directly in line with that, where they got Alex Caruso in return for him. That's what I meant to say.
Not the offensive player that Giddey is, but
Yes.
certainly just a bulldog on the defense.
Exactly.
side.
So, you know, for them to have been left in the lurch by KD back in, what was that, 2016? No, later than that? It was 18? whatever it was. Whenever it was when he left for Golden State, they got zero compensation for him. They lost their attempts at a super team, and here they are X amount of years later with the championship trophy. It's a great organizational success story.
Yeah, and people now talking about, is this the beginning of a dynasty? Yes, that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that the NBA has moved so far away from its historical model of teams repeating. This is the 8th straight year there's a different champion in the NBA. So as good as Oklahoma City is the league built to have a dynasty? I mean, they're certainly in place to do so, but how many times have we heard this postseason? It's so hard to get to the top. It's so hard to stay to the top.
Yeah.
Winning a championship is hard.
Yep.
And all these other teams. What makes it even more interesting is the state of affairs in the Eastern Conference right now with 3 very key players. I don't think, with all due respect to Damian Lillard, who's one of my favorite players in the league, I'm not sure how legit Milwaukee was going to be as a championship threat next year anyway, because they certainly didn't make that push when he was on the court.
Yeah.
But in Indiana and Boston, those are 2 of your top 4 teams coming back next year. Both of them highly affected by what will be a superstar catastrophic injury. In talking with Gambo, the fact that the Cleveland Cavaliers kind of sniffed things out, and another team that is very much like Houston, better regular season record, but when it came down to it, they didn't have the horses to compete in the Eastern Conference in the postseason, wanting to add a scorer. I wonder what this all does to the Eastern Conference landscape, but the West is going to be loaded for bear. Houston now has the second best championship odds after this deal, after Oklahoma City. But, in talking with Bobby Marks and Matt Thomas earlier in the show, the belief around the league is Houston got better, but they're not close to Oklahoma City. That's how good OKC is.
Yeah, listen, and there's a piece in the Washington Post today that says the Thunder's championship kind of confirms that the star culture in the NBA is eroding. And you saw it all throughout the attrition of the postseason, the injuries during the regular season, that it's too much basketball. And if you're going to be a champion, you've got to be built to survive that attrition. And it's an interesting thought. Again, not the Game 7 I want, but it feels like the right team won the championship. I was really pulling for Indiana to win this thing because the Simon family that runs the Pacers, I did a deep dive on this. They act a little bit differently than most ownership groups do. Like, for instance, there are instances where if they're making a trade with another team, they feel guilty if they feel like they're taking advantage of the other team. There's stories about how they refuse to tank and rebuild because if they did that, they'd go on the road, they would hurt the overall product of the game, and they just have a real collaborative way of looking at the league. That they're in it for the good of all teams rather than just the good of themselves. It's a real interesting ownership group, and it would have been a remarkable story had that Pacers team completed that improbable run through the playoffs.
I would have loved to have seen an owner take the trophy and then apologize.
Right, exactly. Yeah, right. Sorry
We're really
to everybody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to do this. We've never done it before. We won't do it again.
Yeah, listen, there's actually, I heard Amin El Hassan talk about literally saying, no, we can't make this trade. We're going to fleece them if we make this trade. It's really counterintuitive to the way most of the world works. But that's the way they run their franchise in Indiana, and it had a chance to be a classic Game 7, and it's a shame it ended that way.
I think at the beginning of Game 6, it was, if I was going to grade the finals, I would have given it an A. I thought Game 6 was I thought it was a shoddy performance by Oklahoma City for a team that was in position to win. They did not look like a team that was chasing a championship. And then you're right, the Halliburton injury, it doesn't take away from Oklahoma City's title. It took away from the enjoyment of what could have been a classic Game 7 in a very good series. And I think the NBA needed a good Game 7, quite honestly. There was so much talk about these small markets and all the stories about the television ratings being down because of the size of those markets. For anybody who viewed this series despite that you're a true basketball fan, but the payoff would have been great in a Game 7. And even in the first half, I thought it was still shaping up without Halliburton coming back. I thought it was shaping up to be a great game, and Oklahoma City was just too strong.
What do you think of the Suns consummating this trade on the day of Game 7 of the NBA Finals?
I was surprised.
So was I.
We've talked about when this was going to drop. Was it going to be an off day on the Finals? And it happened the morning of the Game 7, the first Game 7 in 9 years. I don't know this for a fact, but Adam Silver can't be thrilled about that.
I don't know how he could be.
No.
Yeah.
My dad and I were talking about the Suns making the trade and that they wanted to make the trade before the finals so that hopefully maybe national media or whoever's covering the trade might bury it below Game 7 of the NBA Finals and they just look past it. Hopefully after a great Game 7, unfortunately, Halliburton getting hurt didn't necessarily provide that in the second half, but that was our theory.
It kind of had that Friday afternoon news dump kind of feel to it.
It did have that feel.
Let's get this out and over with now.
Yeah.
Because that would be the recognition that a lot of people are not going to think we won this trade, which might not have been winnable by definition.
I don't think it was, yeah. Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming, videos, podcast, and news experience. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us into the 9 o'clock hour with some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so I'm going to give you 3 great reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Reason number 1, they're reputable and highly decorated. I'm talking about an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Number 2, they are fast and reliable. When you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. They will not charge you extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. When I had my plumbing emergency, I found out at 4:30 in the morning, called Parker & Sons, got a live person on the phone. They were at my house by 8 a.m. the same day. That was tremendously impressive to me. Finally, they are trustworthy and credible, and this part's really important. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. You don't let anybody into your home. That is your sacred space. You have to be comfortable with the technicians you let into your home and let work on your home. With Parker & Sons, that is never a concern. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-474-1867. 800-474-1867. Again, that's 800-474-1867.
Happy birthday, America! And my brothers at Brooklyn Bedding want to help you celebrate with the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about, oh yeah! We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. Go to brooklynbedding.com or better yet, stop by one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in Game 7 of the NBA Finals last night, 103-91. For OKC's first championship in their history, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But before the Finals yesterday, the Phoenix Suns traded star Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. And here's ESPN's Shams Charania on Durant and the deal.
Kevin Durant's voice was heard around the league, not only with the Suns, but really everyone. His preferences were prioritized to an extent, and that's what we saw play out over the last 24 hours. His two preferred destinations, the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat, essentially competing against each other, bidding on making Kevin Durant deals, and the Rockets at the end of the day made the best offer.
For more on the Suns, the trade, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Dbacks finished up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were in search for a sweep, but they came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch today will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Yep, 9 o'clock is here on this Monday. Time for some social studies with Sammy Cebulka.
Yeah, good morning. You know where to find us at Bickley_Murata on X if you want to respond to our daily questions. Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And our first question kind of stems from something we talked about on Friday last week, because if the Suns make this trade, you'll kind of have that gut feeling we talked about. And so that's where we started with our first question was, when the Durant trade happened, what was the first thing that came to mind when you saw the return, and why?
I thought it was one player short.
Okay.
I did not think that they were going to get a haul, but I thought they were going to get something better than what they got.
Yeah, I agree with Bick. I was expecting Brooks and Green to be joined by
Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
Or Tari Eason.
Yep.
I mean, you want to talk about positional overlap?
Cam Whitmore.
They got a lot of big wings,
right,
and big forwards, and a lot of size on Houston's roster. So I wonder if they use that to go in a different direction with another trade to continue to revamp their roster, or if they're set. But yeah, I thought it was a little light.
Yeah, I too felt like there was one more piece that would have made it more kind of comprehensible for my liking. Some responses. Justin Prestegard said you can't make moves without the first one. So he's thinking this is maybe a first of other moves for the Suns. Andy Bryant said the first thing that came to his mind was Jace Richardson is that number 10 overall pick.
No.
I know. And then Ed Patterman said, I thought they got a good return for a 37-year-old player. Now they have to deal with getting Beal off the roster, then make continued good decisions on drafting players and building out the roster. He does make a good point. This is the first domino to fall in a, quote, not rebuild, but revamp for the Suns. So we'll stick with Kevin Durant. So the era of Kevin Durant in Phoenix, if you want to call it that, is officially over. So he asked, what is one word to best describe his time here in Phoenix and why?
Underwhelming.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a word more than a sound.
There was just, look, the team got worse every season he was with the Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
Nobody expected that.
Yeah, they went from, that first partial season, only 8 games. They won a playoff series. They were tooth and nail with the Denver Nuggets through 4 games. What happened. The next year, make the playoffs, get swept, and this year just utter dysfunction.
Right.
It is funny that it started kind of at a peak in the only 8 games. You win the playoff series, you push the then champions. The Nuggets went on to win to 6 games, the longest it's been, and then it was all downhill from there. So that's the word I would have used, downhill. It started high, just kind of kept crumbling. Some of the responses are pretty funny. Wookie says the word is Anakin. Why? He was the chosen one, just like Anakin Skywalker. He was supposed to bring balance to the team and not leave it in darkness.
Oh,
it's pretty good.
Look at that.
It's pretty good. Sun Devil Phil says unnecessary. I'd much rather have kept Bridges and Johnson and see what that team could have been. Fair. Eddie V says passionless. He didn't care if he wins. But he doesn't care if he loses. He just cashing checks and his jokes on us. Got some unbothered. And then Dana said supernova, a powerful and luminous explosion which occurs during the last evolutionary stages of a massive star. It's also not very bad. And our last question. There's a baseball club that plays baseball here over the weekend, and they took 2 of 3 from the Colorado Rockies. Would have loved to see a sweep. So with all the injury concerns, with all the meddling around 500, we asked, what is your current concern level with the Diamondbacks team and why? And our 4 options are extremely, ask me later, nothing to worry about here, or insert answer below on the level of concern.
Yeah, I'm going to defer and I'm going to choose the ask me later response because, look, the Corbin Carroll MRI, if he's got a fracture in the hand, he's going to be out for a little chunk of time. And I don't know if the Diamondbacks are going to survive another key injury. I mean, they've been pushed to the edge in terms of what they can endure.
I agree.
And I don't know how they're going to survive that. Now, I also believe that, as much as we wanted that sweep, I had 7-2 over the 9-game stretch as the benchmark they need to hit. Okay, they're 2-1, so they need to win 5 of their next 6.
Yep,
which is still incredibly doable.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to take the snarky answer on this one, Sammy. I'm going to say there's nothing to worry about. They're not worried. I'm not worried. Everything's cool.
Okay. All right. I respect that.
What are you pursuing? Are you pursuing 500 or are you pursuing something bigger?
I know. To the vote, 281 votes, 54% say extremely, 34.5% say ask me later, 7 say there's nothing to worry about, and 3 say insert answer below. And some of those answers are from Daylight Films. The injuries they sustained are brutal. This is the ineptitude of their bullpen. Throw in some let's have a rest and eat our orange wedges analytics, and I'm feeling pretty average, much like the team's record. C. Backer says, I have a scheduled maintenance day off today to stay healthy for the future, so I'll get back to you later. And then Border Town Kid says, I'm about as concerned as going out to party all night and not being able to find your keys and wallet the next day. So that level is extremely high, I would say.
You ever have those nights where you wake up the next morning and you're like, Is my debit card in my wallet?
Yeah.
Hey, not a fun game to play. The keys game is even worse.
I got to read Steven Ruiz's response because he just coined a phrase that I love. We're not going anywhere with the Tommy Jeantourage.
Whoa!
We need to sell at the deadline, reload for the future, and come back strong after the lockout in 2027. Holy moly, is that bleak.
That's Tommy Jeantourage. That's fantastic.
That's a loaded answer, but that's social studies for you guys today. And at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thanks to everybody who chimed in on social studies. Coming up next, the impact or lack thereof of Kevin Durant's time in Phoenix. In the now and in a historic standpoint, we'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets.
A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say?
They wanted me to go, so it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, now home of the ultimate electric driving machine. In fact, if you want to break away from the gas pump for good in a state where the gas prices never really seem to come down that much, go check out Chapman BMW's incredible array of electric vehicles. They've got the i4, the i5, the i7, and the iX. The i4 and the i5, they're beautiful, sporty sedans. The i7's a luxury sedan. The iX, a sports activity vehicle. All are 100% electric, 100% BMW. All are receiving rave reviews across the industry. In fact, you can get a smoking hot deal right now on the BMW i4 eDrive 40. Beautiful car. You can lease that for just $499 a month. Chapman BMW also has hybrid models in many of their series, including the bold and beautiful BMW XM, the most powerful SUV they've ever produced with extreme performance and unlimited luxury. The thing is amazing. So if you're feeling electric, go find out what Chapman BMW can do for you. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. And make sure you get your hookup. Ask for GM Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Celebrate Independence Weekend at Chase Field. Arrive early on Saturday, July 5th to get the Dbacks patriotic tee. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Arizona sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
A solid team. I mean, they were won 50-plus games last year, played a great season. But all this stuff takes time and work and effort and execution, so we'll see what happens.
It's Kevin Durant talking at Fanatics Fest in New York yesterday with Kay Adams. He found out he was traded while on stage. He just had kind of a, I don't know, what's the term that I can use on the radio? A blank-eating grin on his face?
Kind of. Yeah.
Kind of had a glow about him a little bit.
The crowd started like booing or jeering too.
Yeah,
which was and probably because it was in New York and the Knicks were once rumored to be one of his teams that he wanted to go to. That's probably what it is.
Probably what the reaction, why it was, what it was. Here is him asking the question, answering the question, why Houston?
He had a great season last year. Love their leadership. I felt like I'd be a good addition.
Not given a whole lot on these answers, but we know Kevin Durant is now or will be officially on July 6th, a former Phoenix Sun. 2+ years in a Suns uniform, all-time highest per-game scoring average in Suns history. But I started thinking of it a different way.
Okay.
And we do this a lot on this show. We talk about the condition of the market. Phoenix as a sports city, and it's... I can't call it, compared to other sports cities, a vast sports history, but they have one. And the Suns, obviously a big part of that, going all the way back to 1968. So I started to consider all of the in-prime superstars that made their way to Phoenix. Big names in their respective sports that landed in Phoenix during the prime of their careers. I think Kevin Durant definitely falls into that category. Would you agree?
Definitely.
All right, so here's my list. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. Connie Hawkins, Charles Barkley, Steve Nash, with an asterisk. Steve Nash became a superstar here. He was a good player, but became a superstar here.
Yes.
Kevin Durant, Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling, DeAndre Hopkins, Jeremy Roenick.
Ooh, it's a good list. Yeah, I think that of that group you're talking about, the KD experience might go down as the most disappointing. Now, I know some people might put Charles Barkley at that top of that list.
He got him to an NBA Finals.
But he got him to an NBA Finals. And I know a lot of people blame him for not winning a title the next couple of years when Jordan had retired. But this, in terms of when you add expectations and you put them next to the results, I don't think you can top Kevin Durant as the biggest disappointment.
I would say, I would agree with you. I would probably throw DeAndre Hopkins in there as well. But DeAndre Hopkins, with all due respect, was not the superstar level that KD was.
That's right.
And plays in a sport and a position that's dependent on others more than KD's was. So I would put KD on the top of the list of the least impactful in-prime superstar to land here.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. And again, the fact that this latest iteration had a play-in berth just sitting on a platter for them, and they finished 10 games under 500. It was pretty obvious they didn't even have any gumption of making the playoffs. So, yeah, I think the legacy, his stop in Phoenix is going to be a big negative mark on his so-called legacy. But
Well, to the point of your list of the Phoenix kind of in-prime superstars, when it comes to Durant and the NBA, the microscope is so much it's so much larger because it's a 5-man game and individual players can have such a large impact. When it comes to D-Hop or even the addition of like Mad Bum or Greinke, it's like those guys are only getting the ball every so often. Durant's playing 82 games every single night.
Yeah.
And the pressure to come in and win a championship was, at least in my experience as an Arizona sports fan, was the highest.
Yeah. Or more accurate, he's playing 60 games of 82 every year.
Right.
And I mentioned this earlier about the things that you like and you dislike. They say availability is the greatest ability when it comes to sports. I don't know if I agree with that because I would rather have a great player who's going to play 70 games than a terrible player who's going to play 82.
Be available for 82.
But Jalen Green is a pretty good basketball player and he's durable.
It's true.
He started 82 games the last 2 years. There's not many players that can make that claim in the NBA.
Yep.
Dylan Brooks is a gamer. He's going to be available. And mentioned this in passing when we were wrapping up our interview with Matt Thomas, the play-by-play voice of the Rockets. And I said, enjoy the KD fanboys. That is not Phoenix's problem anymore.
No.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, listen, as somebody who had a lot of firsthand experience with them, it was it's a very, very strange group of basketball fans. And it's indicative of basketball fans who cheer for a guy and the team doesn't even matter. And there's a lot of them. I can't believe the change in basketball. I was listening to some people talk on satellite radio over the weekend, and part of the crux of it all is, if my best player isn't involved, I don't care. It's a real foreign concept to me.
I don't get it either.
Yeah.
But it exists. It's not just a KD thing. It's a LeBron thing. Every one of the top tier star players. I mean, Kobe Bryant had fans like that when he was playing. And I think to a degree, Devin Booker's got those fans too. But I think because Book has spent his entire career in Phoenix, those fans tend to be Suns fans at the heart of it as well.
Yeah.
It was just such a weird dynamic to have fans of a player of a team that was so important to their success or failure, and honestly, just pitting the player against the team.
And very
strange.
Yes, it was. It got the peak absurdity came when some of the Kevin Durant stans accused Devin Booker of not passing him the ball out of jealousy, and because he wanted to be the Suns' leading scorer. And I'm like, this is insane.
Yeah. Can I play something that may or may not be deemed ironic?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I haven't heard this yet.
Okay,
but it's sitting on the sound page and it's just looking at me right now.
It's saying, "Play me."
In the aftermath of the Thunder winning the title last night, NBA TV has their own version of the postgame show. Isaiah Thomas, part of the panel.
Zeke, guy, Isaiah Thomas.
Yes. Was asked, I guess, about the Phoenix Suns, and he says, yeah, they're not title contenders.
When you look at the team that's presently constructed, as it is today, and changes could be made over the summer, but presently constructed today, you have to say that this team probably is not ready to compete in the West for a championship. Now, things will change, and I echo what Steve said. You know, we love Devin Booker, but we know his father better, Melvin, right? I mean, that's our generation. So Melvin is like, okay, and Devin is his son. And so we always look out and we all show love for the Booker family, right? But we hope that there's more to come because, as you asked me the question, is this team presently constructed to win the championship? I think all of us would have to say no.
Man, I hope that limb is strong that you're standing on.
Wow. Probably not equipped to compete in the West. Wow, that's next level stuff there.
I wanted to include this soundbite in the reboot or find some sort of Isaiah Thomas Suns Ishbia thing. I just couldn't figure it out, so I'm really happy you played that.
I hadn't heard that. It was just thought it was ironic that.
But in a weird way, he is basically saying we love Devin Booker, but we need more from Devin Booker. Didn't you get that at the end of that?
A little bit, yeah.
Like we know Melvin, and we go way back, and so there's love for the Booker family, but we need more. Yeah.
The other thing
irony is a good word for that.
In terms of what you like and what you don't like, and what I won't miss on this is, I was guilty of it too. So I'll look at myself in the mirror when I say this, but the overall hesitance of media to not ask for more from Kevin Durant. There was always the disclaimer given. Oh, it's not all on KD, or it's not. I'm not pinning it on. I did that so much, and he's one of those superstars that has earned that respect, I suppose. But I'm the tiptoeing is over, and I'm glad. And I'm glad I don't have to do it anymore either.
Yeah, no, yeah. Listen, part of what KD does, and there's others who do this as well, is he's very, very well of his Twitter army of stans. And if somebody says or writes something that really bothers Kevin Durant, he puts it out there so his stans can go to work.
He doesn't have to say a word of his own.
Doesn't.
Yeah.
And then he just sits back and watches his stans attack the critic.
Yep.
Yeah. Not unique. There are many other athletes who weaponize their social media bases. But it certainly happens with him.
Oh, yeah. Coming up next, it is Monday. We will hand out some weekend hardware. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's crazy, the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the number of things that you just
on both sides.
On both sides.
On both sides.
It's been on both sides of the equation.
It's a pendulum. It's here, and then it's there. And it's here, and it's there. We're going to come back and win in thrilling fashion, then we're going to blow a lead, and we're going to lose. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but they've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gambo, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Collectors, Front Row Card Show is returning to Phoenix. Join us at the Renaissance Hotel in Glendale on June 28th and 29th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. Beckett, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of vendors, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Renaissance Hotel in Glendale. Saturday and Sunday, June 28th and 29th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to frontrowcardshow.com. That's frontrowcardshow.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, the GMC Sierra 1500 is a fan favorite. Why is now the time to buy?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, tech-packed, and ready for any job. And right now, summer savings means some of our best deals yet.
Like $12,500 off for 4.9% financing for 84 months?
Exactly. Kick off summer with a serious truck and a serious deal.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop online anytime at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champs. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91 for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and it officially puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But before the game yesterday, the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks. For more on this trade, the Suns, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. And the Dbacks finished up their series with the Rockies yesterday. The Snakes were in search for a sweep, but came up short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox. First pitch tonight will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right. Today's Sanderson Ford poll question is obviously surrounding the Kevin Durant trade, and it is, what grade do you give the Suns dealing Durant to Houston for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick, and 5 second-round picks, A, B, C, D, or F?
I'm giving them a C.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably would give a C as well.
Yeah, we heard Bobby Marks talk about if we're grading it, he said kind of like a B, right? So we are giving them a C. 35% of the vote goes towards that result, the C. 25% say D, 18% say B, 17% say F, and only 5% of the vote will give them an A grade in the trade.
Those are just the people that really, really disliked Kevin Durant being on the Suns. Because if you read the national perspective, and you can do so, we've got a collection of the experts' rankings and gradings on ArizonaSports.com. You'll see some people giving Houston an A+, and I guess from the standpoint of adding a scorer without giving up anything that they wanted to give up, they did hit it out of the park, but the results matter too. Absolutely. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at ArizonaSports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Handing out the hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show. We do it on Mondays based on what we took in over the weekend. Bick, what do you got to start us off?
The No Respect Award, Vinny, goes to the sport of golf. So I turned on the Travelers yesterday for the final round, hoping for a great tournament. Tournament starts at noon, except the coverage was delayed for 15 minutes as the DMV Trilogy basketball series was being broadcast. And that's 3-on-3 basketball where you got to score 50 points to win. And apparently the game was going much longer than anticipated. So they didn't go to golf coverage until 12:15. 15 minutes, right? when they went to Jim Nantz, you could tell he was not happy. It was not, hello, friends. It was like, hello, friends.
But who won the DMV Trilogy 3-on-3 tournament?
God, who cares?
I could have been out there.
And then what they did is they jam-packed all the commercials they would have shown between 12 and 12:15 during the golf tournament into the golf coverage, and it was just it was insane the amount of commercials they were showing during that broadcast. Oh, it was insane.
Is it the peril of having a live event before your golf coverage starts?
Exactly.
Would they have done that for? They wouldn't have done that for a bigger event. It's the Travelers. It's a mid-event,
it's
right?
A mid-event.
It was elevated.
Yeah. Was it elevated?
It was.
Okay.
And they had a good-looking leaderboard at the start of the day.
They did.
Much better than the end of the day.
Hey, whoa.
What? You disagree with that?
I'll talk about. I have one.
All right, go ahead.
Good. More golf talk coming up. My first award is the I Dare You to Hit It award, and I'm giving it to Shelby Miller of the Diamondbacks. What he did Saturday night in the 5-3 win over the Rockies, comes in, works the ninth inning for a save. It was some old school stuff. Ryan McMahon led off with a bunt single on the first pitch of the inning, took second on a throwing error from Ildemaro Vargas at third base, and then Miller kicked into old school mode. Started off Michael Toglia with a splitter for a called strike. Then he peppered Colorado hitters with 11 straight four-seam fastballs that averaged 97 miles per hour and struck out Toglia, Mickey Moniak, and Sam Hilliard swinging to end the game. You don't see that very often anymore.
That is old school. You're right about that.
Miller had thrown his four-seam fastball 64.3% of the time, but threw it 92.3% against the Rockies and got away with it in that ballpark.
Wow.
That was kind of encouraging.
Yeah.
And then Sunday happened.
You don't see that very often. Just my best against your best.
It was like 1970s calling in the firemen from the bullpen. The guy with the thick, bushy mustache, whether it was Goose Gossage or Dennis Eckersley or somebody, and just coming in and throwing the same pitch over and over again.
And what I love, it's not like it was 102. It was, and 97 is good stuff, but it's like, all right, it's all I got. My first award is the Captain America Award. And it goes to Keegan Bradley.
Okay.
We talked about the leaderboard at the Travelers, and maybe not the result many people are thinking of, but Keegan Bradley is the U.S. Ryder Cup captain.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're familiar with golf, the Ryder Cup is one of the more iconic things in golf. And he had said when he got his captaincy, he will only play on the team if he earns enough points to play on it. And so he now is in a position to become the first player captain since 1963, when Arnold Palmer did it for the United States. And I know Tommy Fleetwood may have choked yesterday, but someone had to take it. And Keegan Bradley won his second Travelers Championship, and he might be the first player captain since 1963. Pretty cool stuff from my captain.
Yeah, that Tommy Fleetwood choke was just painful to watch. My next award is the Tantrum Award, and I'm giving it to Coastal Carolina head coach Kevin Schnell. When I first read that he had been thrown out of the College World Series in the first inning of Game 2 against LSU, I initially thought, oh, these umpires, what is wrong with them? Then I watched it, and dude just lost his mind. Started barking at the ump. You missed 3 pitches. You missed 3 pitches. Comes out in the field. He gets tossed. He appears to bump an umpire, which he didn't do. A guy fell over backwards right when he came at him. But the guy still refuses to apologize. This is a guy who let his team down, who lost his mind in the moment. It was ridiculous.
Well, he wasn't used to losing very much by the end of the year.
Yeah,
I mean, before the final started, they'd won like 26 games in a row.
That's it.
Could you imagine how he would have responded to CB Bucknor, who missed apparently 28 balls and strikes calls in his game over the weekend?
28 of them.
Only 28.
That's fantastic.
My last award is the Brilliant Take Award, or I guess I should call this the Herm Edwards Don't Hit Send Award. And I'm giving it to everybody's least favorite forgotten sports media personality, Skip Bayless. Did you see what he tweeted out at the beginning of the game yesterday?
No.
So, Pacers game starts. Halliburton hits the 3 threes. Skip Bayless tweets out, the Pacers brilliantly took the big game pressure off Halliburton, who routinely no-shows, by planting the injury excuse that the media swallowed whole.
Oh, come on.
That was at 5:19 p.m.
Oh, come on.
At 5:26 p.m., Skip Bayless tweeted out, "Okay, now Halliburton looks hurt. Hope it's not too bad."
Oh, man.
He sucks.
Sucks. Amen to that.
Man, my last award is the How Dedicated Are You award, and it's to sports fans. So the NBA season just wrapped up, and now we have 61 days till college football week 0, 73 days till week 1 of the NFL, 120 till NBA, 133 till college basketball. So buckle up, baseball fans, because that's all that's left, and a little bit of golf. So how dedicated are you as a sports fan this summer? We'll see.
We go through it every summer.
Every summer.
Yeah.
It's time.
Sammy, you don't remember this time, but Bick and I are both, well, you moved here when the Diamondbacks moved here.
Yes.
I started in sports radio in 1996, not necessarily hosting a show, but being part of a show.
Right.
Man.
Doing summertime sports talk in Arizona before the Diamondbacks existed. I mean, the whole landscape of the medium was different back then because we basically did whatever the hell we wanted. But in terms of subject matter, it was not easy to come up with stuff. There's a lot of lists.
Yeah, I was going to say some drafts.
Yeah, right.
There you go.
Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? Yeah, listen.
And who knew? It's still burning.
Right.
Yeah.
This is exactly why the Diamondbacks have to get elevation. They need to find that connectivity with us, that you know what I mean? That vibe where every game is appointment viewing. We need to get there.
Yep, absolutely. There you go. That's hardware. We'll wrap things up. Final thoughts straight ahead on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Do I think the Cardinals are going to have a better record this year? Yeah, secretly I do. I'm not going to pretend I don't have expectations for the defense. I do think the defense is going to be really good. However you want to measure it, I think they're going to be a top 10 defense, and I think they're going to have 50 or more sacks.
People believe this defense is going to be vastly improved as well. And when you think of a defense that was number 15 in points per game allowed, they're going to get better, significantly better, especially inside that box, man. Their front seven is going to be greatly improved. How much better is my question.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen him on billboards, valley buses, television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand. But when you are hurt in an accident and it's game time, know this. Sweet James plays to win, and they are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have full in-house trial teams, and all that trial experience they have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the largest settlements in Arizona. And remember this, having the right attorney when you're injured in an accident can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Sweet James delivers. So if you are hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
DQ presents How to Make Your Summer Take Flight. Just head into DQ for a new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Treat your inner hero to an epic mix of sugar cookie dough, sprinkles, and cake batter flavor. Blend it all with legendary DQ soft serve, and it's enough to tempt Superman himself. Fly into DQ for our new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat before it's gone. And don't miss Superman. Only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating locations.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
She packed my bags last night, pre-flight. 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then.
All right, we're playing Elton John and Rocket Man in honor of Kevin Durant.
I miss the earth so much.
The newest Rocket Man.
Yeah.
I do know this one.
Do you?
Yeah.
Wow.
1972, Sammy.
It's a bop.
It slaps, is what you're saying?
Something like that.
Finna slaps.
Wow. The end of an era, the Kevin Durant era.
I always ask this question. Where do you put this on the Elton John ranking? It's got to be up there, right?
I suppose.
This and Tiny Dancer?
Ugh.
No, you're not a Tiny Dancer fan?
No.
I never really liked that song until that scene at the end of Almost Famous where they all sing it on the bus.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
That is a good scene.
Yeah. It was a great movie.
Yep, Elton John, Rocket Man, going out to KD in Houston. Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Here's a KD question that did not come up during the course of our conversations today.
Yeah.
We talked about impact. We talked about what it meant to Phoenix, the lack of impact that he brought here. I mean, is there even a moment? Is there a KD in Phoenix moment that stands out? I could only come up with like two.
Yeah.
Not to say that he didn't score a lot of points here. He did. Game 4 of the Nuggets series in his first year here. I'm sorry, game 3. That was the game where Durant had 39 and Book had 47 on 20 of 25 shooting. And that kind of like was the shot across the bow. They came home down 0-2 to the Nuggets.
Yep.
And then the Nuggets are like, oh, we might have ourselves a series here.
Yeah.
That was the early one. And then
the game winner against the
shot
Bulls.
against the Bulls.
Yeah, that's you've just nailed the two.
Yeah, I can't think of any other ones. I mean, there were good individual games, but
I remember that 3/4 heave that he made against. No, wait a minute. He never tried one of those. Nikola Jokic, by the way, tried 22 of them.
This year?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I looked it up not too long ago.
He made a couple of them, too.
Yeah.
Because there was always those times it was like 3, 2, 1. Then the heave would go up. Doesn't count against your field goal percentage if you miss it. Yeah, it was. If you've got some other Kevin Durant Phoenix moments, I'd love to hear them. Just didn't come up. Did you see the incident after the end of Game 7 last night? ESPN cameras following T.J. McConnell and filming T.J. McConnell, who was very emotional in the tunnel and was embracing like a female member of the Pacers staff who was just shooing the cameras away. You think they should have been shooed away there if they're in the tunnel where the media is allowed to access?
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, with the case of Tyrese Halliburton and his mother shooing away the camera.
Oh, that one, yeah. When
I understand.
When an injury is involved.
Yeah, that one I understand.
I don't blame the broadcaster for trying to capture the emotion on both sides, whether it's the win or the loss, and that was a pretty poignant moment. I mean, I'm sure if I was T.J. McConnell, I wouldn't want the camera on me either, but if that's the case, I'm going into the locker room.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, if it's in that area where the media is allowed, that's fair game. If you've got an injured player sobbing in the arms of his mother, a little restraint is probably in order. I don't know.
ESPN, we brought this up earlier in the finals too. They were listening. They were listening to suggestions. They were listening to the voice of the fans who were dissatisfied with certain aspects of the telecast. We saw them go back to the airing of the national anthem. We saw them for the first time in 13 years, 12 or 13 years, go back to the presentation of the starting lineups by the respective PA announcers. Fans seem to really like that. They addressed the on-court graphics, at least in a digital way. I'm wondering if this thinking carries over, because I got to tell you that the vitriol and criticism being lobbed at ESPN for a lot of their broadcast, whether it was, and look, Doris Burke is a divisive figure. Some love her, some don't. But the quality of the broadcast, the quality of the pregame and halftime shows, you brought up a great point earlier. I mean, Bob Myers was the general manager the last time a key player, a star player, had a catastrophic injury in a playoff, in a finals game. That was Kevin Durant when he was with Golden State. And they chose not to address it at halftime.
No, because Stephen A. Smith chose to turn it into a first take segment and got out over Kendrick Perkins, how annoying he was. And then Bob Myers delivered the line of the night when he said to Stephen A., just because you're yelling doesn't make it true. And listen, it's been a real bad series for Stephen A. Smith. From the solitaire thing, it's to the bloviating. That's not the dignity and the respect you need to give a showcase event like the NBA Finals. You don't turn it in to the Stephen A. Smith Memorial Tournament.
But his fingerprints are on everything they do.
I know.
And again, that's kind of my point. Listening to the fans, they want, with this coming together of the TNT crew, coming into the ESPN family, I don't think they want any part of the ESPN family touching what has been a beloved show for 25 years on TNT. But I don't know. I don't know how much ESPN's listening. I know the NBA is listening. I think also, and made this point too, again, about that injury to Tyrese Halliburton, I think it's the most devastating Game 7 loss in the history of the NBA. Because imagine being a Pacers fan today. You got your guy on the court. Things are starting well. 7 minutes into the game, you lose your star player. You lose Game 7. And then you don't even have the solace in having Tyrese Halliburton next year, probably.
I know.
I'm assuming it's going to be the worst.
Yeah, listen, you made that point earlier today, and when you laid it out, I'm like, I think he's right. At first, I'd like, whoa, that's quite a hefty claim, but you're right. It's bad enough to lose a Game 7 But to lose your star player on a night when he was cooking early and then lose him for next year as well, yeah, there might not be any comp for that.
Yeah, I mean, the Suns lost in Game 6 to the Bucks, and we remember the Devin Booker looking out to the court wistfully and saying, damn, at least they were equipped to run it back next year.
That's
you saw
right.
what they did. They won 64 games. The Pacers aren't even equipped. And the Eastern Conference, woof. It's
rough.
The Cleveland Cavaliers and New York Knicks are licking their chops right now.
Uh-huh.
Maybe Orlando, too. Maybe.
Oh, boy.
That's going to do it for us today. Good show. Thanks to Matt Thomas, Bobby Marks, John Gambadoro for joining us. We are out of here. We'll be back tomorrow morning, bright and early at 6. Wolf and Luke up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Oklahoma City Thunder are your 2025 NBA champions. They beat the Indiana Pacers in a Game 7 last night, 103-91, for OKC's first championship in their history. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was named Finals MVP, and that puts a wrap on the 2025 NBA season. But before yesterday's game, the Phoenix Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. For more on the trade, the Phoenix Suns, and the draft, head to ArizonaSports.com. The Dbacks finished up their series with the Rockies yesterday. They were in search of a sweep but fell short in a 4-2 loss. They'll now head to Chicago for a 3-game series with the White Sox, and first pitch will be at 4:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Oh, what's going on, Luke? How you doing? You have a good weekend?
I did. I had a good weekend. Did
I
you?
had a great weekend.
Oh,
as a matter of fact,
mine was
yes.
better than great, actually. Mine was.
It was better than great?
You said yours was great.
Oh,
so
okay.
I just figured
You just
I'd
didn't
have
want
to
get off on the wrong foot. Is that what you're saying?
Glad you guys have started comparing weekends.
Yes, that's how we're going to begin the show.
Well, you know, it was really, really good because the trade came down on Sunday. And that made it a great weekend, too.
It's there's no more speculation. There's no more wondering where Kevin Durant's going to get traded. There's no more Houston leaking things to reporters that they don't want Kevin Durant and then trading for Kevin Durant. It's over. It's done. The era is over. Wolf, I don't hate the return. I think they definitely could have gotten more, but it is what it is at this point.
Yeah, where do you begin on this? Basinonians, where do you begin? Your thoughts on the Kevin Durant trade. There are two things about this inevitable trade that we always suspected in the Wolfley compound, and the number is 2. Number one, it was always going to be the Houston Rockets, was it not? It was going to be. Follow the truth, Basinonians. Follow the need that was there.
Need to win.
The Houston Rockets needed KD, and you just knew it was always, you felt like it was always going to be the Rockets. Number 2, the trade itself was always going to underwhelm, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You knew that.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got to the point last week, and I know Bill Simmons had thrown it out there, and a couple other people had thrown out a version of it, and you and I had kind of talked to that point. If you could get Jalen Green, the 10th pick, another first, and Jabari Smith, I would have been happy with it. I would have been happy.
I'm there.
They didn't get that additional first. They got 5 seconds, which, okay, I mean, that's not nothing. It's whatever.
True.
I guess maybe you can package those together to move up, or maybe to try. I don't know. You're moving Beal. I mean, you could put a million picks with that. But
the part I can't get past, Wolf, is I don't understand how they couldn't get at least maybe Jabari Smith was too lofty of a goal, although I don't even really know how much Houston's going to be able to use him now. But either him or Tari Eason or Cam Whitmore or Reed Shepherd. I would have just gone to Houston and been like, this deal gets done if you pick one of those four. You can pick whichever one, but put them in there. Whoever would have come out of those four would have meant so much more to Phoenix than they mean to Houston.
Yeah, for me, it's funny. You're focused on that. Jabari Smith Jr. is who I wanted as well.
That's what I wanted.
Jabari Smith Jr. and Jalen Green, those two guys, and the number 10 pick overall, and, first round pick 2027, 2029. You couldn't throw in one of those?
Something, yeah.
One of those. That's what really got me right there, right? You couldn't throw in one of those first-round picks that the Suns actually own.
You walk away from it, it's like if you're a Rockets fan, what are they? I think they're the second favorite now to win the title out of the West. See, I mean, if you're a Rockets fan, you're ecstatic today because you added basically exactly what you need. KD was probably a better fit for them than any team because he can just go be KD, and that's really all they need.
Yeah.
And if you're Houston, you really didn't give up anything you needed. I mean, I was looking through the list of number 10 overall picks the last 10, 15, 20 years. Wolf, there's a couple really good players in there.
Yeah.
Paul George, Mikal Bridges, CJ McCollum.
Mikal Bridges.
But those are about the only three out of the last 20 years.
Mikal Bridges. Okay.
A lot of the guys with the 10th pick don't even play more than a couple years. So it's Houston didn't need that. They don't need Reed Shepherd played 10 minutes in the playoffs. And I think Cam Whitmore played 6. They don't need those guys.
Okay, one of the other things I was looking at as well, Luke, not to ignore your point, but 5 second-round picks. 5 second-round picks. I want to get this.
We own the second round.
Okay, you know what? We do own the second round. There's no doubt about that.
Not if the playoffs.
Here's what you could do. Every one of those 5 picks, you know what I would do? Every one of those 5 picks. I would pick somebody who is freaky long, freaky athletic, and you have no idea. You have absolutely no idea what kind of perimeter player he's going to be. But, man, the one thing you know is he is long, he is freaky, and he is going to give you everything he's got on the defensive end of the floor. And seriously, this is what I'm going to do. And then if you're the Phoenix Suns, just, hey, over the course of those 5 second-round picks, if it doesn't work out, fine. They don't get better. They don't win a championship. Fine. But the one thing I'm doing with those second rounders, man, we're going to take the same guy or I'm going to package them up and try to get something better.
Yeah, I mean, there are interesting things here. Obviously, we'll get deep into all this stuff throughout the show. We got some good guests coming up on the show, too, to talk about this, and we'll get the Houston perspective as well in a little bit. But the thing I keep walking away from is they gave themselves this self-imposed deadline, and then it got out. And so everybody in the league knew. I mean, I tried to look at it from Houston's perspective. If I'm Houston, again, do I need Reed Shepherd? No, I don't. Do I need Cam Whitmore? No. Those guys, I wasn't making those numbers up. They played 6 and 10 minutes total in their playoff series against the Warriors. I would have easily thrown one of them in if it was going to get me the deal for Kevin Durant. But if I'm Houston, I knew the Suns had to make a deal by this specific time. So what was it? You wanted the number 10 pick in the draft. That was more important to you than a first rounder in a year and, say, Cam Whitmore. So they must have somebody at number 10 they really like, or they plan on trying to move up a couple spots and get some. I don't know.
Yeah, but you always knew. You always had the feeling, right, Luke? We talked about this for weeks, literally. Literally for weeks. But you know what? This is Kevin Durant, man. This is Kevin Durant. 26.6 points per game last year. Number 6 in the NBA. Mm-hmm. This is Kevin Durant, one of the greatest offensive players. This is Kevin Durant. We got KD. Are you kidding me? We always knew it was going to underwhelm. We always knew.
Yeah, but we weren't asking for a Desmond Bain return. We weren't being unrealistic. We had already lowered our standards to underwhelming.
Yes, so it is underwhelming. Yet there are things about this trade that I do like. I do like Jalen Green. I do.
I do if they can figure out how to use him with Booker. If they have a way to do that, then I like it.
He might be the most aptly named guy on the Suns roster right now, Jalen Green, because I think that's what he is. I think he's green. He's 23 years old. He's 23 years old. I think he's still going to develop. He's a work in progress right now. By the way, happened to lead the Houston Rockets in points per game.
Yeah.
Jalen Green.
He's definitely my favorite piece of this trade. It's just a matter of can you maximize him with Booker? And that's on Jordan Ott now. You have to figure out a way to do it.
And that is it. That is, if you're not going to move him, and I still think there's a possibility they move him.
You want to do more trade speculation?
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait for it. There's still a possibility they do that. But, this kid led the Rockets, as I said, in scoring. He's 23 years old. And don't at me about his playoff performance. Don't. He's 23 once again. Young and a work in progress, developing. And, oh, by the way, doing it pretty well to score 21 points per game. It's pretty well for a kid who's still making his way. So, to me, I like that. And although, Dylan Brooks, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with it. I don't want to go off on it right now based on
We will. Don't worry.
But he does bring a lot of stuff that I love to this team. A lot of it. A lot of stuff that this team needs. And yet, I'm having a hard time getting over it.
When we come back, well, first of all, if you don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded yet, you should do so now because that way you can get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. Now, when we come back, Kevin Durant's gone. One of the biggest names ever to play for a Valley sports team. So how are we going to remember the Kevin Durant era in Phoenix? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports. Wolf, I got a stat for you when we come back.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a stat or it's a fact, okay?
Okay.
And it's not... I'll just save it. On Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks.
They asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave to them, and here we are.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home and you just move in right away. You don't have to wait around to sell your old place first. You don't have to get caught up in any of that. You just move in right away. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It's the best way to do it. It's much less stressful. Here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedule of a bunch of strangers. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades so once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and then still sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your current home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation and figure out what you're working with. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Arizona sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy. Last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, I do feel like we have to do this. I'm sure somebody else has done it. I didn't really see it anywhere, so I kind of had to piece it together on my own. But now that Kevin Durant has been traded away, here's what the ultimate trade ended up being, okay? When you factor in what they gave up to get him and what they got back for him. You ready for this?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm taking the number 10 pick out because they traded away and got it back. All right, so when I finish this, don't everybody be like, well, they also got the number 10 pick. I'm not counting that because they traded away and got it back. So they ultimately gave up Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, 3 first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and 5 second-round picks. So when you look at it that way, it's one of the more depressing things in the history of basketball. But obviously, you have to try to fix something if you can. And in the moment, they're just trying to fix stuff and move forward.
So that's how you're going to remember the KD era.
No,
is that what you're saying?
I'm going to remember the KD era as one of the weirdest eras in Suns history. Honestly.
Okay. So I thought that stat was going to be the, oh man, this is.
Well, that's kind of the setup.
It defines the KD era for me right there.
If you get making trades like that, like if that was just a straight trade, you make like 1 or 2 of those and you're not going to be a playoff team for 10 years.
Okay. So did you change the show sheet, Rick? Did you change that right there? Or are we talking about the KD era?
Yes, the KD era.
Okay, good. There.
The KD
just wanted
era
to make sure.
is in the middle of that trade.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so
want to make sure that I had that right. For me right now, how are we going to remember the KD era? Underachievement. A team that underachieved. In a word, just underachievement, period. That's how I'm going to remember it. Why? You had so much talent. Oh, my goodness, so much talent. Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, the big three. We had so much talent here for the Phoenix Suns. And they went out and underachieved. That's how I'm going to remember it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way really to remember it. And you're not going to be able to find a better or a more fitting word than underachievement because that's what it was.
Forgettable.
Part of the problem I'm having with it is one of the biggest reasons for the underachievement is still here. You know, like we can debate this forever, and I'm sure Suns fans will to a certain extent. But to me, the bigger issue was Bradley Beal's contract. And that's what put them in this position where I always have and always will believe that is a bigger problem than having Kevin Durant on your team. But I get it. They couldn't move Beal's contract. I sure hope they're still trying to move Beal's contract because there's only so much you can do even with the Kevin Durant trade. If you still have Beal's contract, you're still kind of limited. You're not as limited, certainly, but you're still pretty limited. But to me, It's just confusing. I mean, underachieving is the right word, but confusing. I still go back to that first year when they had KD. They didn't have Beal yet. They had KD, Booker, and Chris Paul and DA, and they were the only team that really even pushed the Nuggets in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they won a first-round series, and they won a couple games against the Nuggets. And I remember the game. I remember being at the game where Booker and Durant both just went off, and even Denver, in the year they won the title, didn't have an answer for that. And once Chris Paul left and Bradley Beal's contract, I'll say his contract, not him, once his contract came in, it was never right.
For me, personally, Basinonians, underachieving is the worst thing that could possibly happen to a human being in regard to him going out and trying to work at whatever it is your hand finds to do. To underachieve is to know that you, as a human being, should have been at this level when you were not at that level. You were below that level. And the question is, why did you not produce to the degree in which you did? This is something that, oh my goodness, I've examined myself over the years over and over and over again, Basinonians, especially when I was playing in the National Football League. No, Marshawn, seriously. You're not going to pause, are you?
And over and over and over and over and over again.
Thank you for pausing right there. I appreciate that. It is. But this was something that, to underachieve to me, was the biggest failure I could have perpetrated on my team and my employer when I was playing in the NFL. You better give all that you have, and if you don't, you are the sorriest. This is something I've told you about before. Every time I took the field, every time I walked in between the white lines, it was, are you tougher than your father? Because we're going to find out right now. And if I didn't go out and ball out and lay it on the line and give everything that I had underachieved. And it was the worst. It was the worst feeling I could have possibly had. And that's why when I look at the Phoenix Suns and use that word, to underachieve, boy, I know that means something different to all of us, but to me, it's the worst thing that could happen to a professional athlete, to be gifted and given this ability and not play up to that ability. And that's exactly what happened to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, last season was the most frustrating Phoenix Suns season I can ever remember. You know, I obviously haven't been around for all of their seasons, but I mean, I was here for the years when that decade that was just a dark decade where, hey, the Suns won 22 games. Next year, hopefully they win 24. But that wasn't, even that low point was not as frustrating as last season because of what you just said. They didn't even really, I mean, they had injuries, but every team has some injuries. But like I look at the Diamondbacks are just getting decimated by injuries. And so you can look at them and say, man, okay, I thought they'd be better, but there's at least a reason, whether it's an excuse or not. But with the Suns, it was like you basically had your guys and you couldn't even make the play-in. I mean, you're talking about the most frustrating season I can remember. Here's Matt Ishbia, by the way, right when the season ended.
Embarrassing season, right? Disappointed, awful. I watch every game like all of you guys do. No one's proud of it. No one's happy with it. From me to the front office, to the coaches, to the players, to the marketing executive, to the security guards. Everyone's disappointed, embarrassed, and it was a failure, right? We struggled. We didn't do a good enough job, and we got to do stuff different and change to be better. So there's no running from that. Obviously, I'm very disappointed. I think all of you guys are. It wasn't fun to watch, right? It wasn't fun to watch our team lose and not compete at the level that we all expected. And so, you know, I'm here for it. I'm here to be accountable, just like, you know, our players, coaches, front office, everyone is too. And so disappointing is the right word. Embarrassing, you can use whatever word you want to use on it, but not happy with the season.
You know, when you think about it, culture, I'm so big on culture. We're all big on culture, aren't we? That's all we talk about is culture, culture, culture. And it's so important. You know what the culture of the big three ended up being for the Phoenix Suns? We're talented. We're talented. That's the culture. We're more talented than you are. We got the big three. We're hyper talented. That was the culture of the Phoenix Suns during the Kevin Durant era. That was it. We're more talented than you, and that's why we're going to win games. Just shows me once again, it's just not about the physical Basinonians. It is about the threefold nature of man: body, soul, and spirit. and you got to have them all.
But the question now is how much of that was Durant? Because you can look at this a lot of different ways, and I know a lot of people do look at this many different ways. I think a lot.
It's all three of them to me, Luke. It's Bradley Beal, it's Kevin Durant, and it's Devin Booker.
Okay. Well, I mean,
It's
they
all
all
of
have
them.
to wear it, but I'm saying in terms of fixing it going forward. Like, to me, the biggest issues last year were Mike Budenholzer, Bradley Beal's contract. Now, Kevin Durant was not a solution.
And no leadership.
The coach may have been telling Devin Booker he couldn't lead.
Yes. Once again, sit down and be quiet if you're telling me not to lead.
Well, he was gone instantly. I mean, he was gone 5 seconds after the season ended. And by all accounts, they wanted to get rid of him earlier. So,
going forward, Devin Booker has got to lead this team, or none of it will work.
But for what I'm saying, to me, the two biggest issues last year, they've gotten rid of one of them. They haven't gotten rid of the other one. I'm not somebody who sees this as, part of what the Suns got was they got rid of Kevin Durant, addition by subtraction. I don't believe that. He wasn't part of the solution. I don't think you get better by giving away 30 points a game unless you're getting pieces back. Now, I do like Jalen Green back. I'm intrigued by the number 10 pick. I think they got stuff back, but I don't think there was any value in getting rid of Durant. It was more getting something back because you have to rebuild. There's value in getting rid of Beal, and they haven't done it yet. So I still think this is only like halfway done. We'll see, I guess. I don't know if they can get rid of Beal. That's kind of my worry here. All right, we come back. The trade's done. Why couldn't the Suns get another piece or two out of it? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday, according to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania, and confirmed by our John Gambadoro. The Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dillon Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Lugan Stort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in the balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Well, you can always watch us live on YouTube now. Streaming there, all the shows are. Wolf, I'm looking through the chat, and there's a lot today.
Really?
it's taking me like the whole break to catch up, but I'll just go at the very top, the very first comment for our show today, okay?
Yeah, okay.
King Nacho, Beal must go.
Beal must go.
That's how it started. There's a lot more in there. People talking about Dillon Brooks, people talking about what you can do with the 10th pick, obviously. Bobby said Wolf is spot on with 3 exclamation points, but I don't know what he was talking, like what he was referring to.
Yes.
So just know at one point you were spot on.
Okay. Well, that's important right there. That's encouraging as well. I just have no idea what the spot on point was.
Well, you celebrate your victories.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So how about this is the biggest thing to me, and I wonder. It's weird. Like some Suns fans are like, I hate this trade. This is awful. This is what are we doing? Like this is, and then there are some that are just like, I'm going to get on board. And there are some that like it for like legitimate reasons. And there are some that are just like, I'm going to get on board no matter what. And I'm really hesitant to do that. I'm going to get on board no matter what thing, because I've done that in the past. Now, different group, obviously. It was not Matt Ishbia. It was not Jordan Ott. This was, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago, where it was like, oh, yeah, okay, we picked Josh Jackson. I'm sure he's going to be amazing. And then, we know how that turned out. And Marquise Griss and all the Dragan Bender. I'm just realizing we're going back to that era, potentially, if they don't get these picks right.
You didn't know if you wanted to. You were like, okay.
I really want to go back there.
Okay, am I going to say Marquise Griss?
I just wonder if they could have gotten another piece from Houston. I'm surprised they didn't, actually. I thought there was, when the trade was initially reported, I was like, I'm missing part of the post.
Well, for me, again, I expected more. I'm with you on this. I thought it was underwhelming, and the reason being is because the Houston Rockets were one of the 3 teams that Kevin Durant said he wanted to go to. And that means, of course, that the Houston Rockets will have Kevin Durant most likely for the next 3 years. Not just 1 year, but the next 3 years. And because of that, you would have liked to have seen a little bit more of a return for the Phoenix Suns. And if you would have told me that Jalen Green and Jabari Smith Jr. were traded, those 2 guys specifically, to the Phoenix Suns, I'd be okay with this. Yeah. I think I'd be okay. Even if you didn't get another first-round pick.
That was the trade where I think everybody wins. Houston wins because, again, they don't really need these guys, especially if they have Durant. They don't really need these guys. So Houston wins, and the Suns win because now you have a couple pieces. Again, you're right. It was always going to be underwhelming. I think you said in your email it was like underwhelming but not discouraging. I think that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I was hoping we weren't going to have to talk ourselves into it. I still feel like I kind of have to talk myself into this. Well, Jalen Green could, and I am intrigued by Jalen Green. The 10th pick, like people are like, oh, it's a lottery pick. It's not really a lottery pick. Like, you already know it's the 10th pick. It's not like you have a chance to win the lottery. You're picking 10th. So you better nail that pick. You cannot mess up that pick. Now, I will say this just to clear this up because I saw this in the chat a little bit too, and maybe I didn't say it quite right. I'm not saying they should have kept Kevin Durant and then signed him to an extension. I understand this trade needed to happen. I just don't think your team gets – there are some people that look at it and say, because you got rid of him, you're automatically better. It's not that. I understand you had to trade him, but I don't think your team is better today because you got rid of him. Maybe it's better because you got pieces back. But I'm not looking at the trade as like, well, they got the number 10 pick and Jalen Green and got rid of Kevin Durant and got Dillon Brooks. I'm not looking at it that way. Don't see it that way.
One of the things I love about this now, if the Suns are in play for the 2025 NBA draft, this is kind of cool, is it not? They are in play for this. I mean, went from absolute garbage to 4 picks in this draft. Now all of a sudden I'm kind of liking that. Don't take Derek Queen though. Okay, please. Can I throw that in there right now? Don't take.
Oh, we're gonna veto picks. Let me throw one out. Don't take Jace Richardson.
Okay.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
All right, that's really
Sparta. If you. Never mind. Just go ahead, Wolf.
Look, I'm just saying, we don't need a hyper-talented player that lacks defensive intensity and doesn't want to work out right now. Don't take
that
Derek
seems like
Queen,
an issue.
Okay?
I'm going to say
he's not a good culture fit. Ron Wolfley estimating.
I'm going to say we don't need another Spartan that's a shooting guard. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
How about there's one guy in this draft that you really can't take. Now, if that's who Derek Queen is, then you're right. They don't need that either. The bigger thing is you better nail that pick. That's the only way this really works is you have to nail the number 10 pick. You have to. No pressure, but you have to.
By the way, Brian, can I talk to you for a minute, Brian? This is really big, and this is going to be the organization's first swing under the new regime right now, and we need to nail the number 10 pick.
You have to.
Okay. Don't get me started on this. Should the Suns really be looking at the number 1 pick like the dude is going to come in here, he's going to change everything? No, of course not.
Well,
But if he wants to, it's okay with us if he does.
What do you think was most important to them in this trade that they got? The number 10 pick or Jalen Green or Dillon Brooks? Because you could have waited
the
through
number
the draft.
10 pick.
Yeah,
it's got to be the number 10 pick.
The fact that they were so adamant that the trade had to be done before Wednesday means it was the number 10 pick because Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks would still have been available on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, and I see 2 different ends of the spectrum here.
Okay.
And yet, to me, I think there was a big part of this where the Phoenix Suns wanted Dillon Brooks. It wasn't just to make the salaries work.
Yeah.
I think a big part of it was I could be dead wrong on this.
No, I think you're right.
But I think there's a big part of it that was like, yeah, we need that guy. That guy is going to be our Jay Crowder. That's who that guy is going to be. Look at Jay Crowder. I love the way Jay Crowder went about his business. I'm just going to do this here quickly, Base Earnings. I love the way that Jay Crowder goes about his business. Jay Crowder was tough. He was physical, yet he was respectful, being tough and physical and going to brawl. That was Jay Crowder. Dylan Brooks is tough, and he's physical, and he plays defense, and he brings intensity. But he instigates stuff, and that's what I don't like. I don't want an instigator. I don't want somebody that's what he does. He feels like that's his role, to go up there and disrespect somebody and do disrespectful things to people and instigate. I don't want that. Why don't you just go out, be tough, be physical, and play hard?
So
just do that.
So you don't want him to call LeBron old in a playoff series?
No. I'm just saying no. I don't want to do that. I don't want to instigate. Yeah, Basinonians, can I tell you something? Okay, when I played the game of football, I would never cheap shot a guy. I promise you, I never cheap shotted a guy in my life. Unless he jigged me in the eye first.
Well,
okay.
The first guy is typically Dylan Brooks.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Don't be the first guy who does it. Don't be the instigator. Don't be that guy. My young crunk brothers, play hard, play tough, play physical. Ugh, give it all you've got. Don't be the guy that's going to cheap shot somebody or instigate stuff, trying to get under his skin. Just get under his skin by being you and competing hard. Don't try to do it and instigate it. It's bull.
The reason I think you're right that they wanted him is Dylan Brooks is like, he's like if AI created the player you go out and add when you're mad. And Matt Ishbia was, I think, rightfully so, clearly mad when this season ended. Like, clearly frustrated, clearly angry, right? Well, when you're angry and frustrated, you go out and you add Dylan Brooks because he's going to start fights and he's going to make life miserable for other teams. And there are parts of his game that I love. There are parts of his game fit exactly what Matt Ishbia said at the end of the season.
Yes.
But there are other parts where, like, I go back and forth on this, Wolf. I feel like in some ways he has more value if you're a playoff team, and the Suns aren't going to be a playoff team almost certainly. He doesn't have as much value if you're playing Memphis on a Tuesday night. But at the same time, in the playoffs, he's also the guy that gets suspended or takes a technical foul at the worst possible time. So
yes.
I don't know. Maybe this is just the right team to have him on.
Listen, play the game to the floor with blood under your nails, not on your knuckles.
All right, so when we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks won the series with the Rockies. Didn't sweep, but they won. Should they be happy with that? We're going to ask Jody Jackson, Diamondbacks broadcaster. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer is calling. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? With temps already soaring, no doubt about it, the best time to start building is right now, brothers, at Presidential Pools and Spas. They're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today. That's right. You can start today, be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer, but the clock is definitely ticking right now. Plus, Presidential Pools, they're offering free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance. Plus, free landscape lighting packages with path lights and uplights as well while supplies last. What you need to do, brothers, is go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Diamondbacks get a series win over the Colorado Rockies. Just a win, not a sweep. They keep going tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. Start of 3 in a row against the White Sox, and then they're back home starting Friday against Miami. Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Hey, guys. Happy Monday to you. I know everyone's abuzz here in the Valley about the KD trade, but, boy, the Diamondbacks are in a pretty crucial stretch right now. And I just want to say, what's up with me? I just was looking at some of the fan voting. Fans, let's go. Eugenio Suarez, in particular, is still in third. He's behind Max Muncy. Come on. This guy needs to be an all-star. Keep the voting going. It goes through Thursday. Sorry for the voting promo here, but I feel the need to really say this. We saw what Gino did over the weekend. So special, 300 homers. He's an amazing guy. So, just keep those votes for Dbacks going. It ends Thursday, the fan part of it. So just a reminder for everybody.
Well, Jody, the Diamondbacks are now 12-7 in the month of June. So, that's obviously above 500. That's pushing you in the right direction. But just 2-1 against the Rockies over the weekend, just 4-2 against the Rockies for the season. I don't know how to process those series against the Rockies because they're wins, but it's like if you can't sweep the Rockies, that means you're going to have to beat somebody much better somewhere else down the line.
Yeah, I think they did okay. I think it probably hurt even more just the Toronto, that one, even that one loss that came earlier with the Shelby Miller, the issue that he had in that inning, which you're so close to winning that game. But yeah, there's no question that I look at the Rockies and I look at Zach Gallen and his inability to perform against the Rockies in the last two times he's, not the last two times. Yeah, I guess it would have been the last two times he's faced them. This team is dealing with so many injuries right now and banged up guys, and yet you've got so many hitters that are so hot with Marte and Suarez. They didn't have Corbin Carroll in the whole series. So I don't know, Luke, I'm not as bothered by it in general. I mean, 3-3 is where you sit right now on this trip. But I do know this. You have the White Sox, you have the Marlins before the Giants come to town. And, I mean, you're right. You just need to play really good baseball. And if you do that, if you execute on most levels here, you should win a lot of these games. I mean, it is a bit disappointing that they weren't. And yesterday was one of those days, Brandon Pfaadt, he's kind of cruising along, and then all of a sudden, gives up a big home run, which we've seen that before. But the numbers for Pfaadt and Gallen continue to be pretty tough on the season overall. And, you're just looking for those two guys to there's no reason why, they're healthy. You're looking for these guys to bounce back. And for Brandon Pfaadt, a lot of times it is just one pitch. But, there's a lot of things that they have to shore up. But I was encouraged by the bullpen. I was encouraged by, 2 games of offense there at Coors yesterday, not good. And I think right now, though, we really need to be concerned with Corbin Carroll and really hoping that, because you already have Gabby out, you have Perdomo playing through injury. I'm really hoping that the MRI that Corbin probably already had this morning in Chicago, hopefully that comes back clean.
Jody, I hate to put you on the spot in this regard. And at the same time, I think we're all looking at Zach Gallen and truly wondering what happened? What has happened to Zach Gallen? Are there any thoughts that you're hearing that are out there? Any hypothesis as to what is wrong with Zach Gallen?
Wolf, it just shows you how hard it is to consistently pitch in this league if you don't have the command that you need, if you're not, and is it overthinking? That's kind of the thing we always come back to with him.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, whether you're overthinking the sequencing or not, should I, if it's going curveball here, or is it going changeup here, is it going fastball here? Regardless of it, you have to not throw pitches that are as hittable as some of those pitches he's throwing. And, I look at the home runs that he gave up. I mean, it is Coors Field, but they were crushed. I mean, they would have been homers, I think. I don't have the stats in front of me or the measurements that would have shown you what other parks it would have been a home run in. But, yeah, these are hard hit balls. And, this is a little bit of something we've seen with him creeping up. And I still think he's way too talented to be giving up the type of numbers that he is right now. So I'm hopeful he can fix it. But, yeah, it's just about executing.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, I want to go back to something you said there about Corbin Carroll, who's getting the MRI today. Originally, like that play sounded horrible when it happened, and then they were like, okay, X-rays are negative, so he should be back here. He should be fine. Well, he hasn't played since last Wednesday, and he's getting the MRI. How concerning is this potentially?
I mean, it's a concern for sure, especially when you have Gabby, who initially everything showed that there was no problem there. It was just swollen, and then you learn on a I believe it was a second MRI that it's a hairline fracture. So with Corbin, he's only had the X-ray, now getting the MRI. And a lot of times with hands, I remember years ago, Aaron Hill, going back, he had a hand issue. He was playing through it. The hand was still puffy. They go back and do the MRI, and yeah, it's a broken hand. So praying that it's not a broken hand. I mean, these guys grind every day. People question the rest that they get and things like that. I'm telling you, a lot of these guys are playing banged up, and that's fine within reason. But if it can be an injury like with Corbin, if it's something where they're worried it could get worse or it's broken, I mean, they have got to hold him out. They did that. And we all know what that would mean, right? With Corbin Carroll being out, none of us want to see that. None of us see this team having the type of success that they want to have the rest of the season, and then in the playoffs, hopefully, or making a playoff run without Corbin Carroll. So I think we're just really hoping that they get good news on that. I will say, just looking at big picture, I mean, what we've seen from Grichuk out there, he's done a nice job. I think he's getting his opportunity. He always, I feel like he wants to play more. He wants to play in the field, and that's great and all. But, I mean, Corbin Carroll's health is so vital to this team.
Jody, who's the one Diamondback you believe more than any other deserves to be an all-star this year?
Gosh, it's tough. So with Perdomo playing with that, I think we were all thinking Perdomo was a sure thing, but with him playing through this injury to his finger, and I give him a ton of credit, it just shows you how much this every day means to these guys, these players, every day that they grind and try to get into a playoff spot and what the season means. His numbers have dipped. So I don't know that, where that stands with Jerry. But look, everyone can go out and vote. I think Suarez is the one. Suarez and Marte have numbers. Marte did miss some time. But Eugenio Suarez leads baseball in RBI. I mean, unless something crazy changed yesterday. I mean, he's incredible. We've watched him. We see him swing the bat. I mean, no one does it quite like him. I know there's a lot of power hitters in this league, but he just has such raw power, and, he does a very nice job over there at third base. To me, he's a slam dunk for the All-Star game. But, there's a lot of guys that can really garner votes in my mind for this team that are doing a good job out there. But, if he doesn't make the team, I just would be crushed. I just think that would be such a bad look.
Yeah, 4th overall Major League Baseball in home runs and number 1 in RBIs, like you said, Jody. Jody, thank you so much for the time. We'll talk to you again after this White Sox series, all right?
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there as the Diamondbacks get set for 3 against the White Sox. So, Wolf, they're 3-3 on this road trip right now, which is fine because Toronto's not a bad team. But that stretch that I think we had the Arizona Sports poll question last week of what do you expect out of these next 9 games? That started on Friday. Right now they're 2-1 in those 9. They got 3 against the White Sox coming up. They got 3 against the Marlins coming up. You really have to go at least 6-3 in the stretch, and probably a little bit better if you can. Because
just win the series at this point.
Yeah, if you win each series,
that's
6-3. But I mean, you can't have any slip ups. It was kind of disappointing they couldn't just sweep Colorado yesterday. All right, we come back. Now that the trade is done, what is the most important piece the Suns got back in that deal for Kevin Durant yesterday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona Sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
What if we get the same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday, according to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania, and confirmed by our John Gambadoro. The Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies yesterday, tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by YRefy. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefy. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The heavy lifting for the Suns begins following the Kevin Durant trade, Dan Bickley writes. Suns have intriguing options with the number 10 pick that could flip their trajectory. And our Kellen Olson says the Suns were out-leveraged in the Durant trade talks. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by YRefy.
Yeah, quick turnaround here for the draft. Obviously, it's on Wednesday. So now all of a sudden the Suns are picking twice in the first round, number 10 and number 29. Obviously, Wolf, you and I were looking at the draft order during the break, and Oklahoma City's got a couple of first-round picks because obviously the Thunder need more players, right?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Good for them.
Can I also say, I am a little shocked that the trade happened over the weekend and didn't happen leading right up to the draft. I am a little shocked.
Because you think they could have waited till Tuesday, or because you're surprised it happened the day of Game 7 of the NBA Finals? Because I'm surprised Adam Silver even allowed that.
Yeah, both, I would say. Again, okay, hey, listen, guys, time is ticking here. The clock is running out. Push it right up to the NBA draft. That, to me, is what I thought was going to happen. And it did not. Now, maybe it was because they set their own timeline, and I also thought to myself, the Suns, this is really smart. This is why they're going to move Jalen Green. They're going to move him. And Luke was talking about this last week, as a matter of fact.
Wednesday.
Moving Jalen Green. Yeah, they're going to acquire him so they can move him before the draft. That's what I thought was going to happen. Now, John Gambadoro, of course, our own Gambo, says that is not going to be the case. Yet at the same time, I thought that's why they made the move over the weekend.
Here's Gambo this morning. He was on with Bickley and Murata.
No, I think they're going to keep him, Bick. I really do. This is based on what I'm hearing. I think, the plan is to keep him and keep Dylan Brooks. What I'll say about Green is, look, he's a great scorer. He's a great scorer. He's a young kid, and the Suns got 2 starters from a team that was number 2 in the West.
Jalen Green, he's played 4 years in the NBA, okay? Number 2 overall pick in 2021. He's 23 years old. He'll be 23 when the season starts. Doesn't turn 24 until February. His career average points per game is over 20.1 points per game. So they got a scorer.
Yeah.
Now, there are other parts of his game that are missing or still evolving. I guess that's really the big question. And then obviously the biggest question is, does he fit out there with Devin Booker? Can you find a way to do that where you're maximizing both of their value? Book's going to maximize his value either way, but can Jalen Green be as valuable to the Suns as he would be to another team? This is one of the things that I don't know, Wolf, I've really come to appreciate over however long of doing this job and covering teams closely. Basketball players have to fit together. Like, I know that sounds elementary, and I know we all realize that when we're playing basketball when we're 16 or whatever, but at the NBA level, it's just so much more heightened. You can't just have a fantasy team. The guys have to fit together right. And I'm not even just saying that because of what we just watched with the Suns. I just mean in general across the league, you will see teams you're like, yeah, but those players don't fit together. So hopefully Jalen Green fits with Devin Booker.
Yeah, you see all the jokes, of course, that are out there on the internet right now about the Suns having a shooting guard. Boy, they need shooting guards. They've got shooting guards. Are you kidding me? They're inundated with shooting guards. All of the jokes out there. Let's see, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, and Jalen Green.
And Grayson Allen.
Yeah, they are absolutely inundated with it right now. Jalen Green is very interesting to me, because he did lead the Houston Rockets, as you said. The number 2 seed in the Western Conference, Houston Rockets, led them in scoring and has always been a very good scorer of the basketball. He just seems to be the same guy as Devin Booker. That's what you get this feel when you watch him play. He's a guy who's going to try on the defensive end of the floor. He does try on the defensive end of the floor. So does Devin Booker, no doubt about it. Yet their offensive capabilities seem very, very similar. And because of that, it's almost a guarantee that Bradley Beal, when you throw him into the equation right now, and I think Gambo's been really pretty consistent on this, saying that there is no way that Bradley Beal is going to be a Sun coming up. And I think the acquisition of Jalen Green confirms that.
I mean, they only control this so much, though. Like, there's a way Bradley Beal's back next year, just collecting money and not playing. I don't know. That's feels like the other shoe that needs to drop. But if he doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to. Here's Tim McMahon on the Hoop Collective yesterday talking about Jalen Green's role.
I mean, listen, Jalen Green is a complete overlap in terms of talent, in terms of skill set, I should say, with Devin Booker and Bradley Beal. Like, he's a total, like, he does not fit. You know, they've got to try to figure out a way to reroute him. Obviously, they'd like to reroute Bradley Beal. Good luck with all that. That doesn't make sense. Brooks, I think you can argue, is what they need. They need toughness. They need defense. They need gritty role players around Devin Booker. But Green doesn't fit there. Green's in this deal because of the salary.
Here's Tim Bontemps' same podcast.
I'd be trying to reroute Dillon Brooks for stuff. I'd be trying to reroute Jalen Green for stuff. I'd be trying to start that process to have some stuff to build around Devin Booker going forward.
Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal.
Grayson Allen's on a bad contract. I don't think they're getting anything for him. Royce O'Neal is a guy that you could maybe turn into stuff. But this is what the Suns have to start doing. They have to start digging.
When you said digging, describe that for me a little bit. What do you mean? Define digging. Are you talking about digging as in we're going to go out there and we're going to uncover all sorts of people and all sorts of deals that nobody ever thought would be possible? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying they're going to have to go to work and restart everything?
This is, again, the conversation.
And that's the feeling I get. The
conversation that has come up a lot, not just on the show, but certainly on the show. And you've said this in the past, Wolf, just in general, not about the Suns, but the GM right now for the Suns is the most important guy there is. You just had to trade Kevin Durant. That's one of the biggest names to ever be traded off a Valley sports team. Did you get enough of a return? We'll see, I guess. And you have to nail the draft. Because why do you say we'll see? Because you don't believe it's done? You don't believe it's over right now? I want to see with this number 10 pick that they basically made the centerpiece of the trade. This guy needs to be an all-star, basically. Or he at least needs to be a guy that you have to get a guy with the 10th pick that is on this team in 5 years. How's that?
Okay.
Doesn't have to be an all-star, but he needs to play a significant role.
Yes. Okay. He needs to join Ryan Dunn. And Oso Iguodaro.
Yeah.
I think Oso, seriously, once again, I can't wait to see how he develops. Now, again, I realize he's not a perimeter guy, but he is a long, athletic dude. And that's exactly what they're looking for, who can play defense as well.
It is tough to look at what the Suns have right now, where it does feel like the roster is like 5 shooting guards and a bunch of guys that aren't signed, after watching Oklahoma City play basketball last night. And you're like, they have 12 different guys that can all do like 3 or 4 different jobs really well, and all the puzzle pieces fit together perfectly. And it's just like, man, I know that's the extreme, but this I had this thought driving in here this morning, Wolf, like this needs to be the low point for the Suns. I don't mean in franchise history, but I mean like this right now. Like it needs to start working up from here.
Your call's next. Is this the low point?
Is this the low point? Low point radio all day. When we come back, what's next for the Suns now that this trade is over? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, now through November, I've been telling you about this, but this is what All Pro Shade Concepts, they want you to know. Now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. Yes, Shoes for Soldiers, man. Text SHOES to 620-620. The word shoes to 620-620, Basinonians, and they're going to donate a pair of Shoes for Soldiers. They came out to the Wolfley compound, All Pro Shade Concepts, and they advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And as I've told you many, many times, it's one of the best things that we did, Basinonians. All Pro Shade Concepts, they told us what we needed and what we didn't need and what our options were. Text SHOES. That's right, shoes to 620-620. Shoes for Soldiers. Text SHOES to 620-620.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Arizona sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf. Well, the next logical question here for the Phoenix Suns is what is next for this team. By the way, it is official. Tyrese Halliburton torn Achilles. That's
there it is. Yeah,
across the screen. So, boy, that was a brutal end to that series.
I just feel so bad for Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah. I really do. And you know, based on things I tweeted out as soon as I saw it. Oh boy, he tore his Achilles. Did you see that? You could see the thing rupture in his calf. And I tweeted as soon as it happened. And then I took it down. What a jerk, I thought to myself. I'm just being honest with you. This is me. Once again, sliding myself under the microscope.
Calling yourself a jerk.
What a jerk. You're going to sit there. Oh, did you see his Achilles died when it was stuck there? Tweet it out. Be the first one. Did you see that? Tore his Achilles. And then I deleted it because I felt like a jerk. And, but you could see it. And who cares about being right about something that everybody could see, right?
No,
Right?
It's I don't know. I was talking about this with some people last night. We were watching the game, and it's just like, if you're Tyrese Halliburton, and he had a quote, I think it was before Game 6, where he was just like, I gotta, I know the risks. I got a calf injury. I know the risks, but it's the NBA Finals. I'm going to play.
I know.
And we were talking about this, it's just like, you're going to play. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't not play. I first of all, just as a competitor, you're going to play. Like it's that simple. It's Game 7 of the NBA Finals. Who knows if you're going to be back here again soon or ever? You're absolutely going to play. Anybody with a drop of competitive blood in their body is going to play in that situation. But even if for some reason he didn't feel like he should, you still almost don't have a choice. I mean, you're never going to hear the end of it. Oh, game 7, what, your calf hurt a little bit? So he is in like a no-win situation, and then the worst case happens, and everybody's watching, and it's just like, man, this is for him gutting it out and playing. And he also, he had 9 points like the first couple minutes, like he was playing well. Even if they're not going to win, fine, but he shouldn't. His season shouldn't end like that. That's just brutal. And now next season is probably out.
I know. Tell me you didn't want the Pacers to win that game.
I did at that point. Yeah.
At that point in time, yes. A neutral viewer, of course, of Game 7. It was just awesome to let it come to you and just watch it. What a great first half. It truly was. What a great game it was. And then it got a little sideways. Mm-hmm. But you could see the Pacers, they were desperate, especially in that first half. They knew it. You could see the panic almost. We just lost our best basketball player, and he's gone. And we know he's not coming back in the second half. And the intensity immediately that'll be manufactured because of that. Not just Game 7, but now the desperation of, you just lost your best player. What are you going to do about it? Every one of us has got to up our game, and you could see it. And in the end, though, and my old coach came to mind. My old coach always used to say, in the end, talent wins. And that's what happened.
Well, there was a stretch of the game that was like 12, 13 minutes long where TJ McConnell was the only Pacer scoring.
Oh, my goodness.
Which is entertaining and good for TJ McConnell, but that's probably not a recipe to winning Game 7 if TJ McConnell's the only guy scoring for basically an entire quarter of the game. All right, so back to the Suns and what is next. I do want to play this cut real quick. Stephen A. Smith yesterday talking about a team that was supposed to get KD, and they were not willing to pay even enough to outbid Houston. Here's Stephen A. talking about the Heat.
You're the Miami Heat and you're bidding. You've got Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. How do you not give up Jaime Jaquez and Highsmith and these guys for Kevin Durant?
Those guys wanted Kevin Durant.
Yes,
Miami
they did.
well.
I know they wanted him, but I'm saying you got to give up some of those pieces because of Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo. If you had Kevin Durant with them, think about how your chances are in Miami.
I mean, I might not say it the exact same way as Stephen A., but he's right, isn't he? You're going to just now burn through these years of Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. Like, if you want Kevin Durant, you have to give up something. I don't feel like Houston gave up enough, but they at least gave up something. Miami is in a conference where Jason Tatum's probably out for the year. Tyrese Halliburton's probably out for the year. There is no clear-cut favorite anymore.
Boy, that's a good point.
If you add Kevin Durant, you're one of the one or two favorites in the Eastern Conference, and they weren't willing to part with Khalil Ware or Jaime Jaquez. Like, I like those guys, but come on. Like, at a certain point, you're being ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. I don't understand some of this, but I also think there are a lot of general managers that might be out there that wonder what kind of chemistry KD is going to bring with him. There's now two teams, the Brooklyn Nets, of course, and the Phoenix Suns, where they have underachieved.
Yeah.
Both those teams, based on their roster, has underachieved. And I'm just wondering if now they're starting to put it together. One's a point, two's a trend, three's a pattern.
But that's fair, but then why even be interested? Like, by all accounts, Miami wanted him. They just weren't willing to give up anything.
Exactly. You're just not going to give up a lot to get him because three's a pattern.
That is the team maybe of all of them. And I think it would have been Houston if they didn't get him. We've talked about this. Like, it made the most sense for Houston to get him. But, next season's going to go. The Rockets are probably going to be really good. They may very well make a deep playoff run. I don't know that San Antonio is going to be like, oh, man, we should have kicked in more for Kevin Durant. I think San Antonio's got their own thing going on. I think the Knicks have their own thing going on because they're trying to retain the players they have. Miami's going to be the team that's like, oh, look, there's no great team in the Eastern Conference. We could probably be like at least in the Eastern Conference Finals, and we wouldn't give up Jaime Jaquez or Khalil Ware. It's like, all right. At a certain point, how much do you overvalue what you already have,
Yeah.
As far as what the Suns do next, Wolf, I'm going to read off some of these 10th overall picks just as a reference point for people out there. These are the guys that went. There's a couple real interesting names here, actually. The more I look at this, these are guys that went with the 10th overall pick over the last. I don't know. You just tell me when to stop. Okay, I'll just start working backwards from last year. Cody Williams, Cason Wallace, Johnny Davis, Zaire Williams, Jalen Smith. Remember him?
Yes.
Cam Reddish, Mikal Bridges. Remember him?
Mikal Bridges.
Zach Collins, Thon Maker, Justice Winslow, Alfred Payton. Remember him?
Yeah.
C.J. McCollum, Austin Rivers.
C.J. McCollum.
That's a pretty good player. Austin Rivers was 2012. Jimmer Fredette, 2011. Paul George, 2010.
Paul George, okay.
But
so what you're saying is it can happen.
It can.
You can get a difference maker at 10.
Far from a lock, but you can.
Far from a lock.
I just wanted to throw this other name out, and I know this is a long time ago now, but Joe Johnson, remember 2001?
Yeah.
Joe Johnson was the 10th overall pick. There are some there are players, oddly enough, with ties to the Suns that have been notable, number 10 overall. But, you didn't trade for the 3rd pick in the draft. You traded for the 10th pick in the draft. There is probably a 50-50 chance this guy is something or isn't something.
Yeah, no, you're right. What do you bring up the draft? What do you think they are looking at? What do you think the Suns are saying? That number 10 pick right now. Who do you think they'd be eyeballing?
Just please somebody in the front court.
Somebody in the front. Yeah, exactly. They need size overall. They need length and athleticism on the perimeter. To me.
I've looked at a couple mock drafts today. I've seen Colin Murray Boyles, power forward from South Carolina. I've seen.
I like Colin Murray Boyles.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
It would make sense.
Yeah, I like him. I don't like him as much as I like Carter Bryant.
I've seen him too.
I like Carter Bryant a lot from the U of A, of course.
Yeah. I've seen Malwalk there for at least available, the center from Duke. That it's at least been. He's been there. I haven't seen him mocked to the Suns very often, actually. I saw him mocked to Houston when they had the pick. They got to go front court. I mean, I make the Jace Richardson joke, and if it's not a joke, if they really take another shooting guard and another guy from Michigan State with the 10th pick in the draft, I'm going to lose my mind, and I think most Suns fans will. But I have to think, especially because he's a shooting guard, they can cross him off their board now, right?
Yes.
He's the only Michigan State prospect really in the draft.
Yes.
They're going to have to cross him off the board. They cannot draft another shooting guard.
Yeah. Carter Bryant, by the way, again, he's unpolished, but has a proclivity for shooting the basketball and shooting threes. He shows a little bit of talent there and playing with some two-way intensity as well, which is what I love. He's long. He's athletic. I think he could be an excellent wing in the basketball universe, but, you never know how these guys pan out in the end.
Do you think they have a guy that they really liked, and that's why they were so intent on getting a pick in this draft? Or are they just like, we need picks?
I think we need picks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hoping it would be the former, that they have a player they really like that they think will be there at 10.
Yeah.
But, they need the picks too. All right, we come back. What does John Bloom think of the deal yesterday and the direction of the Phoenix Suns now? We're going to ask the voice of the Suns. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Listen, Trajan Wealth, they understand that the concerns can arise during times of increased market volatility. Yeah, oh my goodness. They also understand the importance of portfolios focused on capital preservation, growth, and low-cost investment options. One of the reasons why I had to give Trajan Wealth a call today to discuss the options to mitigate that risk. Would you like peace of mind in your investment portfolio? I know we did. How about starting with a second opinion? Call Trajan Wealth today to get a complimentary introductory meeting to learn more. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
At QC Kinetics, we're all about keeping you in the game, helping you get lasting relief from joint pain. That's why we're excited to announce that QC Kinetics is now partnering with the National Pickleball League. So many of our satisfied patients are avid pickleball players, and they're thrilled with how we've helped them get back on the court. As lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League, we're committed to help pickleball fans of all ages with the latest, most advanced regenerative cell treatments. These treatments use your body's own healing power, revitalizing and restoring damaged joint tissue the natural way, with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. Whether you're a pickleball fanatic or enjoy golf or running or tennis, stay in the game with help from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics, proud to promote active, pain-free living as a lead sponsor of the National Pickleball League. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday, according to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania, and confirmed by our John Gambadoro. The Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dillon Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies last night, tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pull-up jumper at the buzzer. He got it! Kevin Durant! How about 52 for Devin Booker?
This is a dream job. I now have my dream job.
He's going to fade from 3 and knock it down! My! If he can make it there, he can make it anywhere!
Voice of the Suns, John Bloom, joins Wolf and Luke to talk Phoenix Suns. Now.
All right, let's get some perspective on where the Suns are right now after this trade yesterday, Wolf, with the draft coming up on Wednesday. And by the way, we're going to talk to Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle, who covers the Rockets. That's next segment. So we're going to go Suns perspective, Rockets perspective here now over the next 2 segments. Bloomers on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, John?
What's up, fellas? It's been a while. Good to hear you guys. Good to talk to you, and I'm looking forward to hearing what Danielle has to say as well. You might as well just put me on hold for that one. But look, this is wild. We knew kind of something was going to be coming. We knew this offseason was going to be a roller coaster ride, and I think we just went on one of the first dips. But I think there's probably a bunch of twists and turns, and maybe even an upside down ahead of us.
Bloomer, we're in the moment right now, and especially yesterday, and like you said, everybody knew some trade was coming here at some point, so it wasn't like shocking when it happened yesterday. But if you zoom out, I mean, this is a trade we're going to be talking about for years and years. This is one of the biggest trades the Suns have ever made when you consider who they are shipping out. So when you see what they got in return yesterday and what they moved out, what do you think it means for this team now going forward, not only this upcoming season, but just beyond?
Well, I just think about the ride that we've all been on, Luke, because, before KD even got to the Valley, there was all the rumors. Remember that? Months and months of talk of whether the Suns were going to make a big move that offseason, and sure enough, you had the change in ownership, and immediately you had the deal. And so here's the ride that we went on with Kevin Durant. I prefer to look at a lot of the positives and the fact that we did get to see one of the greatest of all time in a Suns uniform for a few seasons, and I was fortunate enough to get to call his games and see some of the most amazing things I've seen a dude do on the basketball court, especially when you consider his experience level, his age, all that stuff wrapped into it. Did they win the games the amount that we all expected when we started this ride? No chance. I don't think anybody would have ever thought that they would not only, not finish over 500 in this last season, but even get into the top 10 and miss the play-in tournament. It was an absolute failure of monumental proportions. I think we could all agree on that. So that's the sour taste left in our mouth. And I think as that went down, as the season ended, and then as everything's transpired since, the feeling was that the trade was likely going to happen. And so then you start to think, what can you get back? How can you rebuild when you do get rid of one of the best to ever play basketball? You're not going to get one of the best to ever play basketball in return. We knew that. But you did get a bright young player in Jalen Green. I've heard you guys talk about it. I've listened to a lot of other people's thoughts. I certainly have my own. I think he's dynamic. I think he's energetic. I think there's a chance that he could grow into something he is not yet, but I think you also have seen a certain amount of, let's just say, efficiency or lack thereof from his shot that makes you think that might be who he is. So maybe the volume of shots comes down with his next stop, whether it's with the Phoenix Suns or if they do move him somewhere else, and maybe he does shift into a different type of player. But there's a lot of dynamic to his game that I think is exciting if you're a Suns fan. And then as far as Dillon Brooks is concerned, we all know his track record. But the one thing I thought a lot about with these two guys, and then I'll let you get into it, Wolf, here, is, they both represented their country. And I don't take that lightly. All right. For Jalen, it was as a junior, but he even won an MVP award with a FIBA competition, winning a gold medal with the United States in a junior level. And Dillon Brooks is representing Canada, and they've obviously made massive strides with their basketball program. A lot of that goes to our guy, Steve Nash, and everything else. And their MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, their star, but Dillon Brooks a big part of that team. So those are two positives when I look at how you're trying to grow a team and build a team. When you have guys with that level of experience, I think that can only help.
Johnny, when you consider the Kevin Durant market that was out there, are you surprised that the market was as soft as it was?
Well, it's hard for me to say, Wolf, without having all of the offers in front of me. I never really get the type of information that our guy Gambo is the best at uncovering, and so that's really where I hear it is from Johnny. I hear it from the breaking news on Arizona Sports and from John Gambadoro letting me know kind of what the other teams that were interested were doing. I guess to a certain extent I am, Wolf, that maybe there wasn't that offer they couldn't refuse. But I have a feeling that was maybe squelched by the fact that the Suns agreed to let KD and his business partners get involved in this whole thing. And I'm not mad at that. I think that's a business decision. if you will. You make a business decision thinking that if we are going to work with a superstar like Kevin Durant, hopefully the rest of the league and future superstars see how we acted in this manner, and they want to come play for us as well. Maybe that factored in, maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm speaking out of left field, but that's just my take on it. And I think that maybe you would have gotten some bigger offers if there wasn't a limitation to where KD wanted to go play.
We're talking to John Bloom. Bloomer, where do you think this went wrong, the whole Durant experiment? And I really think, I mean, Wolf and I have been talking about this. I'm sure you have thoughts on it too. To me, it's more Bradley Beal's contract than just Kevin Durant. But obviously, the whole era didn't work. But I still go back to that Game 3 against the Nuggets, his first half season here, where he and Booker combined for 86 points on 57% shooting, and they beat the Nuggets, and they were actually pushing the eventual champions pretty hard in that series. And you're like, this is the start of something great. And then all of a sudden, they just never won any more playoff games after that series.
No, it's a great call to go back to that moment, too, Luke, because that might have been the hype, because they did push the Nuggets more than any other team did that year. And when the Nuggets hoisted the trophy, and actually, if you went and interviewed, whether it was Joker or anybody else involved in that, they probably would agree that, look, it was KD and Book that gave him the biggest challenge. Where did it go wrong? That's it's got to be so layered and so many different things, and many of which probably are beyond my recognition at this point. I saw what you saw on the basketball court. I saw a little bit extra, maybe at practices that I attended and on buses and planes and so forth. I didn't see any of the rigmarole that's come out in the last few days about fistfights and stuff like that. I don't think it ever got as bad as maybe some people are trying to make it seem like it was. At least it didn't to us and those of us even in the traveling group with the team. So, I think there's going to be probably more that comes out about maybe the disharmony, if that's a word, on the basketball court more than anything. I'm going to say that it just didn't work basketball-wise, and that's a combination of factors. Obviously, coaching has been to blame because they've continued to go through coaches, and now Jordan Ott has his work cut out for him because he's going to have to put this roster together in the best way possible, whatever the roster is given to him, and that's still a long way from being finished. That was the thing. I was having this conversation last night, and I was getting asked, what do you think of the team now that the trade's done? And I was like, I think there's so much more left to be done. It's hard for me to evaluate what this team is going to be because there's probably half the roster still yet to be constructed, right?
So yeah, Johnny. So I was just going to ask you, do you think they're done, though, in terms of making moves right now?
I would guess no. Okay. That's a guess. Right. That there's going to be, I think there's going to be more changes. You've got a stockpile of a certain position on your roster. Everybody knows it. It's shooting guard. And so if there are teams that are looking for shooting guards right now, then Brian Gregory's going to get some phone calls, all right? That's going to be team number one.
And Johnny, we're talking about before the draft, right? You're talking about that.
Absolutely.
Yes, right.
Yeah, because I think now's a chance where teams can use assets that they've built up in order to get a player or, either whether it's a veteran player or you're going to move around and change picks. And that's an option for the Suns, too. Now that they have another first-round pick, you've got two in both rounds. You're probably not going to get four rookies from the draft onto your roster. That's just rare that you see a team draft four guys and all four guys are on the roster when they start that next season. So if that's the case and you don't feel like you're getting four, well, maybe you do a draft and stash where you take somebody from Europe that's not going to come overseas for a couple of years. That's always an option, although it seems to be less and less over the last few years. Or you could trade one of those picks or two of those picks, move up, or go up and get a veteran player to fill a need, which right now they're going to need front court guys, and I think we all know that.
Bloomer, I just looked up Disharmony. It's the name of Wolf's band back in high school. So there. I don't know if it's a word,
Ooh,
but it's that.
I would have been first row before he even set up, like before the roadies got there. I would have been there to see Disharmony starring Ron Wolfley.
To see Wolf play
the first song I'd like to do for you is off my 72 album.
Bloomer, thanks so much, man. We'll talk to you again soon.
Just so you know, my band, which is yet to be formed, but we're taking applications, is called Irrational Confidence.
Oh, nice.
Irrational Confidence, and the nickname is Icon. I-Con.
I love it.
It's coming soon.
Johnny.
Perfect.
That's so good. Thank you.
That's John Bloom joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Hey, app users, update your Arizona Sports app now for the latest upgrades to your streaming videos, podcasts, and news experience. When we come back, all right, what exactly are the Suns getting in Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green? We're going to ask Houston Chronicle Rockets reporter Danielle Lerner. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. Would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the July 4th Dbacks game against Kansas City, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Best and data rates may apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Arizona sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, Wolf, we can sit here and speculate if the Suns got enough or what they got in this trade yesterday, certainly what they can do with the number 10 overall pick. Or we can just talk to somebody who knows a lot about Jalen Green and Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
So let's do that, okay?
Okay.
Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle. She covers the Rockets. She joins us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. So, Danielle, first of all, thank you for the time. How's it going? What's the reaction in Houston to this trade?
Thanks for having me, guys. Honestly, I think it's a little bit mixed right now because people are happy that the Rockets did something, especially after they did nothing at the trade deadline this year. And then people kind of considered the first round playoff series loss to the Warriors to be disappointing. So I think a lot of people just wanted to see the front office make some moves. But I think a lot of people also were very attached to Jalen Green being, one of the faces of the rebuild here for the last 4 years, and also have questions about the long term with Durant just based on his age and potential longevity in the league.
Danielle, what can you tell us about Jalen Green?
I think he's a much better player now than he even was last season. He really, really improved a lot this last season, especially defensively. He used to really be a liability on that end of the floor, both him and Alperen Şengün. And this season alone, he had the best defensive rating of his career thus far. He had the best offensive rating of his career, and that was even with his usage rate decreasing because they had the ball a lot more in Amen Thompson's hands, in Fred VanVleet's hands. But Jalen also did have to handle the ball significantly more this year than he had in the past, particularly when Fred was injured for a long stretch in February. And he got way better at playmaking, and he got way better at not forcing his shot. There were a lot of times early in the season, and I think this is kind of what led to him being streaky and inconsistent, where he felt like he had to be that guy, which he did. The Rockets were asking him to be that guy. But as a result, he would force a lot of things. And now you see him being a little bit more patient, waiting for his spots, passing the ball and playmaking a lot more. So I do think that he is on the rise trajectory-wise, but obviously there were some questions about how he performed on the playoff stage for the first time in his career.
We're talking to Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle. That's kind of where I was going to go next, Danielle. From the outside looking in, Jalen Green's a guy that he's a career 20-plus points per game guy. He's still so young. He's number 2 overall pick just a couple years ago. And yet everything we heard, even leading up to the trade, it was that Jalen Green was always going to be included. Like, Houston didn't seem to have much hesitation about moving him. Is that because of the playoffs? Is that because of salary? Like, why do you think they were so willing and almost, it seemed, determined to move him?
I don't think they were determined to move him. I think they honestly would have kept him if they could. Obviously, right? No one wants to give up more than they have to in any sort of deal. But there's a reason that when they gave extensions to Jalen and Alpi last offseason, they structured Jalen's the way that they did, where it was much more conducive to using him as a trade piece. Şengün got a 5-year deal, Jalen got a 3-year deal. So I think that they were always cautiously optimistic that he would grow into being able to be that guy on the biggest stage. And I don't think the playoffs alone were the reason why he got shipped out. That is not how Rafael Stone works. He comes from a very analytical legal background. He does not take small sample sizes and make decisions based off of that alone. So he's much more likely to examine a season as a whole, multiple seasons as a whole. And I think they just felt that obviously the offense was the thing that was most detrimental to them, improving more this season. And Jalen didn't have the amount of upside on defense, which is really what Ime Udoka is all about, to kind of offset. They felt like they had been patient with him for 4 years and let him develop. And I think if there's a chance to go get a guy who has already proven he can do that, like Kevin Durant, they're willing to part with Jalen in that situation.
What can you tell us, Danielle, about Dillon Brooks? There's so much about him as a person, as a player, and how he competes. What can you tell us about Dillon Brooks?
I mean, as much as he was a tone setter on the floor just for what he could do defensively, he was also really a tone setter for the Rockets in the locker room. A lot of people look at the Rockets and say, oh, Fred VanVleet obviously was, one of the leaders. And Dillon Brooks played that same role. He wasn't always necessarily as loud about it, but he was that guy who everyone respected, everyone looked to because he's been in those playoff battles. He's been on really, really good defensive teams. He's just kind of been that guy and played that same role for his entire career. And so, I mean, I think defensively is where he was most valuable on the court. He was guarding the opponent's best player every single night. He just is a tough dude. He knows how to get under people's skin. That much is obvious, right? The whole Dylan the villain shtick. It is a shtick. He's very much aware that that's a persona that he's putting on. Such a nice guy and a caring teammate off the court. But he's going to get in your face. He's going to get in opponents' faces. And I think the shooting, too, is something that is really, really valuable. And, the Rockets needed that from him at times. He was by far their best catch-and-shoot option. He shot his best career percentage from three this past season. So he's definitely not a slouch on that end of the floor either. But I think
Danielle,
his most value is with defense.
I'm so sorry to cut you off here. I really am. But you're telling me that Dillon Brooks is a guy that is well regarded and respected inside his locker room?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So he obviously brings a lot more because I can't stand how he competes. He goes about his business where he's instigating a lot of stuff on the floor. That's my take of him, that he is an instigator on the floor as opposed to just going out and bawling out and being respectful to everybody.
Yeah, 100%. He is an instigator. I don't think that he would deny that either, but that's kind of the role that he has to play when he's out there. And he does that so that his teammates don't have to do that necessarily. But that doesn't change how he's perceived by his own teammates. But I totally understand, he's terrible to play against. I would not want to be out there on the other side.
Danielle, I wanted to ask you about one other name before we let you go, just because Jabari Smith Jr.'s name was linked to these conversations, whether it was ever close or not. Is that somebody that Houston would have considered parting ways with, do you think, or do they see him as part of the core moving forward?
No, they really didn't want to part with either Jabari or with Tari Eason. Those two guys are kind of the archetype of the playing style that they've taken on under Ime Udoka, which is it's extremely hard playing, versatile, defense first. And, Jabari, even though he didn't play that much for them in the playoffs, and even though when he was out with a broken hand, he ended up losing his starting spot to Amen Thompson during the regular season, he's one of the most impactful players for them when he's out there. If you look at the minutes that he did play in the playoffs, he was one of their most consistent performers defensively and offensively, especially as they found some success later in the season with that double or triple big lineup where it was Jabari, Steven Adams, and Alperen Şengün. So I think they really want to use him in that lineup a lot more going forward and use his scoring as well.
Well, Danielle, we appreciate
thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. That's Danielle Lerner, Houston Chronicle Rockets reporter, joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line as the Suns and Rockets now are linked for a while, or at least this upcoming season, and hopefully longer if Jalen Green ends up being a building block for the Suns. When we come back, we'll take through the top stories of the day in one place, all of the top stories of the day in one place with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying ported. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Brooks, wing Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies yesterday. Tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Received a new HVAC quote? Send it to State 48 Home Comfort and save up to 20%. Go online to submittosave.com. That's submit, the number 2, save.com.
Arizona Sports,
the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It's noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
What's up, guys? So, Kevin Durant has been traded from the Phoenix Suns to the Houston Rockets. That happened yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. What are your thoughts on the trade and the return the Suns got for KD?
The amount of people that posted, wait, are they really getting Dylan Brooks? And then there was the occasional person who was like, they made sure they got Jalen Green and not Jeff Green, right, from the Rockets. My initial reaction was not bad, all things considered, but it felt like I wasn't joking earlier when I said when I saw the original post, I thought that I had to scroll down to find the one additional piece they were getting. I don't feel like they got quite enough, but at the same time, this is what we expected was like you said, Wolf, kind of an underwhelming return.
Yeah, for me, I felt going into this we were going to get underwhelmed by the trade, and I think the trade itself was a little underwhelming, but it's not a trade that is discouraging to me, as I said. Yeah, you didn't get equal value for KD. We kind of knew you were not going to get equal value for KD. And at the same time, I do like some of the pieces they got from this trade, and we've been talking about it all show long, and we'll continue to talk about it as well.
Sticking with the trade, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and Wolf's going to love this one. What grade do you give the Suns dealing Kevin Durant to the Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in the 2025 NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks? A, B, C, D, or F? Why do we always skip E?
I don't know. F, why would you say anything but a C on this one?
Yeah, I mean, if I could give it a C-, I would. I'm not going to quite give it a D, though. So, because there is one part of this. Like, they lost the leverage game clearly because it seemed like the starting point was Jalen Green and the number 10 pick, and then it never really got bigger than that. I mean, Dylan Brooks is what he is, but I don't think Dylan Brooks is going to be on, like, the next great Suns team. So the leverage game Houston won because the Suns never really got them to add anything. But there is some upside there. More so to me with Jalen Green than the number 10 pick. I think people are treating that like it's gold. Let's see what it is in a year. Let's see what it is on Wednesday night. But, yeah, I guess if I can't go C-, give me C.
Yeah, I'd probably vote C, too. So I'll go with C. And C is leading at 35%. D is in second, 25%. B is third at 19%. F is fourth at 16%. And A is all the way down at 5%. So,
well, I'm going to put that in the positive column right there. It's pretty encouraging.
Not a lot of Fs.
Not a lot of Fs.
The Arizona Diamondbacks took 2 of 3 at the Colorado Rockies over the weekend. How big of a missed opportunity is it that the Dbacks have lost 2 of their 6 games against the Rockies this season?
In the moment, it's like, okay, you won the series, and all you really ultimately are looking to do, philosophically, is stack series wins. But you've lost twice to the Rockies already this season. You're 4-2 against the Rockies. I mean, would you play them 13 times? You need to win like 10, 11, 12, 13 of those games against the Rockies, and you already can't win 12 or 13. So That is the bigger missed opportunity to me than just yesterday. It's the fact that you're 4-2 against one of the worst teams like ever statistically.
Can I just say this, based on earnings? I'm starting to not like the collective personality of this team a little bit. It's starting to bother me. They seem complacent to me. They don't have that killer mentality. They don't have that collective competitive embarrass you in front of your fans mentality, I guess. And based on earnings, love God, love people, but make sure you finish your opponent on the floor when given the opportunity.
Yeah, no, I
make sure you go ahead, whether it's on the field, on the floor, it's on the diamond, whatever it is, when given the opportunity, take care of business. And they don't seem to have that.
It's tough to argue with that when you go back to the San Diego series, and that to me is a success. You win 2 of 3, but like the third game, they just like weren't even there, it felt like. And then, you've won the first 2 against Colorado. This is supposed to be the run. They kept saying this on the TV broadcast on Saturday too. Like, here we go. This is the run. This is where you make your push, where you're 6 games above 500, and then even if you just play 500 ball the rest of the season, you're 6 games above 500 because of this stretch. And they go out there and lose to Colorado. Like, how do you score 2 runs in Coors Field against anybody?
Yeah. The Dbacks start a 3-game series tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. Eduardo Rodriguez starts against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. What do you guys want to see out of Erod tonight?
More of the same.
Yeah, that's it. More of the same.
Consistent. Be more consistent. Doesn't have to be lights out. You go out there and you give your team an opportunity to win a game. That's what I want to see. Erod has got to take that responsibility on himself. Getting paid what he's getting paid, it's not a matter of that. It's got to be about competing and going out and doing your job. And to me, go out and do your job, whatever that may look like. Give your team an opportunity to win the game by you pitching as well as you can. That is what I expect from Erod.
His ERA in June is 2.81 over 3 starts.
Okay.
And so you can go big picture, and this is obviously real too. I mean, these stats don't lie. His ERA for the season is 5.93, but since he came off the injured list, it's 2.81. And I said this at the time, Wolf, if he comes off the injured list and he's still struggling, then it is what it is. If he comes off the injured list and he's suddenly pitching a lot better, which he is, then you wonder if maybe the injury was contributing to some of it this season. I know he wasn't great last year, but he was also hurt last year too, off for a good chunk of the year. So you got to just see more of the same, like you said. If he stacks more of these starts where he's only given up 1 or 2 runs, then he might be turning a corner.
The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Pacers 103-91 in Game 7 after Tyrese Halliburton exited the game early due to what is now being reported as a torn right Achilles. What were your biggest takeaways from Game 7?
Just that, I feel bad for Tyrese Halliburton. You could see the emotion on the Pacers' faces when they lost the game. And look, I get it. It's tough to lose, a championship. But then you're like, okay, but look how close they were. They were leading at halftime somehow, Wolf.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you have that. But then I'm sure in the back of their mind, it's like they're probably not getting back there next year because they are a pretty well-rounded team, but they're not going to have Tyrese Halliburton next season, and I don't know how you make the championship if you're the Pacers without him.
Yeah, first of all, let me just say what a great series. I was just so thankful for the series that we were able to sit and watch 7 games to see how competitive the games were for the most part and how competitive the series was. There's a new king. There's no doubt about it. There's a new king in the NBA. There's a new crown, and the dude walking around in it is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah,
SGA.
Everything you could possibly win.
There is a new superstar, if you will, and this team could be a dynasty for years. We'll see, but what a great series it was overall.
It's another great player from that 2018 draft, too. I mean, he might even be better than Luka at this point. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, all right, trade has happened. What were your initial thoughts when you saw it? And now that the dust has settled for about 24 hours, where are we on it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets. That's according to ESPN.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
In exchange for Durant, Phoenix will receive a package that includes Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this year's draft, and 5 second-round picks.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in the balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
Yeah. On a Monday.
Oh, this like special production on a Monday. You know something big must have happened.
Drop some bars.
It's like Mac Wilson Sr. You drop 18 bars.
Yeah, no, that was so fun. 18 bars. It's like I don't even go to one.
That's for anybody that didn't see the video. The Cardinals on schedule release day were cool enough to send over the shirts, the Mac Wilson 18 bars shirts. But they didn't tell us. They wanted it to be a surprise, right?
Yeah.
So we were filming it live, and we open it up, and it says 18 bars, and Wolf's like, don't you have to go to one bar first?
Okay. All right. Thank you, Luke.
For
I
a man
appreciate you.
who drops a lot of bars.
Yeah, I know. I do. I drop them from time. I'm going to do that the coming weeks here. I got to come up and start dropping some bars again.
You might have to write something about Jalen Green.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to have to do that. The KD trade.
Can they call him JG, or since we already have a JG in town, there can only be one JG?
Yeah, no,
so he's got to be something else. Okay.
So he could be JAG, and we still call him JG, and then you have JG, which is just J and G for Jonathan Gannon.
That hurt my head so much, Rick.
It's not that confusing to understand. Come on.
I'm going to go back and listen to it backwards and see if it makes sense. This is Kevin Durant yesterday with Kay Adams. So Katie found out he got traded at at a promotional event, right? And so Kay Adams talked to him right after. This is what he said.
Fanatics Fest is crazy. If you haven't been here and been tapped in, anything can happen at Fanatics Fest, like me getting traded. But being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
She asked him how much of a hand he had in the trade.
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, they asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave them to them, and here we are.
Yeah, here we are. And, once again, we were talking about this earlier, but it's the truth. Underwhelming, but not discouraging. That's where I'm at right now. It was underwhelming, but I think we all thought it was going to be underwhelming. We all knew that you just weren't going to get equal value for Kevin Durant at this point. It wasn't going to happen. And, I think that is my first takeaway. Mm-hmm. We all thought it was going to be a little underwhelming, and it was.
In the moment, my thought process was, okay, it's Houston, like everybody assumed it would be, even though Houston said they had no interest. Of course, it was Houston, so they were just lying. Much like Miami was lying last year when they said they were never going to trade Jimmy Butler, and then he was gone like a month and a half later. But the second thought I had was, where's the rest of the trade? There's got to be another piece in there. And we just talked to Danielle Lerner, who covers the Rockets for the Houston Chronicle, and she said, they really didn't want to move Jabari Smith Jr. or Tari Eason. And I get that. I wanted Jabari Smith Jr. I think the Suns had killed a lot of their own leverage, honestly, and KD having a say killed some of the leverage too. But I still don't understand why you couldn't get even just Reed Shepherd or Cam Whitmore, somebody else that would help the Suns a lot more than he's going to help the Rockets bench. It almost feels like Houston's trying to gear up for another trade because they really got to keep most of their assets. Like you said, underwhelming, but not totally discouraging. There's probably some lessons to be learned here, though, going forward, if you're going to make a big trade, that maybe not tip your hand when you're going to do it. But also, Wolf, I know a lot of people have said it sounded like they were going to get a lot more if they had completed the trade at the trade deadline. The Suns tried to make the trade at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
I can't fault them for that. They tried to make the trade when there was more
there
out
was
there.
a trade.
Yeah.
The trade was there.
The trade was there.
It was there for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and other pieces.
And other pieces, exactly. Even though I do believe the trade was underwhelming, there are some things that I do like about the trade. I'm not adverse. Jalen Green, this is a guy that I think is developing, a kid that is 23 years old right now, and don't at me about, did you see him in the postseason and how he kind of choked at the, please.
I was just going to at you.
He's 23. He led the Rockets in scoring this season. This is a young guy that could be a two-way player. And we were talking to Danielle earlier, and she was telling us that, hey, this is a kid that got a lot better on the defensive end of the floor. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's upside. I feel a lot better about this than I would have if it was like, hey, the Suns completed a trade for Rudy Gobert. I'm sure there would have been other pieces. I get that. But just in terms of Jalen Green versus Rudy Gobert, Gobert is a known commodity, but he's not really somebody you're building around. And where the Suns are, they've got to be building. Overall, I don't love the trade. I just don't. But where we were on Friday to where we are now, I don't think they dropped off a cliff to make the trade. At the end of the season, I was hoping they could get more than this, but what they have has some upside.
Yes.
So there's, compared to the other deals we were hearing as possibilities, I like this one the most, I guess.
Yeah, and although based on earnings, I said this earlier as well, I'm firmly against the Dillon Brooks acquisition. Dillon Brooks, to me, tries to compete, and he tries to be an instigator to me, and that's what I don't like. Look at he's tough, he's physical. The Suns need tough and physical, and they need leadership as well. I don't know about Dillon Brooks being a leader. I really don't know. Devin Booker has got to be the leader of this team going forward. But to me, I do know that Dillon Brooks plays hard and plays tough and is physical, especially in the defensive end of the floor. There's no denying that. That's what this team needs, a lot of that. And you need players who are going to model that. I understand it. I just don't like the fact that Dillon Brooks has been the instigator on a lot of this. Just go out and be that guy without feeling like you got to jab somebody, metaphorically speaking, in the eye.
Yeah, I mean, we got to just call it like it is. Dillon Brooks is, I'm intrigued by that addition, but he really is he's like the halfway point between the guy you want, like the physical, gritty. He's like the halfway point between that and Patrick Beverley. I mean, there are times where he's Pat Bev. And there are times where he's exactly what you want him to be. And if he leans more towards that gritty, physical, you're not going to push the Suns around anymore, because the Suns were getting pushed around last year, and I think we all got sick of it. If he's that guy, then you want him modeling that behavior to the young team you hope you're building. I don't need the ridiculous stuff that you're talking about. I don't need that to be the Suns' identity.
Yeah, once again, this is critical. If Dillon Brooks is not going to be moved, you're going to bring him into that locker room. Okay, he brings a lot of good stuff with him. There is some stuff I've already said I don't like at all. All of this can go away if Book just becomes the leader of this team, period. And this has been my mantra for 2 years now, Luke? I mean, seriously.
Probably
leadership,
longer.
leadership with Devin Booker. Book is everything you want to build around, provided he accepts the yoke of responsibility and realizes he's got to be the guy. Look, leadership is not rah-rah, Book. Leadership is not yelling at your opponent, Book. You don't do those things anyways, but that's not what it is. Leadership is holding others accountable by holding yourself to a standard you're not going to hold anybody else to.
Well, and
that's what leadership is.
It is suddenly a more, even more relevant point now as you're bringing it up, because you do need to be careful if you're the Suns about which veterans you bring into this locker room. If you're trying to make this where Devin Booker is the leader and we're going to build this team in a certain way, I mean, I just go back to where the Cardinals were a couple years ago. They were very deliberate with who they brought in personality-wise that first year in particular, and who they kept, who they kept around on the team. And, they prioritized keeping Budda Baker around because that's a guy that you want your team to be modeled after. I know basketball's different. The roster's much smaller, but in some ways you could say that makes each guy more impactful. You got to be careful with which vets specifically you bring in.
Yes, absolutely. Leadership is setting the standard for yourself that you are willing to hold everyone else to. And most importantly, your teammates know that you will. And because of that, it brings out that intensity. Accountability is critical.
All right, we come back. The Diamondbacks have won 3 of 4, but the loss was to the Rockies, and it was yesterday. So how are we supposed to feel about that? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
You need to consider the factors here, and you need to understand that the appeal of the Diamondbacks to cities that don't have a baseball team are very, very real, and they will give Ken Kendrick and the Diamondbacks what they're looking for.
They can't play in that ballpark without improvements for very much longer.
We're all biased here. We do not want to lose another sports team, and I do recognize that there are people who do not feel the same way.
Where's the nearest minor league stadium they could play in? That seems to be the trend.
We got a bunch of them here.
We do, and they're pretty good.
Take your pick.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Tim Hovick, he is the owner-operator of Santan Ford. He's a buddy of mine. I've known him for almost 20 years now, and I will tell you, he's going to give you the best deal you could possibly get on a new or pre-owned Ford. I got two things I want to talk about quickly. Employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. It's been extended, Basinonians, and the selection is huge. That is number two. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground, all the models, all the trim levels, different options, of course, and all the colors that you love. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and go ahead and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
You'll be one smart cookie when you try Bluebell Cookie Cake Ice Cream. A sweet cream ice cream loaded with chocolate chip cookie cake pieces and swirls of chocolate and vanilla icing. This cookie cake ice cream really takes the cake.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Aldi supermarkets.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Lugan Stort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies last night, tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Right now, the Funk Soul Brother. Check it out now. The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now. The Funk Soul Brother.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks move on to Chicago, a must-win series against the White Sox. We'll discuss our baseball team, and the fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
The Funk Soul Brother. Right about now.
All right, 2 things from the chat. One, Ian wrote in, said the Suns really dropped the ball not getting a 6th second-round pick. And that made me laugh.
Okay.
And then the second one. See, now, Rick, I see what you're saying about the JG or Jalen Green thing. Now that I see it in print, but it's... So you're saying we can call them JG or JAG? Which is like Zach Allen or Zach Allen.
You can be JG as well. They can both be JG.
Yeah, no.
But you just... It's just JAG. It's like, do you remember the baseball pitcher?
No, it can't be JAG.
That doesn't work.
Jag. Can't be that.
You can't be that either.
Can't be that.
Do you guys remember the baseball pitcher J.A. Happ, but everybody just called him J Happ?
Yeah, but we already did this with Zach Gallen and Zach Allen when we had them here, and now we're not going to do it with nicknames.
It's a little awkward too. I do want to point out JAG is also my initials.
Oh yeah, we already got Jamal.
Jamal brought it home. Okay, thank you for that, Jamal.
Jamal's
that was
like,
great.
I have ruled,
JAG.
and this is over. All
yes.
Right. So
okay.
we need a nickname for Jalen Green, or the Suns are just going to have to flip him if we can't come up with a good nickname.
Yeah,
that's the only way.
We'll work on that.
All right, so
it's got to be organic.
He's probably already got one, as long as it's not the Count of Monte Assisto or whatever.
Oh, that was good.
I didn't make it up. That was Monte Morris' nickname, apparently.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna say that nickname's too long.
You would prefer he was called JAG.
Yes.
The Arizona Diamondbacks are in Chicago for a series against the White Sox. Wolf and Corbin Carroll is getting an MRI today. Do we have any update on that Corbin Carroll MRI? I haven't seen anything. Have you guys seen anything? Not great that he's getting an MRI.
No. Okay, Luke, you know this really upset me when it actually came down.
Yeah.
Where he got hit. He got hit on the left hand at an at-bat where he squealed, base and audience. To a point, Rick, we've got that. I know that we do. To where he squealed when he got hit. I'm talking...
Inside of...
Oh, did you hear him?
Inside of...
Listen to that. You did a good job with that, Rick. You could actually hear it a little. Oh, Jamal did a good job with it. You could hear it just a little bit
Jamal,
better.
You mean JAG?
Yeah, Don't say JAG.
I'm not going to call him that.
No, don't say that,
no.
Right? Because,
no,
Jag.
it's not great.
We don't want that, okay? So, but right there, I thought, why wouldn't you take him out of that game and get an ice bag on that?
You said that last week.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Why would you not do that? Oh, my goodness. And I understand. Hey, Corbin Carroll, to his credit, dude said, I'm fine. I'm okay. At some point, you might need to be the adult in the room from time to time because these guys, they want to compete. They want to go out there. They don't want to be taken out of games. No competitor, no professional athlete wants to do that.
It sounded... Well, first of all, that cut sounded horrible. I mean, you can hear the ball hitting him in the hand first. That didn't even sound good. And then, his reaction is not a typical sound. that you hear Corbin Carroll make on the field. But they played, that was Wednesday. They played Thursday against Toronto, and then Friday against Colorado. I think it was before the Friday game. I heard the Torrey on the pregame show saying, yeah, Corbin he feels like he's good to go. But we wanted to make sure he got a full day in, basically, of prep before he played again, so he wasn't playing Friday. Well, Wolf, he's now missed 4 games. He hasn't played in any of these games. He hasn't pinch hit in any of these games, and he's going in for an MRI today. So, it sounded horrible when it happened. This season has been just an absolute mess with injuries. But when they said X-rays were negative after the game, you think, okay, finally, maybe the Dbacks kind of got a lucky bounce, I guess, on a potentially bad situation. But now I don't know what to think because he hasn't even pinch hit in 4 games.
Yeah. Speaking of, I don't know what to think. The biggest thing that I take away from the Colorado Rockies series is the outing by Zach Gallen. I'm sorry. I know you won the series, but I expected the Diamondbacks to win the series. As a matter of fact, I expected the Diamondbacks to sweep the series.
Lots of teams sweep Colorado.
Lots of teams do it. And, okay, so they didn't. They won the series. That's okay. But I hate to go negative. I do. I'm not a negative person. I never have been. Oh, my goodness. But Zach Gallen, what is going on there? This is back-to-back times that he's played the Rockies, that we've played the Rockies, where Zach Gallen's got lit up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and look, side note, but another example of why wins and losses are a horrible stat for a pitcher. I mean, compared to whatever you want to use, quality starts, ERA, whatever. He went 5 innings. He gave up 7 runs, 2 home runs, and got the win in that game. I mean, that's not the game they lost because they scored 14 runs.
10 hits.
10 hits. And I get it. It's Coors Field, but it doesn't have to look like that. It does not have to look anywhere near like that. And we talked about this going into that game on Friday, Wolf. He's only got 8 probably, and now 7 probably starts before the trade deadline. Colorado's going to be one of your easier opponents. In fact, I'm guessing they're probably going to be your easiest opponent as a pitcher.
Again, Zach Gallen, I've never played with him, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not walking around the clubhouse. I've never competed with Zach Gallen. I have an idea as to what he is as a competitor. But I will say that, man, the evidence is starting to pile up here. It's starting to pile up that when he plays a really good team, when he pitches against a really good team, you've got his attention. And when he goes against somebody that isn't so good, is he relaxing? Is he complacent? I don't know, but I know twice now he's gone against the Rockies, and they have lit him up twice.
One of them wasn't in Coors Field either.
And here's the other thing as well. This team collectively, the personality of not having this killer instinct collectively. I'm not talking about individuals, I'm talking about as a team, not having that mentality of, you know what, it's not good enough we won the series. We're going to sweep your butt right here. Is Zach Gallen the tip of that spear? Is there a mentality that is in that clubhouse that makes you feel this way when you watch them play?
There have been a lot of moments this season where you're like, okay, they're about to break through. They're about to turn the corner and get out of this just middle of the pack area that they're stuck in. Because at a certain point, we're coming up on the halfway point of the season. I think after Friday, they'll have played 81 games. It's a halfway point of the season. Like at a certain point, you need to break out of this middle of the pack and the NL garbage. Like you need to get up towards a wild card spot. And there have been a few times where it's like, hey, they're about to do it, and then somebody gets hurt, and it's somebody important, and they get hurt and they're out for the season or whatever. But there have been other moments, Wolf, to your point, where it's like, okay, here we go, maybe turn the corner. Yeah, we can't beat Colorado. Like, well, why not? I mean, if you're a playoff team, you can beat Colorado.
I don't know. Once again, it's something that I would know if I were in the clubhouse. I would know. But it seems to be collective, this personality that is taking hold to me.
They came into the season, and my biggest, and I said this on the air, I remember saying that the most appealing part of this baseball season is I don't know what the Diamondbacks ceiling is. You know what I mean? And I truly felt that in spring. I think a lot of people felt that. Like, could they go all the way? Like, who knows what the ceiling is with this team? And I understand Corbin Burns is out for the year, and there's other factors. But there are moments this season where, kind of along the lines of what you're saying, it feels like they're hitting up against the ceiling, and you're like, wow, this is a lot lower than I thought it was. Is the ceiling 3 games above 500? That makes no sense.
I just wonder about the leadership again. And I'm not saying I'm right, Basinonians. This is just the evidence that is swirling right now. It will solidify at some point in time.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. When we come back, now the Suns have 4 picks in the draft and 2 in the first round on Wednesday. So what do they need from those picks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, as a football player, you're going to do a lot of damage, man. You're going to do some damage to your spine, to your back. Well, the surgeons at DISC have helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I give them my highest recommendation. If you're out there and you're battling spine or back issues, you know what? You got to go see DISC. DISC treats all patients from the professional athlete and weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes all over the world because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment right here. Enjoy life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, it's Gambo. The NBA draft is just a few days away. So where will the Phoenix Suns make their first pick on Wednesday? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
Wolf, I think I've seen like 20 different interviews with SGA since they won that game last night. Has he slept since the game ended?
Oh, man.
He looked terrible this morning on Good Morning America.
Yes.
He looked atrocious.
He's being interviewed.
He looks
right
bad
now.
here.
How about Jalen Williams? He said he was on Get Up, I think it was this morning.
Yeah.
I was watching it, and he said he had not slept. He had not.
I believe it.
Can you imagine?
I mean, now to be fair, like the Florida Panthers, their players haven't slept since they won the Stanley Cup last week. And they seem to be going a little harder. Like SGA and Jalen Williams are doing interviews.
It's a little easier to party in South Florida than it is in Oklahoma City.
I guess. All right. The Phoenix Suns now they already had the 29th pick in this draft, Wolf, but now they have the 10th pick too. And even if they hadn't gotten a pick for this, like if they hadn't added a pick for this draft is still important now. All these drafts are important. It seems like that's one of the main lessons they had to learn the hard way in these first couple years. Draft picks do matter, and they're gonna have to make it work here now. We saw. Look, I mean, I'm looking at just the salary table, and you've got Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro from last year, and it's not like these guys are all stars yet. There's some upside. I think we like what we saw from Ryan Dunn, and we're encouraged by Oso. Their combined salary is like $4 million. Like, this is why you have to land some draft picks too. The Suns have clearly made it a priority. That number 10 pick, that to me was in their mind the centerpiece of this trade, because otherwise, why else would you try to rush the trade before this draft unless you wanted a top pick in this draft? They've got the 10th pick. They've got the 29th pick. What do they need?
They need size, I think, for the most part. They need size and length overall for the most part. Almost every position you could actually say that about.
Yeah.
They really do, especially on the wing. For me, the front line, power forwards, small forward, they need guys that got some length and athleticism to them right now. And for me, I would love to see them go get a guy that is hyper athletic. We were talking a little bit about it. Carter Bryant is a guy that I really like, a guy that I think could develop into a very good two-way, intense player, a guy that's going to show up on the defensive end of the floor first, and then a guy that could develop into a nice wing player, being able to shoot the three as well. They need a guy that is long, that is athletic, explosive, and loves to play defense. Just watching the Pacers play as well, just the fact that they were in this series. They don't got a lot of hyper-talented guys. They don't. You juxtapose OKC and the talent they had to the Pacers, and it was night and day to me. Mm-hmm. Because of that, I want to see the Suns get longer, see them get more explosive, more physical, more athletic.
This is where the Brian Gregory hire is so important, and you hope that it works out. Because if you hired the wrong coach, and we made this this distinction a few weeks ago of like Jordan Ott's his own guy. Yeah, did he get hired because he went to Michigan State? Maybe, but that's not his fault if that's the case. He's his own guy. But if you hire the wrong coach, not that you want to be going through coaches every year, obviously, but I think in this situation the Suns are in. If you hired the wrong coach, in a couple years you can just move on. I hope that's not the case. There are parts of Jordan Ott, what he brings to the table, that I'm at least intrigued by. You know what I mean? Especially with a young team. So I'm not saying he's the wrong guy, but I'm saying if you got the wrong coach, that's one thing. If you got the wrong GM, it's going to damage you in every possible way. Because if you got the wrong GM, then that means you probably got the wrong coach, and then you probably didn't get enough for Kevin Durant, and now you're going to mess up the draft. So I don't think, there's no way to know that. And it's not like when they make the draft picks on Wednesday night, we're going to suddenly know, oh, they did it right or they did it wrong. You're picking 10th and 29th. Like, it's going to take some time for these guys to pan out. And again, that's one of the good things about Jordan Ott. He's good with player development for some of these young guys. But they can't miss on these picks. They really can't. Yeah. I mean, otherwise you're pushing this rebuild back years and years. You finally have a couple first-round picks for the first time in, since 2018, right? When they had DA and Mikal. You got hit on these.
Yes, I know. The kid from South Carolina as well, Colin Murray Boyles.
Mm-hmm.
This kid.
Looking at one where he's mocked to them right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay, there
CBS
you go.
Has taking him.
6'7", 240 pounds. Okay. The only problem is I don't know what kind of goodness he's going to bring on the wing. He's big, he's stout, he's tough, he's physical, but I just don't know if he's going to develop the requisite skills that you need to be a good three-point shooter on the wing. Ryan Dunn, it reminds me a lot of Ryan Dunn. He's a guy that I think Jordan Ott is really going to, that's going to be interesting to watch how Jordan Ott develops Ryan Dunn specifically.
Yeah.
Long, on the edge, on the perimeter, on the wing. How much better can he actually be developing that three-point shot? I don't know how well Colin Murray Boyles is going to translate into the NBA game, but I do know he competes, and he's tough. And he's stout, and I like that.
Just know whoever the Suns take with the 10th pick, he'll be wearing a Rockets hat for reasons that still remain unclear to me why the NBA does that and makes it impossible to go back and look at a team's draft history because it's a bunch of guys that they – like whoever the Suns take at 10, he'll be in the Houston Rockets draft history. That's the weirdest thing about the NBA. I got a name I'll throw at you, Wolf. I don't think they could do this, but somebody brought this up to me yesterday. Okay? So – It's a foregone conclusion. Cooper Flagg goes first. Dylan Harper goes second. Okay? For the longest time, it seemed like Ace Bailey was going third. Maybe VJ Edgecombe, maybe Trey Johnson I've seen up there now too. But it's when we ended the college basketball season, it seemed like Ace Bailey was going to be the third pick. Now there's all this weird stuff going on with him where he's dropping down the draft board a little bit because of his representation, and people think they're like trying to move him to a team where he's going to play more, like the Washington Wizards or the New Orleans Pelicans. He's not working out for teams like the Sixers. So I don't even know if that's somebody you want on your team. But if he drops to like 6 or 7, I mean,
you want to move up.
I don't know. I mean, he's supposed to be like a top 3 talent.
Okay. What would you do to move up?
Can we give him the number 10 pick and one of our 73 second round picks on 2 of our second round picks? I don't know. I don't want to give up either of the first rounders because I'll give up 10 to move up to 8 or whatever. I don't want to give up 29
for me right now, I'm wondering if the Baltimore Ravens approach, that's right, the Baltimore Ravens, Mason O'Needs, if their approach isn't the best for the Suns right now because of how they're constructing
stockpile
picks. Just, it's dudes. It's faces.
That's the Thunder approach, really.
You don't know. You're going to develop these guys. So go out there, find guys that are hyper athletic, just haven't developed a lot of the skills yet, that are really young, and maybe you can identify those guys and go out and bring them in and develop them. I think player development has got to be huge for the Phoenix Suns going forward.
I think you're right. I'm just saying if Ace Bailey's representation wants him to go somewhere where he can play a lot, this is now a team where he would be able to play, and he is supposed to be a top 3, top 4 talent. I'm always nervous about guys, especially when there's 2 guys on the same team. Like Rutgers is supposed to have the number 2 and number 3 pick, and they didn't even make the tournament. Like, how great are these guys if you couldn't even make the tournament?
Yeah, I'm always a little skeptical of entities that say they want A, B, and C.
Yeah, before
you're
they've done
even
anything.
drafted.
Yeah.
Or done anything.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. All right, so when we come back, can the Suns, how quickly can we get to a point where they are contending again, where they are relevant nationally again after the trade yesterday? We'll ask, it's not game day, Wolf, but we're going to have K-Ray.
Yeah.
So a non-game day with K-Ray is next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Happy birthday, America. Okay, it's not yet. I understand that. My brothers at Brooklyn Betting, they understand that. But they also want you to know that you can celebrate with them the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, of course you do, because I've told you about the Wu Fang Clan's Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress, of course, from Brooklyn Betting. It's the best mattress ever. And by the way, we're talking about the Happy Birthday to America sale. We're talking about 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move. You get on over to brooklynbetting.com or stop by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations. Tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hello, I'm Joe Cordell, founder of Cordell & Cordell.
Divorce is complicated, especially when your small business or professional practice is involved. At Cordell & Cordell, we understand that these assets raise unique valuation and allocation issues. For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level, your business is much more than a job. It's your legacy. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch for that one is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Arizona Sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, it does feel like a little bit of a new era, obviously. I mean, you make a trade that big, it's going to feel different, Wolf. And it's going to feel even more different right now because we're going to talk to K-Ray. How many times this season did we call him for game day with K-Ray and we're like, poor K, like this season's got to be like a grind for him.
Yeah.
But now we have turned some sort of page, and K-Ray is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line in June. K, what's going on?
Not much. Just sitting here on the sunny beaches of Barbados.
Knock it off.
Chicken.
Knock it off. You wish you were, though, Craig.
I had to throw that in there for a boy, Wolf.
He's in Barbados Avenue in Gilbert. Right
Yes,
now,
I know. Oh, my goodness.
Well, Kay, let's start with the obvious. Let's just start with your initial reaction, your takeaways to the trade yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think everybody, including Kevin Durant himself, who said as much, just relieved that it's over with. Because it's been a obviously poorly kept secret since February when they attempted to, look into trading him at that point. And you just kind of felt like it was inevitable. And I would talk to fans from time to time who, I think in some ways held out hope that maybe they could continue to make this work with Kevin Durant and, with a new coach and a new system. But I think, unfortunately, it just – and I get it. I understand because at the end of the day, Suns fans still want and need to see and feel validation for the trade that was made to bring KD to Phoenix, right? And that was, I'm not sure that was ever going to happen just based on the finances, based on the personnel, et cetera. So, at the end of the day, I think everybody is relieved that it's over. I know that some people had said, why the rush? Why not, continue to kind of sit on this and try to gain more leverage? Look, if if you hadn't gained enough leverage between February and now, doing it, for 3 more months isn't going to get you any more leverage. The idea was to try to get this done before the draft so that any picks would be included in that deal, would give them a chance to now clearly lay out a plan for both, this draft and moving forward. And, what other deals? I think it's, I think it's safe to say that they are far from done dealing.
So, okay, that's very interesting right there. What do you think that even before the draft, do you think they're going to make another move?
I don't know necessarily about before the draft, Wolf, but
okay.
Look, you got 5 second-round picks from the deal, in addition to the multiple second-round picks that you still own. That's a lot of second-round picks, which it's all those are all commodities, and so you can potentially package that maybe on draft day, maybe with another Suns player. I don't know that it's going to happen between now or before the draft because we're only a few days away. But I think just the summer in general, fans that are sitting here looking at the Suns roster, I think would be foolish to start thinking, oh, okay, he's here. This is going to be an extremely busy offseason for this team.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, the return that they got yesterday, what in your mind is the most important piece? Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green, assuming they keep him, and maybe they don't, or whoever they get with that number 10 pick?
Yeah, it's hard to say, Luke, and I know everybody wants to rush to judgment. It's like, oh, let's grade the trade. Is it an A? Is it a D? Is it, a failing grade?
Wolf gave it a C earlier.
And
because they forced me, Kay. They forced
Understood.
me to. Yes,
Like,
you did too, Luke.
I get it, but it's funny, like the timing and the irony of it. You think back when Paul George was traded for some skinny kid named Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and what did everybody say? Oh, the Clippers fleeced OKC in this deal. Well, how'd that work out? So to me, I've always been one, if you want to throw like a surface grade on it, but oftentimes the real grade on these kind of trades don't reveal themselves for a couple years, 3, or in this case, where we're talking about OKC and the Clippers and Paul George, you're talking about 5 years? But I understand that the fans want to be able to grade it. Look, you were never going to get the full freight that everybody wanted and expected and hoped for. Everybody was expecting and wanting, almost demanding that, Brian Gregory brought back equal value for what the Suns gave up to get Kevin Durant. That's not the way it works, and especially for Kevin Durant, who even as well as he's played in a Suns uniform, especially this last year, he's also, almost 3 years older. He'll be 37 in September, So put yourself in the Rockets' shoes. Are you going to give up all your young pieces for a soon-to-be 37-year-old in pursuit of a championship? And so that was kind of the cat and mouse, the song and dance that the Suns and the Rockets were playing with. And at the end of the day, yes, I would have loved to have had Jabari Smith or Tari Eason. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, I guess to get back to your original question, what's the most important piece? Honestly, Luke, I don't know, because I think there's still a bit of unknown. Is the plan to keep Jalen Green, or is Jalen Green going to be spun into another deal? Are you looking at the 10 packaged with multiple 2s and another guy on your roster to maybe wiggle your way up a little bit higher in the draft? Those are all the things that I think a lot of people haven't necessarily looked at, which is why I don't rush to try to slap a grade on this trade.
So just give me your thoughts briefly on Dillon Brooks, Kay.
Well, look, he is in many ways the modern day Danny Ainge. And, for, as you like to say, Wolf, your young Crunk brothers, he's not just an executive with Utah Jazz. He was a pretty good basketball player, in addition to being pretty good baseball, too. But, Danny was one of those guys that you hated when he was wearing a different uniform. Much the way Suns fans despise Pat Beverly. But once he is wearing your colors and he is, kind of defending your turf, you find that Porcupine is a little more, huggable and lovable than you first suspected. With Dylan, I think a lot of people have called his toughness, false bravado, and he's a false tough guy. But look, in today's NBA, show me who is a real tough guy. You know what I mean? Like the rules don't allow you to be a tough guy. The Anthony Masons, those, the Maurice Lucases don't exist anymore because they can't. So, Dylan Brooks is a guy that he is going to play his tail off. He'll be physical. He's going to be chirpy. He is in many ways. You and I have talked about this, guys, on the air. EJ and I have talked about it. The Suns were lacking some sort of, and I don't want to throw a label of enforcer on him, but they've been lacking somebody with, the Kuspka to stand up to somebody. I think back, I believe it was, what game was? We were in Memphis, and Desmond Bane gets into the face of Kevin Durant. This is a 15-time first, All-Star, first ballot Hall of Famer. And Desmond Bane sticks his forehead into the chin of Kevin Durant. Not a single person on the Suns bench jumped to help him, to step in and go, that's our All-Star. You don't mess with it. And that's what Dylan Brooks gives you. He will give you that kind of toughness, and a guy who is not afraid to step in. Somebody's messing with Book, and we know that Book is not afraid to step in and mix it up with the people, but you don't mess with our top scorers. You don't mess with our top guys, and you're going to have to come through me to do it. And so that's what you're getting in Dylan Brooks, in addition to a guy who could shoot the three, and his offensive game overall has improved. So,
yeah. It's a great call, Kay, because that game against Memphis when Cam Spencer was trying to talk to Kevin Durant was the first game I thought of when I saw Dylan Brooks was included in the deal.
I just don't want him to instigate. I don't want an instigator.
Yeah, look, I will say this, and I said this during a couple of our broadcasts in talking to some of the folks in Houston. Look, Dylan Brooks has matured. I mean, you think back when he came into the league, the team that he was on there in Memphis, and, the grit and grind. And so he really wore that as a badge of honor, in addition to being a little bit immature. I saw a Dylan Brooks who was more mature this year than in any years previous. I saw that there were situations that arose where in the past he would have continued to try to instigate and to try to inflame a situation. And I thought he did a really nice job. And I don't know whether that's just, maybe it's a combination of him maturing as he's gotten older. Ime Udoka, who is, that is a guy that coaches with a hard edge, and maybe Ime, kind of showed him like, look, you can do all the things you want to do, but just don't bring all the unnecessary nonsense and activities with it.
Yeah.
Just be a physical defender. If you want to chirp every once in a while, that's fine. But don't be this guy that gets a technical 3 minutes into the game, or that gets 3 fouls, 2 minutes into the game because, your pride's been beaten up because somebody got by you. And those are the steps that I saw. And in talking to some of the folks in Houston, they also talked about his leadership in the locker room.
Kay, it's always great to talk to you, man.
Thank you
so much.
You got it, boys. Have yourself a lovely summer day.
Enjoy Barbados. That's Kevin Ray joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, where does Kevin Durant rank among the biggest names to ever leave a Valley sports team? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Kevin Durant is headed to the Houston Rockets.
A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say?
They wanted me to go, so it's like, I'm glad we both You know, they got what they wanted, and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com for more information. Listen, Aria Dental Implant Center, they've got the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Man, if you're tired of not being able to smile at a family gathering or not being able to take pictures the way you'd like, not being able to eat the food that you love, the all-on-4 dental implant treatment is for you. You can have a brand new set of beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to your natural teeth. Oh, my goodness. Led by Dr. Joe with over 20 years of dental implant expertise. Their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the all-on-4. I've told you about it for years now, Basinonians. It's a game changer. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Pick up precision with Precision Air.
Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX is ED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Arizona Sports.
Being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke. Thanks to Kevin Ray for joining us last segment. Wolf, I think he conveyed what a lot of people are feeling today. It's just kind of like just sort of relief. Maybe relief's not the right word. Maybe it is. That just that the trade's done. It's over. You know what I mean? Like I when I saw it yesterday, my initial thought I didn't love it. But even I'm today just kind of like at least now like we've turned the corner a little bit and we're moving forward. Now I'll continue to be the voice of reason or depression or whatever when I say this, but I don't think you've fully turned any corner until you figure out what you're doing with Bradley Beal. I think that's still an issue, but at least we've started to turn a corner.
Well, you're never going to be the voice of reason, okay? That's not going to happen.
Well, who's the voice of reason on this show? I think we all know it's Jamal.
Yeah, maybe I might be a little too emotional.
Yeah,
I might be. Yeah,
I was going to say it's me because I make the rules.
Definitely, you are the rule maker, but you are definitely not the voice of reason.
Yes,
the man who once said Ball was the greatest player in the NBA.
I never said that. I said he's got potential to be, one of these unicorn types.
You compared him to Jokic and Giannis.
Yes, because it was Jokic and Embiid.
Oh, never mind. Is there a different Jokic? I don't know. Is it like Dan Jokic?
I would have to say it is Jamal. You're right. He is the voice of reason, Jamal.
And it says something.
All or nothing. He's right in the middle.
The guy who says the least is our most reasonable voice on this show.
He balances himself out. It's all or nothing.
I'm honored.
Yeah. So Jamal is the voice.
That's the most Jamal has said
Makes
in 2 hours.
Yes.
He gave us 3 syllables. Here is, this is Gambo. I don't think I have to introduce Gambo, but this is Gambo, in case you can't recognize him by the voice. I'm with Bickley and Murata this morning talking about KD.
But Kevin Durant wasn't impacting winning for the Phoenix Suns. It's just he wasn't. He's not as an impactful player as he was. He doesn't impact winning. He's a great player and he's a great scorer, but the ball gets stuck with him, and he doesn't do as much defensively anymore. And I think he'll be terrific in Houston because they got a lot of glue guys, but it didn't work here. So I think that they did fine. I think the Suns made a decent trade. I'm not saying it's a great trade. I'm not saying the Suns won the trade. They made a decent trade. They got the best they could.
Yeah, they definitely did not win the trade, but I think Gambo's spot on. I mean, KD was not impacting winning here outside of that first, half season. And it's a great fit for him in Houston because he can just go there and just the stuff KD is great at is what they need. And the stuff that KD maybe isn't as great at this point in his career, they got other guys that do those jobs. So it's the perfect landing spot for him. It's perfect for Houston. The question is now what it does for the Suns. Wolf, and they traded away one of the greatest players in NBA history yesterday. And we were thinking about this before the show, like who are some of the biggest names, like how historic is this in this city? Like the biggest names in sports that have left teams in this city, whether it's trade, free agency, retire, whatever. Not retire, but like have gone to another team.
What name do you think of first?
Randy Johnson.
Randy Johnson.
Yeah.
Okay, Randy Johnson. How about Steve Nash?
Steve Nash would be one too.
Steve Nash. Oh my goodness, Steve Nash to the Lakers.
Mm-hmm. I know that.
Okay, that one hurts.
I got another one.
Okay.
Charles Barkley, who also went to the Rockets.
Oh my goodness, yes. How about Amari Stoudemire?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Amari Stoudemire. Man, Amari Stoudemire, he only played what, 8 years? I'm trying to think. Somebody bring that up.
Yeah, he did not play as long as you would have
It's not
expected.
as long as we. I thought Amari definitely would have been a guy who played 15 years right here. Now I know he wasn't a guy who played 15 years. I'm just saying I would have thought of him as a lifelong son, and that was not the case.
Anquan Bolden's up there.
That's the other one I had.
Wow,
yeah,
Anquan.
And he went
That's
on.
a good one, man.
So Rick, is that the main one you thought of? Because that's the only other one I had in my head. I mean, there's been other good players that like meant a lot to us here, like Mikal Bridges. But I'm talking about guys that when they moved, the rest of the league was like, "Whoa, this guy just moved."
Yeah, that's the one I had. In addition to the ones you guys already named.
So I
kind of Sean Marion maybe, but he was also in a trade for Shaq. So it's like I don't know.
Yeah. So I feel like these maybe we're missing one or two. People can weigh in on the chat certainly, or you can send us something on X. But I mean, if we have to think about it, then they're not on the same level as Kevin Durant and Randy Johnson.
Right now, when you think about it, is Kevin Durant ever going to be thought of as being Phoenix? Stop and think about that for a minute. We're talking about Randy Johnson, Steve Nash, Charles Barkley, they made some noise while they were here.
Barkley was here 3.5 seasons, maybe. Is that right? I mean, it's not like he was here for 10 years.
4 full years.
Okay, 4 full years. So it's not like he was here for 10 years.
Yeah, I just...
He was an MVP and led them to the finals, though.
Yes.
But that's my point. Is like I think Phoenix Suns. When
No,
I think
that
Charles
was
Barkley.
my point.
Yeah, and I stole it from you, and I was trying to repackage it as my point.
I'm just saying, it just feels weird. Kevin Durant is one of the greatest players ever. And yet, I think people are going to forget he even played with the Suns.
Yeah, I mean,
in 10, 15 years.
Barkley definitely spent the majority of his career on the Sixers. I think of him as a Sun. Randy Johnson, he spent a ton of time in Seattle. I get that. But how many Cy Youngs did he win here? And he won the World Series here. And he's still here. I think of him as a D-back.
Yeah.
But you're right. With KD, it's like, and you want to get even more philosophical. What do you think of KD as? I don't think of him as a net.
No. You think of him when he won championships.
Golden State?
Golden State. That's when I think of him.
I don't understand why he didn't want to go back there in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, that team could have contended if they had him. Maybe they wouldn't have beat Oklahoma City. But all right, when we come back, what do you need to see out of Erod tonight in Chicago? And are the Diamondbacks in the midst of making that run they're supposed to make? Can they do that if Corbin Carroll's going to keep missing games? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday, according to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania, and confirmed by our own John Gambadoro. The Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the win, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from the loss to the Colorado Rockies yesterday, tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Diamondbacks move on to Chicago, a must-win series against the White Sox. We'll discuss our baseball team, and the fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Well, we got Dbacks baseball tonight, a chance to quickly get back on track. They are facing Shane Smith of the White Sox, Wolf, who is a 2.85 ERA. He's actually been really good this year.
Yeah.
The White Sox are not very good, but he has been very good. His record's just 3-4, but the White Sox don't have no offense. Erod is on the mound, though, for the Diamondbacks, and I feel like when we say that name, D-backs fans have a reaction, but I don't know what the reaction is anymore. Because his ERA for the season's a 5.93. Last year it was up above 5. He has not been, the same pitcher that they thought they were getting since he got to Arizona. But in his last 3 starts since he came off the injured list, he's given up 2 runs, 2 runs, and 1 run. So he's pitched pretty well this month.
Yeah, I'm encouraged what I'm seeing from Eduardo Rodriguez, and I think all of us would say the same thing since he's come back from that injury. To your point, he's doing so much better and being so much more consistent. For me, you know how I feel about this, Luke. It's all about the consistency. That's what you want to see. Great players, good players are consistently good. Great players are consistently great. Average players, like me, are consistently average. It is. It's just the way that it goes. But you want to see consistency, and especially from Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah.
You want to see that consistency go out and pitch the way he's capable of pitching. And I think since he's come back from that injury, to your point, we've seen that.
I'm just looking at over the last 30 days. Now, for him, that's just the 3 starts because then he was out. But the last 30 days, the best ERA among Arizona Diamondbacks starters is Eduardo Rodriguez.
Yeah, one's a point. One's a point. 2's a trend. 3's a pattern.
Yeah.
We've seen it. Now let's continue to see the consistency. We all understand. You're going to mess up. It does happen. You're going to have a hiccup. You're going to go out and have a bad day at work, aren't you, my brothers? Like you've had a bad day of work. But you want to see the consistency, and it's not just for him. It really is this entire team. Once again, be more consistent in how you do everything. Be more consistent in the field. Be more consistent with 2 strikes at the dish. Be more consistent as a team overall. That's what I want to see.
I'm just looking at the ERAs now over the last month for the starters. And Corbin Burns has the best, obviously, but he didn't pitch very much. He's pitched 11 2/3 innings in the last 30 days. But Erod is number 1. Ryan Nelson is number 2. Erod's got a 2.81. Ryan Nelson's got a 2.96. Then Merrill Kelly with a 3.6, which is still good. But, man, and Jody Jackson brought this up earlier when we had her on. Zach Gallen, a 6.3. Brandon Pfaadt, a 9.51.
Man.
How are they going to do this with those numbers from Zach Gallen and Brandon Pfaadt?
I don't know. Here's the thing with Zach Gallen. You know it could go like that. Turn around like that. You feel that.
Yeah.
You feel a Zach Gallen like that could change the next start. Here we go. We're going to see Zach Gallen. Man, when you look at his starts, though, once again, we were talking about this earlier, and we have been talking about this. It just seems like when he's locked in, when he's pitching against a really good team, it seems like more times than not, he's going to have a pretty good outing. He's going to keep you in the game.
Yeah.
And, when he's facing the Rockies, it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't.
It is very backwards. You feel like he's facing a bad team.
It isn't like that.
Yeah.
It's not just feeling like that. It isn't like that. And you have to wonder, why is that? That doesn't make sense, Zach. And you know it as well. He does.
I'm trying to pull up the ERA for you, but you stopped talking. His ERA in those games were it's 2 games against the Mets, 1 against the Yankees, and the second one against the Braves. So those 4 starts, if you take them out, his ERA is 1.01 in those 4 starts. And I cannot do the math in my head on the other ones.
Are you kidding me? 1.01?
His
in
ERA,
those 4 starts that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
That's very, very good teams.
Yeah. But his ERA...
Now, the Braves are struggling, but...
His ERA in the other games is, what is this, 7? It's close to 8. For the rest of the season, it's close to 8.
Wow.
So that basically is the numbers to support what you were just saying. I mean, you have him go out there, and he's going to face the White Sox next, I believe. Yeah, he's going to face the White Sox on Wednesday. I don't feel great about it.
Yeah.
He's going to face San Francisco probably in his next start. I feel better about that because San Francisco's a good team. And that goes back to what you were saying earlier. If you're going to be great, you got to be consistently great. If you're going to be good, you should be consistently good.
Yeah, and once again, we know that Zach Allen is so aware of this. This is why I was asking Jody. I was like, Jody, what do you see? What are you hearing as well? It's just a mystery. It is a mystery to watch Zach Gallen go out against the Colorado Rockies and get knocked around twice. And it wasn't like both outings were at Coors Field. They were not. So I don't understand what is going on with Zach Gallen. He has not been consistent at all this year, and it started from the beginning.
His ERA in the other 12 starts is 7.48. Wow. So that's where we're at. Rick, what do you got?
So this is kind of a similar stat, but I found it on Baseball Reference. This isn't great. Against teams with a win percentage above 500, he's 3-5 with a 4.50 ERA in 10 starts. He's got a 1.267 WHIP, and then against teams that are below 500, he's 2-3 with a 7.67 ERA in 6 starts with a 1.642 WHIP.
Wow. Wow. Okay, that's good, Rick. Write that down.
Those 4 games, the 2 against the Mets, the 1 against the Yankees, and then he faced the Braves twice this season, but the second one is the one when they had their actual lineup. They were kind of beat up earlier in the season. those 4 games, he's been so good. Like I said, a 1.01 ERA, that it's almost more maddening because you watch it and you're like, well, if he pitched the way he pitched against the Yankees in Yankee Stadium when they were hitting everything, and he pitched 6 2/3 shutout innings and struck out 13 guys, if he pitched that way against the Pirates, he wouldn't be giving up 5 runs in 5 innings. Or if he pitched that way against the Rockies, he wouldn't be giving up 4 home runs or 7 runs like he did over the weekend against the Rockies. So that's why it's maddening. And that's why the Diamondbacks are just kind of hovering around 500 right now.
Yeah, and once again, when we were playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, remember when the Buccaneers are really, really bad based on hands? They had the creamsicle uniforms and everything and really stunk. And, I'm talking about back when I played. So maybe you don't remember.
Well, they brought those uniforms back, though.
I know they did. But there were a lot of teams that would play them, and guys, even in our locker room, and we were below 500 ourselves. But guys, even in our locker rooms, they'd be joking and laughing. They weren't worried about playing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And sometimes that bit us in the can. I'm just wondering, and this team collectively sometimes feels like that as well.
Don't have the Arizona Sports app downloaded just yet? We'll do so now. You'll get instant access on the go with our shows, videos, and news. When we come back, we're going to focus on one specific piece that the Phoenix Suns got in the trade for Kevin Durant, and it's the one that's it's clearly the most controversial. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The Suns must do what's best for them because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. If you do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt. But if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. What I love about Moving Team 6, they're family-owned and operated. That's right, a family-run business. Tim Lee is the owner-operator. He started the company all the way back in 2012. He did it with his sons, Garrett and JT. This is a great family base, and this family is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And that's what I love about Moving Team 6. It's built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right. They proudly support and hire our veterans. Why do they do that? Well, they use a military-like approach to your move, Basinonians. They're going to show up. They're going to be professional. They're going to be efficient. They're going to be on time, and they're going to be reliable. It's the reason why they hire veterans. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Arizona sports.
You know, when people can just hang your career in the balance like that and just choose what they want to do with your career, it's a nerve-wracking feeling, but being able to kind of dictate what you want to do and then being with a team that values you, I'm looking forward to it.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, final segment of the show. Wolf, Clint in the YouTube chat mentioned a name that we forgot, and I'm mad at myself for forgetting him because I have him written down for two different reasons I actually wanted to bring him up today.
Yeah, okay.
Paul Goldschmidt was the name he brought up. That a player that when he left the Valley team, like the rest of the league felt it. You know what I mean? Like, hey, Paul Goldschmidt left. And that's a great example because I'll be honest, when you asked me how I felt yesterday when the Suns traded Kevin Durant in their return, it was very similar to when the Diamondbacks traded Paul Goldschmidt. And I remember a lot of people being like, you got to get excited. You don't even understand how good Andy Young is and how amazing Carson Kelly's going to be and Luke Weaver. And I'm not saying that, I mean, obviously the Suns had to trade KD, and I think it ultimately worked out for the Dbacks when they made that move. But that trade is forever burned into my memory of why I'm taking the Wolf patented prove it approach with these unproven players. Like Jalen Green, I'm admittedly more excited about Jalen Green than I was about Luke Weaver, Carson Kelly, or Andy Young. But the overall feeling was the same of like, well, they're going to get a Hall of Famer with the 10th pick. They might not even get an NBA player with the 10th pick. Like, I need to see what they actually get. I'm not just going to blindly get on board here.
Yeah, more than anything else, it's just a proven mentality. And Basinonians, are you kidding me? That is professional sports. That is what you do. Whether you're an athlete, whether you're a coach, a general manager, an owner, whatever it may be, you've got to prove that you know what you're doing. You got to prove that you can actually do it. You got to prove it. That's the great thing about it. It's one of the reasons why people get paid the amount of money they do, because you've got to go do it. Prove it.
Now, I said this at the start of the show. I'm going to say it here since we're in the final segment, too, just in case people missed it or whatever. If you're a Suns fan, this is the first thing I kind of wanted to see laid out in front of me yesterday once they made the trade of, okay, what did they ultimately give up for Kevin Durant and then get back for Kevin Durant? How does it all add up? Okay, so this is what the two trades now spread out over 2.5 years ultimately add up. The Suns give up Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Jay Crowder, 3 first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and 5 second-round picks.
Oh.
You got to cancel the 10th overall pick out because they traded that away and got it back.
Okay.
So that big picture, not great.
Not great.
But I want to ask you specifically about Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
Because he's a lightning rod type player. He's a polarizing player, and he wants to be a polarizing player. So that is now that he's one of the few guys will be on the Suns next year, or maybe he won't. I mean, maybe they could still trade these guys, but right now he's at least one of the newest Suns.
Yeah, for me, Dylan Brooks, I've always disliked Dylan Brooks because of how he competes. His competitive approach is about telling you how bad you are while letting you know he doesn't really respect you when you watch him compete. And his play, I think, shows you that. To me, he's not just about competing and playing hard. If he would just go compete and play hard and tough the way that he is and physical and didn't try to instigate stuff, I'd be fine with Dylan Brooks. But I think he does try to be the instigator. And see, all I can do, Basinonians, is think of some of the guys that were like that back in the day. Guys who are like that. I don't want to mention any names. I really don't.
Okay.
But there
Just
are
give us
guys.
Numbers.
There are
pictures.
guys. There are guys that. Andre Waters. I'm just going to say it. Andre Waters. God bless him. I can't stand how he left this earth. Yet at the same time, he was a guy that would go out and sheep shot you and try to instigate and do things to you that, he was a good, hard safety for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was an excellent football player. Just be who you are. Why are you taking cheap shots and being dirty and trying to mock people while you're competing? Just go compete. You want to talk? I've got no problem with you talking. Absolutely no problem. I may have even said some things from time to time when I was out there on the field.
Let's get Bill Bates
I've got
on the phone.
I've got no problem with that. It's the doing where you're instigating stuff to try to get a rise out of somebody. I just compete fairly, do it within the rules of the game, and go out and play hard. Just do that, Dylan Brooks, and you're exactly what this team needs. If you do just that, defensive toughness, get up on the ball. He's going to be physical. He's going to be tough. He's going to be capable. Just be all that instead of trying to be this instigator. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a rise out of this. Don't get a rise out of the guy because you're balling. You're just trying to go out there and give everything you've got. Don't be dirty about it.
It feels like right now they wanted a player like that. I mean, A, because he's on Houston, they're making the trade with the Rockets. But B, it feels like the Suns, it feels like Matt Ishbia, feels like we're all kind of frustrated, very frustrated with how last season went. And Dylan Brooks is the sort of guy you add when you're just like, you know what, screw the rest of the league. Like, you guys pushed us around all last season. We're just going to be, on the one hand, I like that we're going to be tough to play against. I like that. I don't need we're going to be the most hated team in the league. Now, I mean, we'll see what Dylan Brooks plays like, but a lot of times he goes somewhere, that's a team a lot of people don't like because Dylan Brooks is on it, which he doesn't mind. And I think for now, whatever, it's fine. But to your point, if he's going to stick around for a while, I think we're all hoping the Suns get back in the playoffs at some point. I would hate it if he were the second part of that player and I was in a playoff series. Oh, the Suns are down 2-1 in the series. Oh, they just won game 4 and they're winning game 5 and Dylan Brooks does something stupid and gets tossed and the other team's taking free throws and the Suns are playing shorthanded and it's just I wouldn't want that if the stakes were raised. Unfortunately, the stakes for the Suns right now aren't really raised.
Yeah. What do I like about Dylan Brooks? I like how hard he plays. If he would just compete in how he plays and not try to make people dislike him, I think I'd love the guy. I do. Because there's nothing wrong with that, going out there and competing so hard to a point it gets physical and it gets a little contested. I'm good with that. I really am. Just don't try to make people dislike you. I don't get that.
K-Ray brought it up earlier, though, and I don't have time to play the audio. And he said Brooks will stand up for guys on the Suns. That I agree with. That's part of the good side of things. And he brought up the Memphis game. I think we were all thinking it. That game where Desmond Bane's getting in Kevin Durant's face and then Cam Spencer, of all people, gets in KD's face and they're getting in Booker's face. And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't have minded having a Dylan Brooks right then to just end that.
Just don't instigate.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content. From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off. Which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
When my wife and I got married after both graduating law school, we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Ultima had to give me her gas card just to drive home. We never could have imagined that one day we would have the largest injury firm in the world and $25 billion in money collected and counting. As good Catholics, we had 4 children fast. They all work in the firm today. Our family protecting yours. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. But our greatest gift was years away, grandchildren. Today we have 6 and counting. It's the greatest joy that we have ever experienced. I think about them all day long. Our family promises to protect your family should you need us. Call us. It's easy. Visit forthepeople.com and make sure you hug your grandchildren. God's final gift to us. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So, what's that about?
So, let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dillon Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Lugan Stort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro, Kellen Olson filling in for the vacationing Dave Burns.
Hope Burnsy is enjoying his stead. Gambo, oh yeah, you do the flexing thing. I haven't been in here filling in with you since you do the flexing thing. Oh, you're making wonderful eye contact.
Yes,
Hello,
yes.
stream. I hope that you will accept me for a week, and then Dave Burns will be back.
Goes on
Don't
vacation
worry.
the week Durant gets traded, right? The week Kevin Durant gets
He
traded.
planned it too. He
The good
talked
news-
about how he was going to do that, right?
The good news is for Dave Burns, I did call him at 6:30 yesterday morning, and I told him that this is going to be the trade.
Yeah.
So he knew before anybody else. I called Burnsy. He was up, had the grandkid. He was out at the beach, and I said, the Suns are trading KD today. He said, what are they getting? What are they getting? I said, you're going to get Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and the 10th pick. That's what I know. But the trade's going to go down today, and that's what they get. So he knew at 6:30 in the morning.
You guys aren't
He
just
did.
co-workers and co-hosts, you're friends
I did
as
tell
well.
him. I did. I don't know about that, but I wanted him to know. I did want him to know, so I
Relax
let him know.
on the labels a little bit. I got you.
We got a heavy day today. A heavy Kevin Durant traded. Big news. We've got a shorter show because of Diamondbacks baseball against the White Sox, but we got a few hours to fill you in on what's going on. Let's waste no time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, Kevin Durant traded to the Houston Rockets. Usually this is where Burnsy sets me up, so I'm going to tell you what I know, and then we'll react to it. I'll set myself up. So, Gambo,
You're that talented, buddy.
Gambo, what did you know? When did you find out about this? Well, Saturday night, word leaked out to me, Gambo, word leaked out to me that Saturday night that the Suns were on the verge of trading Kevin Durant, that something was going to happen, that it was imminent, a trade was going to go down. I believed at that time, from what I was hearing, that it was going to be Dillon Brooks, it was going to be Jalen Green, and it was going to be the 10th pick. I did not know anything else, but I wasn't able to go with it because obviously they were trying to get more. In the morning, it's bright and early. I mean, I worked 14 hours yesterday on a Sunday. It was my day off. I worked 14 hours.
I put in 13. You got me by an hour.
Oh, yeah, see?
You got me by an hour.
By an hour. Yeah. On your day off?
You always work harder. There are no days off this time of year, Gambo. You know that.
No days off.
No days off.
I got wind that the Suns were trying to extract more out of the Houston Rockets, and it ended up being 5 second-round picks is what they were able to get. Now, at that time, when I knew that they were close, before I knew about the 5 second-round picks, I went on social media, I went on Twitter, and 1.8 million people saw it. I said a Kevin Durant deal is close. I'm expecting that this trade will happen either today or tomorrow. I was leaning towards today. A lot of people say NBA Finals, Game 7, doesn't matter. And a few hours later, they were able to get the trade done. We were able to report on the 5 second-round picks and what they were and everything. But the trade was basically Jalen Green. It was Dillon Brooks. It was the 10th pick overall in this draft, and it was 5 second-round picks. So, in essence, 8 different players coming in, if you use all those pick for one players,
for a 37-year-old Kevin Durant. That's how it came down. Let's talk about some of the other things before we next segment we'll get in. I know
your classic thing of what you know and what you think.
We'll do what we know
yeah.
now, and then we'll do what we think at 2:15 because I want to get your opinion on what you think. I respect that.
Thank you.
And you'll get my opinion on what I think. But I think what this came down to, and what I will tell you is that this was the best offer they could get. The Miami Heat had terrible offers. The Spurs never made an offer. There were other teams involved. There were some mystery teams involved. I'll tell you that, who those teams were in just a little bit. But in the end, the major negotiation was the Houston Rockets. Now, if you go back to February, the Suns had talked about trading Kevin Durant, and a lot of talk was about, the Golden State Warriors and would he go there. The Rockets were heavily involved at that time, too. And the offer at that time was Jabari Smith, and it was Jalen Green. So in both cases, Jalen Green was involved. In this case, Jabari Smith was off the table. He was off the table. So Jabari Smith off the table, and instead you end up with Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick, and obviously the 5 second-rounders. Now, me and you are both going to agree to this. We're both going to agree to it, and we'll talk about this later in the 3 o'clock hour, too. The 10th pick in this draft is a huge part of this trade.
Great.
A huge part.
Yep.
It may be the biggest. It may be the second biggest. It may be the third biggest. We don't know what they're going to get. But it has the potential to be the game changer. And as far as this trade, it has the chance to be the game changer. So I think that's a big thing. A lot of the other picks that they were looking at were 14, 17, 20. Toronto had 9. But this pick was a lot better than a lot of the other picks that I could have gotten.
And something that you were reporting last week is that in this type of draft specifically, there's 2 drop-offs. There's 1 to 2, and then there's the 2 to 8 range. And then from there, there's not much difference between 9 or 14 or 17. You might be asking, Kellen.
That's what I'm being told. Yes.
Yeah, Kellen, why are you telling us this? This makes the 10th pick not sound so valuable. Oh, on the contrary, because all these guys,
choice of those guys,
all these guys are grouped up together, and you get to pick the one that fits your team the best, that fits into what you want to do the best. I want to ask you a few questions here and try and do the Birdsey thing and extrapolate all the information I can out of you. How much do you think Kevin Durant's leverage played into the way that these talks went over the last 7 to 10 days? Because you and Birdsey talked about that a ton the last couple of months.
Yeah, I think his preferred destination was San Antonio. I think that was his number one preferred destination. I also think he was willing to go to Miami, and I think he was willing, and that's why there were Miami talks. And I think he was willing to go to Houston. I think those are the teams that he was willing to go with. The Minnesota thing is interesting because I think that they would have pulled the trigger on a Durant trade, not knowing if they were going to be able to resign him or not. I had been saying all along that there were teams that were interested in trading for Durant without knowing whether he would resign because they had his bird rights. But in the end, I will say this, and I know we got a lot more to get into. We're going to give our discussions. We're going to tell you who else was involved in the trade. I'll tell you who the mystery teams were. We'll talk about what's next for the Phoenix Suns with the roster at 245. How do you view the KD era? We'll talk about that. The Gamble 5. We're going to take some calls. Yeah. So we have a lot to discuss. I will say I am really glad this saga is over.
Dude, me too.
I'm just glad. I mean, it takes a toll on us. Man, it was weeks and weeks of all the speculation and everything, and just trying to report on this as best I could. And I gave it everything I had every single day to report on this as best as I could, from saying Miami was not going to get him. I even trolled the Heat fans yesterday because I took my victory lap against them because they were harsh on me, the Heat fans. A lot of them were. So I had my victory lap because they just never really in it. But
I'll say it for you. I hope they enjoy the 5th straight superstar they've missed out on because Pat Riley's a cheapskate. I'll say it.
Yeah, they haven't had one since Alonzo Mourning? Riley used to be able to get
guys
for a good price.
They got the Jimmy Butler thing done, I guess. But, they did their usual poo-poo platter that you just swat away. Whatever.
But Kevin Durant's era, which we'll talk about, Kevin Durant and what do we expect and how do we view the era? And we're going to get into that a little bit later. But I am really glad it's over because it was taxing. Like this, I was not in favor of the Kevin Durant trade when they made it. And this was this regime that made it. Like this was ownership was under Matt Ishbia at the time when they made the trade. And I was against trading all of that capital for Kevin Durant. But you went for it. And you were in the media. I was at a lot of games. You're at just about every game. Kevin Durant was a great player. Kevin Durant was good with the media. He was good with the media. Spoke after every game. I respected that. I have a weird relationship with Kevin Durant. I do. I have a strange relationship.
I think a lot
with
of people
Kevin Durant.
do.
Yeah,
Saying that with all due respect to Kevin, I think a lot of people do, especially those in the media.
I mean, we're not on the best of terms. I don't think they were on the worst of terms. We're not on the best of terms. But I don't wish him any ill will. I thought Houston would be a great fit for him. I wanted him to go somewhere where he had a chance to win and succeed and be happy. Because I think that Kevin Durant has been searching for basketball happiness for a long time. And I don't think he's had it in a while. I think it's been a long time since Kevin Durant has had basketball happiness. And I don't have anything negative. I wouldn't boo Kevin Durant when he comes back next year as a member of the Rockets. He gave this organization everything he had. He played as hard as he could. He was a really good player for the Phoenix Suns. Did he slip a little bit? Sure he did. But I do hope, and I always believed, you know this, I always believed that was the best spot for him, Houston.
Yes.
I had people tell me Houston's not going to trade from, but in the NBA, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I think I really do think, and we'll talk about that, I think the fit for him in Houston is a good one. I think it's a good fit, and I think he'll really help that team.
One more intel question I've got on you.
Go ahead.
Do you think this was a situation where the Suns blinked first, or this was just the best offer they were going to get no matter what?
We're going to get into this in the next segment. This was the best offer they could make. I mean, they weren't like they were going to take the best offer for them. What's best for us? Now, you may not like the package, and we'll discuss that on, what was available, but a lot of the things that everybody's going to say, I wish we would have had this. Why couldn't we get this? Why couldn't we get that? They couldn't get it. You couldn't get Castle. You couldn't get the number 2 pick. Portal wasn't available.
Khalil Ware wasn't available.
Ware wasn't. I don't even like Ware, but Ware wasn't available. Jovic wasn't available. Like, all of the players that everybody's like, why didn't we get this guy? Why didn't we get that guy? How come we didn't get Jabari Smith? He wasn't available. Like, they made the best deal that they could make. Now, you could like the trade. You could not like the trade. You can be impartial. You could be smart and say, let's play this out and see what happens with the 10th pick and what they do with all the draft picks they got. It's fair. It's fair to give it an incomplete. I was on Kevin O'Connor's podcast yesterday. He called me immediately and asked me to come on. I had a lot of people reaching out to do stuff. I did Cam Cox last night, and I did Kevin O'Connor, but I did ESPN Radio this morning, but I was too busy to do a lot of the other ones. I apologize to all the people out there. I just was way too busy with this. But I think
is everything cool, Chelsea? She sure is.
Yeah, I was worried about that. Yeah, because sometimes I just disappear.
That tweet that you signed off with, I was like,
Yeah, I bet I got to stop working, or else my wife's going to divorce me. But like Kevin O'Connor was like, I'm going to give it a B-, and trade grades are what they were. They're all over the map. Some people gave him a D, some people gave him a B, some people gave him a C-. Like, it's pretty much all over the map. But it is really hard to determine until you know what these other 6 players are going to be. But you do have to judge it. So we will do that. We will talk about our thoughts on the trade. I'll give you my thoughts on the trade. Kellen will give you his thoughts on the trade. That is next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
The Phoenix Suns are trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 pick in Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks.
They asked me where I wanted to go, some of my destinations, I gave them to them, and here we are.
More reaction to the Suns trading KD to the Rockets coming your way on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They have had a great run these last couple of months with employee pricing at Sanderson Ford, but it is coming to an end. Ford Motor Company has announced it positively ends July 7th. Now is the time to save thousands on new Ford vehicles during the final days. Not only will you receive employee pricing, you'll also get additional Ford rebates, Sanderson Ford discounts, special finance offers. Get Bronco Sports for $27,900, Escapes for $28,700, and the F-150 STX Super Crew trucks for $41,700. Plus, get an additional $1,000 military recognition discount for all active and retired military personnel. Shop the final days of employee pricing at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Stop by and pick up a pair of Dbacks tickets just for coming in. No test drive or purchase required. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZD plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, in 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Suns have next steps after trading Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant leaves Suns with paradox of a legacy that's simple yet complicated. And there are intriguing options with the number 10 pick that could flip the Suns' trajectory. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, we'll continue the KD talk. Kevin Durant traded. That era of Suns basketball is over. Now let's get to the nitty-gritty. The Phoenix Suns, Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick, 5 second-round picks, possibly 8 players for 1. They move Kevin Durant. You are not in favor of this trade. You don't like it. I'm going to give you your time here.
Appreciate that.
Tell me why.
So there's several.
Okay, that's it. You're done.
Okay.
No,
Go ahead.
Okay. Give me the reasons why you don't like the trade.
I was not a fan of the trade at all, Gambo, and I think part of it's multifaceted. Part of it here is I think the Suns put themselves in this position to get this low of a return. And the main moment that I go back to is in February when the Suns tried to trade Kevin Durant, agreed to a deal with the Golden State Warriors. Durant then found a way to shut that down, get that trade nixed. You had the exact details on like Butler, Kuminga, and like some other stuff that could have been in the pick.
Yeah.
I would much rather have that than this return. I would even much rather have the return from Minnesota than they could have gotten right now. But in both those situations, Kevin shut it down. And hearing him talk to Kay Adams yesterday at the Fanatics Fest, there's still some clear resentment there with how that handled. They clearly soured a relationship that, by all means, going into the season, even at the deadline, was in a good spot where he could potentially be back the next season. But that point, it soured. It made his future unknown. And what that did was really create even more leverage for him to work with. Everyone knew everyone knew the Suns wanted to get this trade done before the draft. So there was more leverage there. There was more leverage, and I really do believe this, that the Suns really got taken advantage of a little bit here, Gambo, because there's a first-time general manager in that chair who has a year of front office experience, and there's an owner that is even more involved now than before, and the entire league looked at the situation that the Suns are in and being like, you know what? You can't even have Jakob Poeltl. No. He's off the table. Jabari Smith Jr., who's going to be Houston's fourth wing next year, by the way. He might play 20 minutes a game, might play 18.
Yeah.
He's off the table. Can't have him. Clear Ware, no shot. And I believe that's the part that really irks me the most about how all of this went down. But with that being said, and to allow you to give your thoughts on the trade, Gambo, it was ultimately the best offer that was available, but that's because there weren't really many other offers available in the first place.
There were not, but let's go back to the Kevin Durant trade. It didn't happen. Like Golden State got next
in February. Yeah,
they weren't. I'm looking up what the options were, but the Suns were going to get Butler, Kuminga, Valanciunas, who they may have flipped for 2 second-rounders or kept as a backup. They were going to get 2 unprotected first-round picks from Golden State, 25
would love to have
and 30.
One of those.
They were going to get a pick swap from Golden State in either 27 or 29, and they were going to get 2 second-round picks from Golden State, 1 in 2025 via Miami, 1 in 2028 via Washington.
Wow.
That was the deal that they were working on. They got next. So I'll ask you, like, what do you want them to do? Like, they tried. Like, they really tried to make that deal.
Sure.
So they got next. Not for anything the Suns did, because Kevin Durant didn't want to play there.
Well, they did it behind his back. They didn't work with him directly about the trade. He did not find out about the trade based on all the reporting. He did not find out about the trade until it was essentially agreed upon to. Now, here's the unknown here, Gambo. Mm-hmm. If you work with him and say, hey, we got this great offer from Golden State. We really appreciate your time and all this, but we're going to look to move you on. Would you want to go to Golden State?
He didn't want to go back there.
He could have just said no there, and it wouldn't have mattered.
And he would have.
But I do believe that they soured the relationship there, and that is a big key in this. And also, they were put into the situation where they didn't have many other offers available. So now they have to take on Jalen Green, who in some eyes is a positive asset, in some eyes is a negative asset. The fit here for him to improve, develop, and grow as a player is terrible. Gambo, you have been against Point Book for a long time. Guess what? Point Book's back, baby. Here it is.
I hate it.
It's here to stay.
I hate it.
Because Jalen Green averages 3 assists per game and takes 16 shots per game. So he is not going to handle much of the offensive flow. It's going to be on Book. And the other pieces, I love number 10. I think it's better than number 10 in most drafts, actually, and it fits what the Suns need. We'll talk about that a lot over the course of the week. I like Dillon Brooks if you can flip him, but I just think everything should be for the future and for the next 3 to 4 years.
I mean, Dillon Brooks is still in his 20s.
He's 20. He's 29. He's got 2 years left on his deal. Yeah. Would you guess that he's on the Suns 2 to 3 years from now when they actually have a team to compete? I don't think he would be.
I don't know. I think they don't have their own draft pick, so they're trying to win basketball games.
Okay.
Dillon Brooks is exactly what they need. I mean, everybody that I spoke with players and coaches and executives. They're like, man, this guy's a freaking dog. I talked to Jay Triano, who coached him on the Canadian national team, and he was even telling me a story about Jody Fernandez. Like, hey, when I got this guy, you're gonna love him. And then Jody was like, oh my God, everybody, he plays his ass off. He is a hard-nosed guy. Dillon Brooks is, and one coach told me, yeah, you don't like him. Everybody hates him when he's not on your team. Then you get him on your team, and you absolutely love him. You absolutely love the guy. I like Dillon Brooks. They tried to get him many years ago. They tried to get him 5 years ago.
The old Marshawn
Brooks.
Yeah.
The thing on Jalen Green, I don't dislike Jalen Green, but there are negatives there. There are negatives. He's a terrible defensive player. He had one good game in the playoffs. He went for 38 against Golden State in one game. He's a streaky shooter, but he is different than Book. He attacks the basket. He gets to the free throw line. He is different. I don't love the fit. I'd rather have, but it is what it is. Can they play together? I asked one coach today. He said, absolutely, you can play them together. It's not like Green is 6 feet tall. He's a bigger guy, but there's a lot of room to grow. And I think you would have said that if you got Ware. I think you would have said that with a lot of the players that you got. Ware's not that good right now, but there's room to grow. Green just turned 23. It's, he was a big reason they were the number 2 seed in the West. there's no doubt here. He was the leading scorer on that team. I looked at the 3 games against the Suns, 33, 29, and 22. 9 of 17 in one game, 4 of 5 from 3, 11 of 13 from the free throw line, 33 points. 29 points. He was 8 of 16 from the field, 3 of 6 from deep, 10 of 11 from the free throw line. He's not the perfect player. I get it. He's a lethal scorer. Most people that I spoke with in the NBA thought the Suns made a good deal. I don't love the deal. I'm not like, oh my God, the Suns won this deal. Look, I think I always believe that the team that gets the best player wins the deal. The best player in this deal is still Kevin Durant, and I think Kevin Durant will help Houston. But I think the Suns made a good deal. I mean, they made a decent deal, and I think a lot depends on what they get out of the 10 pick. But I certainly think that they made the best of what was a bad situation. It really was. It was not a perfect, ideal situation. I don't think that anything that happened in February had anything that happened had anything to do with anything that happened today. The Suns went out there. Kevin Durant was available. They spoke with 8 different teams. They got offers from several, not all 8. They got offers from several. They negotiated for an extra week to see if they could extract more. This was the best deal that they came up. They got 2 starters from the team that was the second best team in the Western Conference this year. 2 starters that are both in their 20s. I don't know how you could say, this is a terrible deal, this is an awful deal. There are some question marks, of course. The fit, there's too many guards. You weren't able to get the centers and the power forwards. Like, you couldn't go to Houston and be like, we want Jabari Smith, we're going to hold you up. Like, they weren't going to give him to you.
No leverage. They had 0.
Yeah, and they no. What they did do is they got, so basically, you were going to get Jalen Green either way.
Yeah.
February or now. The difference was Jabari Smith.
No picks.
Dylan Brooks, 10th pick, 5 second-rounders. I think it's debatable.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a debate. What would you rather have? Jabari Smith alone or Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick, and 5 second-rounders? I don't know that there's a clear-cut answer either. I'm not, oh, my God. I like Jabari Smith. And I've said this every time. I would love to have Jabari Smith. But they couldn't get him.
One thing I'll add on Jalen Green before we go to break is that, do you remember when the Rockets, not this season, but last season, went on that absolute tear to end the year? And I remember in the offseason, you were like, I like the Rockets, man. Watch out for them. Everything they built at the end of that season, that was great. Jalen Green, while Alperen Şengün was out over that stretch, looked like a future All-NBA guy. He was absolutely phenomenal. So I want to be clear here. I understand that Jalen Green has tremendous upside. I just don't think the ecosystem that the Suns are in is going to allow him to do that, and I don't think you're going to be maximizing Devin Booker while doing that as well, which you got to do with your best player. You got to do.
Yeah, Jalen Green is a streaky. He's not as efficient as Book, but he's more athletic.
Freak athlete.
Much more athletic than Book, but not as efficient. He's streaky. He might go for 38 one game and then 7 the next, and you're like, what the hell? So that's what you're going to have to deal with. But he's just turned 23. You got to look at that, too. He just turned 23. He's a freaky athletic kid that was one of the top, was he the number 2 pick in the draft?
Number 2 in 2021.
Number 2 pick in the draft. So, that's a talent. It's an asset to have. All right, who else was involved? Who else had a chance to get Kevin Durant? We'll tell you next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than just a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. That's what they're all about at Berg Simpson. Dave Burns here. So good lawyers changing lives. What does that mean? Well, it means they're nationally renowned and recognized trial lawyers looking to change lives for the better by preparing for trial, fighting in court, getting families compensation for their injuries. It means putting a high priority on giving back to their community, getting involved and making a difference. It's the heart of everything they do, here to help people who need it the most. Frankly, when we were involved in an accident years ago, we made a mistake by not calling them. So when you've been injured, Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury trial lawyers, they're going to fight for you and what you deserve. You'll get more money for your case when you hire a trial lawyer, and it doesn't cost you anymore to hire a trial lawyer. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Kevin Durant is no longer a Phoenix Sun. He was traded to the Houston Rockets yesterday. According to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania and confirmed by our John Gambadoro, the Suns received guard Jalen Green, wing Dillon Brooks, the 10th pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The NBA Finals wrapped up last night with the Thunder taking down the Indiana Pacers 103-91 in Game 7. The Thunder's title is their first since moving to Oklahoma City from Seattle in 2008. With the victory, former Arizona State star Luguentz Dort and former Perry High School standout Jalen Williams became NBA champions. And the Arizona Diamondbacks look to bounce back from a loss to the Colorado Rockies yesterday, tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. First pitch is at 4:40, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for Arizona against Chicago rookie Shane Smith. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Arizona Sports.
Being part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right. The moment we've all been waiting for. What else was out there? What else could have had? Who are the mystery teams? I'm going to let you start. Because I have the info. So what do you want to know? What would you, out of all the teams that they made the deal with the Houston Rockets. Mm-hmm. What intrigued you about other teams and what the offers may have been and who didn't make an offer and what mystery teams? What do you want to start with?
I think where did this trade get so simple, Gambo? And what I mean by that is, remember when we were like, this could be a 4-team trade, this could be a 5-team trade, there could be a mystery team here, a mystery team there, when everyone's guess 3-6 months ago would have been Houston. That's it. We talked about Brooklyn as a 3rd team. We talked about this. So where did this get so simple, and where did the more convoluted like mystery team ideas sort of like fall apart, not get off the ground? Why wasn't there much buzz over those?
The mystery teams were the ones that were going to have to be more of the 3-way trades. Okay. What I found out is the mystery teams were Cleveland and the Denver Nuggets. Cleveland and the Denver Nuggets. Now, players being rerouted, different areas and stuff, but those were the 2 teams that had conversations about acquiring Kevin Durant.
Cleveland, you're thinking Darius Garland's maybe involved in that, or Jared Allen. You think Denver, Michael Porter Jr.
probably Garland, and other teams involved. Other teams involved to make those deals work. So those were the mystery teams, where I think it became just I think everybody else. Minnesota was a 2-teamer. Miami was a 2-teamer. Toronto was a 2-teamer. The 3-team trades would have been Denver and Cleveland, from what I know. It would have been those teams. The Spurs, contrary to reports out there, the Spurs never made an offer. They like their young roster. They talked to the Suns. They never made an offer.
You know who I think they like? Giannis. I think that's who they like.
And
I think
that's what they're saving up for,
I think they didn't want to give up anything here, and I think part of what Houston did as well was, I don't think they're out of the potential Giannis sweepstakes either, because if you go down the list, the Hoop Collective podcast did this, like you rank their top 10 assets that they had before this KD trade. They've still got, obviously, Thompson, Şengün, but they've got these Phoenix picks still. They've got other swaps that they can move as well. They could be in those talks as well. So I thought it was interesting from San Antonio's perspective how they were like, Kevin Durant, who is one of the 10 or 15 best players in the league, who would have made All-NBA this year if he was healthy enough to meet the threshold of that, put up their hands and said, you know what, we're good. And they're good, by the way, with Wembanyama and Fox, sure. Awesome one, too.
Castle,
Harper, but then not much else beyond that. They need to fill out the rest of their roster. They need to get a little bit more balance. I think Sohan's fine. Like it's the Devin Vassell is fine. Like they need,
he's fine as a role player.
Yeah, need more reliable pieces. So I thought it was really interesting that they were willing to be that patient, and the Rockets are going to do sort of the 2 timeline thing where the 2 teams you mentioned, that's fascinating because Cleveland, they were the Thunder of the East. We just thought they were far and away the best regular season team, at least, and they were just playing a quality of basketball in the regular season.
Absolutely kicked the tires on Kevin Durant, Cleveland. And San Antonio, like we had all thought, like, okay, if San Antonio would put in the number 2 pick or Castle, done deal. They never made an offer. Now I got San Antonio guys telling me, yeah, but my guys in San Antonio report they never made an offer. They talked, but they never made an offer. Now let's get to, you want to go Minnesota or Miami?
Minnesota is the one I want to know about because that's who I predicted that would get him.
Minnesota in the beginning, I believe, was willing to give up a package that would have been Rudy Gobert, Dante DiVincenzo, one of their young players,
Dillingham
Shannon, and the 17th pick.
Yes,
the 17th pick is what they had. I sometimes get 14, 17th. That was one of the things that was discussed. As time went by, I think Minnesota was more inclined, and I don't know this, but I'm going to speculate here. And I usually, I'm a reporter. But
don't aggregate what Gambo is about to say. He's not reporting this. He's just speculating. Okay, go ahead.
I believe that because of Durant's unwillingness to commit to an extension with Minnesota, they wanted to adjust it to Randall over Gobert. We'll give you Randall. Not going to give you the best defensive player in the league for a guy that's going to come here for 1 year. We could give you Julius Randle. So I think the trade changed a little bit to where they weren't really going to give up one of their younger players. They would rather give up they have the 31st pick too, Minnesota. I think they were willing.
There was an early second somewhere.
I think they were going to give up 17 and 31. And I think it would have been more likely Randall. That's if Durant wasn't going to commit. Now I'm going to speculate on that part because I don't know for sure, but I believe the Minnesota offer was the one that changed the most. The Minnesota offer, I think if it would have been Durant, we got him for 3 years to play with Ant. Okay, here's what we'll give you. You're going to get Durant, but I don't know if he's going to stay more than a year. Okay, well, then that changes. We'll give you this. So I think the Minnesota offer fluctuated the most because I think initially they had the best offer. And I would have taken that offer over what they got out of Houston.
I would too.
But I don't think that was the final offer from Minnesota. And that could very well be because of Kevin Durant not wanting to give now, I don't know if he would have, but not giving a commitment that I would re-sign with you.
Yeah, and it was the breaking point that I think the Suns ultimately reached that they didn't previously. And what I mean by that is we all know the timeline by now. Kevin Durant trade, it's not going to happen. They're not going to throw in Mikal Bridges. Matt Ishbia arrives a couple days later. Mikal Bridges is in the deal, and they go off. That was at the time when Durant was like, I want to go to Phoenix. Phoenix is my only list, and Phoenix wasn't budging on Mikal Bridges. They budged eventually. Phoenix just couldn't get anyone else to really budge here. The Minnesota offer that you mentioned, Gambo, even with Randall involved, is fascinating because it's a lot more fluid of a basketball fit. First of all, like I don't know if you want to get in the Julius Randle business. He's an incredibly inconsistent player and has been. He's coming off of a great postseason. He's had a couple of awesome seasons. Don't get me wrong. DiVincenzo fits on literally any team in basketball. And then you get that blend of younger players. You get Shannon or Dillingham. You get 2 more picks as well that you could have used to maybe move up in the draft a little bit. So I don't know if it is like absolutely without a shadow of a doubt the better offer, but I would say that it offers a better blend than what you're getting from Houston, which is more based in the future.
Let's talk about Miami.
Okay, you want to look in the camera while you do this?
Let's talk about you, Heat fans.
There you go.
You Heat fans, every single one of you.
Hey, guys.
That attacked me.
Hope you enjoyed your another Stanley Cup. That's sick.
Yes.
Good for you. Be happy with your championships, please.
My what I said today was that basically the Miami offer was junk. No Ware, no Jovic, only 1 draft pick and players that they didn't want and the Suns didn't want. Garbage. Miami was never really serious. They pretend to be to appease their fan base with every trade. They always pretend, oh, we're in on this guy, we're in it, but they never really go get the guy because they really don't want him. But their fan base wants to know that they're trying. So to appease the fan base, they give you a bogus offer that you're never going to accept. You're never going to accept it. And then they bow out gracefully or get told no. The Miami offer that's coming out, and Barry Jackson, who does a good job for the Miami Herald, had a lot of this. They were willing to give up Wiggins. Can't stand Wiggins. Rozier, I liked him 7 years ago in Boston. I haven't liked him.
Scary Terry, baby. It was a fun time. It's not fun anymore.
Vasquez, it's okay as a role player.
Jaquez? Jaime Jaquez Jr. out of UCLA. Had a great rookie year, but he regressed significantly last year.
And Highsmith in the 20th pick. They were never really serious. So Jaquez, Highsmith, 2 young players, Rozier, Wiggins. Now, you could run this through the cap machine, and I know it's not going to work because it's going to be a little bit off. There would have been like a separate trade involved to get to that number.
Sure.
Just that's how it would have worked.
Can we ask Miami fans to do something new here and learn from what you have gifted them in this information? So when Giannis becomes available and we hear about watch out for the Miami Heat, they could get involved. Get ready for the same poo-poo platter that you always offer, and you're not getting Giannis. You're just
Riley's gone. If Riley leaves, you may get a GM that's willing to go above and beyond to help you guys win again. But if not, you're in trouble. So the Miami offer was just straight garbage. It was straight garbage. Now, I put that out there a while ago, weeks ago, June 16th. The Miami Heat are unlikely to get Kevin Durant. There are better offers. I put that out there. Heat fans went nuts. Like, we're going to get him. We're going to get him. I'm like, I'll bet you $50, every one of you, $50 to charity. Hope a nice dog rescue in Arizona.
There we go, baby. That's what we need.
And some actually put the $50 into the charity, but in the end, the Miami Heat didn't have a good offer. So,
and it just wasn't a market, Gambo, right?
No.
It never developed into a market.
No, they were like, where? I don't love him, but you could probably make an argument that he's worth the risk as a 7'4" wingspan at what was he, 20 or 21 years old?
Has all the potential in the world on both sides of the ball. We'll see.
We'll see. I think he's a little soft as a player from what I've seen. And
some DeAndre in his game. He'll float. He's aloof at times, disconnected, unengaged. Every single adjective I used to describe DeAndre Ayton over 6 years, I would have used on Khalil Ware again. I'm thankful the trade did not happen for that reason.
And they tried to force him to 20 minutes a game, and I think it kind of hurt them a little bit. So you weren't getting Zubac from the Clippers, big man. You weren't getting Jovic. You weren't getting Ware. You weren't getting Castle. You weren't getting the number 2 pick.
Not getting Pirtle.
You weren't getting Pirtle from. They wanted to get Barrett, but they didn't want to get Pirtle. You might have got the 9th pick, but you weren't getting the center. So in the end, it is what you couldn't get those guys. You negotiated for a week to get those guys. So in the end, the Houston deal, 2 starters of a 52-win team that was the number 2 seed in the West. 2 starters in their 20s that were the number 2, and Green had a big part as to why they were really good, and so did Dylan Brooks. Now you get the 10th pick. I think that's the key to the trade. You get 5 second-rounders. There's no way the Suns are going to keep all those second-rounders. Eventually, they'll trade some of them. One's in 2030, one's in 2032. You know I love the future assets. I love anything down the road that could turn into the top pick in the second round. Just a chance that a team has an injury. Jason Tatum goes down for the season. Halliburton goes down for the season. You just never know. So I like those little lottery tickets with the second-round picks.
We are living that life right now on the other side of the equation with the Suns' future first. Yeah,
we are. And look what happened. I mean, look what happened this year. Like, nobody thought the Suns would have the 10th pick in the draft, but they do. All right, so that's 3 segments in. Now, what is next? What do the Phoenix Suns need to do with their roster? We'll talk about that right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
I know this, absolutely nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or just shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. It's Dave Burns here. Summer is here, which means road tripping with the family is here. You're going to the mountains, you're going to the beach. You are not going to find a better truck to get you there than the GMC Sierra 1500. Whether you're hauling, whether you're towing, whether you're cruising, the Sierra delivers. It is powerful. It's got all the tech you'd ever want. Ready for any job, ready for any adventure, ready to haul whatever you want, wherever you want. And right now at Liberty GMC, how about $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Liberty GMC is the place to go. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
We're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit JTV.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back.
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. To learn more, visit one of our 12 Phoenix Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Then along comes a woman. There's a change in the way.
He's still trying to get this through
tonight.
to the finish line, Lauren, isn't he? He's still trying to get this done.
And you know that it's right. And you know that it's right. Yes, I am trying.
Yeah, I almost like that we haven't even worked the song in. It's just like 30 seconds of karaoke with Gambo.
Yes.
I think the listenership likes karaoke time with Gambo, so when you can incorporate it when possible, this is the time to do it, I guess.
Lean into it.
There it is. Yeah. That's it. So you have our Twitter poll question. Along comes a woman, and here's Lauren.
Right. Our Twitter poll question today is, what grade do you give the Suns for dealing Kevin Durant to the Rockets for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, number 10 in this year's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks? Is it an A, a B, a C, or a D or an F?
I'm in between the B and the C, and I wish there was something. I'm more of a B minus, C plus, B minus. Not getting an A unless the 10 pick turns into being an all-star. Then we're going to look back on his trade. Oh my God, they traded a 37-year-old who misses 25 to 30% of all the games he plays in. And they got it all like, so I'll go B over C. I'll go B over C, but I would go B minus if that option was available.
D.
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 You're in the minority, my friend.
Happy to be here.
You're in the vast minority.
And the majority is going with B. 42% going with that. 38% going with C. 16% going with the D or F. And 4% going with A.
The 4% are like, get him out of here!
4%. They're with Kellen.
4% are going with A.
Oh, 4% with A.
4%
I got
with
16.
A.
I got a building.
16% going with
a
D
small,
or F.
loyal build, you know?
I will say this.
Go ahead.
You had to start over. You had to move off of. You have to move off of Beal and Durant. And you have to start over. And so this is the first step in that, and there's another step coming. All right, that's our poll question. You can vote for it on the Burns and Gambo page. I'll retweet that for you, Lauren, right there.
Thanks, Lauren.
Your little repost, and we'll come back later on and give you the grade upgrades from there. What the grades are later. All right, let's talk about what's next for the Phoenix Suns. We got a draft coming up. I'm thinking about doing a Gambo 5.
Oh.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know that I would have done it for 28, but I might do it for 10. A lot of people are asking. I might do it tomorrow.
29 is tough. That's too deep of a range. But
I know.
As you mentioned, we know the 8 guys that are going to be off the board by the time the Suns are up. But then after that, might be able to pick out some favorites.
Sure. So we're gonna look at doing it.
Keep your Gambo notifications on. I'll say this with this segment and what we're about to talk about.
I might
Do not
actually
turn them off for the next 2 to 3 weeks. The Suns are going to be busy.
No. Turn it off in 12 days.
Oh, is that the vacation point? What are we at now?
I'll be in
official countdown.
2 weeks from today, I'll be at Mount Etna. I'm going to go look at the mouth of that volcano, and I'm going to roar. I hope I don't fall in. But 2 weeks from today, I'm going to Mount Etna in Sicily.
Is that a thing? Do people roar into volcanoes or like large gaps in the earth?
My wife's like, "What do you wear? What do you wear like going up?" I don't know, but it's going to probably got to be hot. It's a volcano. It's an active volcano. So I'm going to go to that. Yes. So
knowing I have a Gambo volcano picture like coming at some point is going to make my day.
Isn't that cool?
Whenever it could be at like 11 o'clock in the morning or 11 p.m. I don't know what the time change is, but I know at some point in that week of July, there will be Gambo doing this pose in front of a volcano.
There it is. How you doing? Here's me in front of an active volcano as I head to Sicily. So I'm going to go to Sicily, the motherland, and go see my family. My aunt's got a birthday. I'm going to be there for that. I'm going to go see my cousins. I got a lot of stuff set up. Then I'm going to fly over to Germany, spend a couple days in Munich, and then go over to Austria and be in Hallstatt. And then I'm going to go over to Vienna and do a couple days in Vienna. So I will try not to tweet. I always say this. I will try not to.
Well, you started by saying you won't tweet. Now you're saying you won't. You're trying. Like, is this changing a little bit, Lauren?
Yeah,
like
I'm going to try not. Like everything might be
She's
done.
nodding.
All right. So here's what we got. We have the draft coming up. The Suns' priorities right now, since they didn't get any size in the Houston trade, right? There were guys that we looked at, right? We talked about Portal. Could they have gotten him? We talked about Ware. Could they have gotten Ware or Jovic or
Jabari Smith?
Jabari Smith. Since they didn't get size, they have a need for size.
Yep.
They are going to actively look through the draft and free agency at a starting power forward. I would love to get one in the draft. A starting power forward. And then a center. Now, the center could be a starting center, could be a backup center. Can you find a center in the draft or free agency that you think is better than Nick Richards? That's the big question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know. But that's what they need. They need a starting four, and they need a center that could either be a starter or a backup. That's the two major goals they're trying to accomplish right now.
I got good news for you. As you do your due diligence and you go crazy tonight, finding out all this draft information, looking into these prospects, who the Suns could like and didn't like. Like, I know you said you might do the game of 5. You're going to do the game of 5. I know it's coming. I know you're going to get to work.
I just asked several teams for their top 10.
Sure.
So, and these teams will actually get back to me and give it to me.
So the good news for the Suns with that type of need in mind is this is a great part of the draft to be in. At the 4-5 specifically is a kid out of South Carolina by the name of Colin Murray Boyles. What do you guys do, like mortgage payment? Like, what are the scales of bet that you guys do on the show again?
We do a simple lunch bet.
Okay.
We do a car payment.
Yeah.
And we do a mortgage payment.
Bet a car payment that Murray Boyles is in the game of 5. I'd bet a mortgage payment that he's in there. He does everything that the Suns really like. More of a 4-5 hybrid guy, but
and can
center,
start right away.
Sure. Center, you know about Derek Queen out of Maryland. You and I are both fans
I don't know if he's going to be there at 10. There's a lot of debate on that. I'm doing my homework.
Okay.
I'm doing my homework. Like I said, what I do is I reach out to other teams that I know, and I have them give me their draft board.
Sure.
Give me a draft board so I can see it, and then I'll be able to look at what these other teams have. You know, I'm not going to say give me a look at the whole, but give me your top 10 or give me your top 15. Let me see it, and I compare them, and I kind of try to figure that stuff out. So we'll go about that. But a 4 and a 5, a 4 and a 5. Now, one of the big things going to be point guard. What is going to happen at point guard? Tyus Jones. I'm not going to rule out that he's going to come back. I'm not going to rule it out. I don't know for sure.
Well, the vision that they pictured is not what happened because they thought he was going to get $60, $70, $80 million off of this contract that he did with the Suns, and he might just sign for the minimum again somewhere. He might sign for like $5 million somewhere.
I think that's what he has to do.
Yeah.
I mean, the Suns can't pay him much more than
try
the
it
minimum.
again somewhere else.
So that's an
Can you get like your
thing.
Monte Morris? Can you get like that backup point guard to kind of come in when Green and Booker are taking their rest, kind of organize things? Can you find your Ricky Rubio-esque kind of guy?
Yes. Bradley Beal. Let's spend 30 seconds on him. I've continued to say I don't think he's going to be back. I think they will look at trade options first before they look at anything else. I think they will look. I'm starting to hear some rumblings. There might be a team or two that would trade for Bradley Beal. Now, that shocks a lot of people. I get it. But I think that will be the first order of business. I've said all along, however it happens, I think they got to move on. I'm an addition by subtraction guy. I mean, I really am. You get better sometimes by getting rid of people.
You think they're going to win more games next year?
Nothing against Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner. How good are the Mercury this year?
Oh, my goodness.
How good are the Mercury? Because they moved on.
You want to talk about a front office I'm jealous of? Getting Satu Sabli, getting Alyssa Thomason, getting Cleo Copper.
Could you have done that if you had Griner and Taurasi? No. Like, moving on sometimes is the best thing to do. You end up in a better situation. People that get divorced, sometimes they end up with doing better. You do. I'm serious. Like, sometimes it's addition by subtraction.
Happiness is out there for everyone, Gambo. It just might not be on the first crack or opportunity.
Right.
You know?
Sometimes it's the
second,
second,
a couple swings,
maybe a
couple
the fourth,
swings,
the fifth, or whatever it is. So I think that's something to keep your eye on too. Is the Bradley Beal situation? I think that will be addressed as well. How do we view the Kevin Durant era? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Houston, San Antonio, Miami. Those are the destinations that are reported to be high on Kevin Durant's list or on the list. They comprise the list. How close do you consider those three teams? I mean, Houston probably is the closest to competing for a championship in my mind. The other two aren't close.
No, that to me is really the big takeaway that very, very, very few people are talking about, in my opinion. That if this is accurate, that this is where KD wants to go, winning a championship is not at the forefront of what he's thinking about. It just isn't.
Totally agree.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage team is helping a lot of people out right now, and take a look at the home equity lines of credit right now. Yeah, they're in the news because a lot of people are taking advantage of it. The Lund Mortgage team offers you some great rates on a home equity line of credit. You might be saying, okay, what is the home equity line of credit? You got a house, you have a great interest rate, you don't want to change it, so you don't want to refinance and take the risk of pulling money out of your house to do a remodel or something else, and then all of a sudden your rate goes up. You don't want that. Home equity line of credit. You keep your interest rate. That's not affected. You just add a home equity line of credit, and that's where the Lund Mortgage team comes in. It can be used for whatever you need it for, the home equity line of credit. It's secured by the equity in your home. It allows you to borrow against the value of your home, provides access to cash for large expenses or debt consolidation or remodels or whatever it is. It basically functions like a credit card when you could withdraw funds as needed during the draw period, and you only pay interest on the amount you borrow. It's a terrific option for those of you that have a great interest rate, but you need cash right away to do a remodel or something else, pay off a college education, buy a car, whatever it is. Contact the Lund Mortgage team, 623-889-0130, or go to lundmortgage.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, very happy member of Global Credit Union. They're celebrating a decade of member service, and they offer the full range of financial services. Everything you would expect from a bank, like checking accounts and savings accounts and loans and more. At Global Credit Union, their strength, though, is in their membership. And while everything these days seems to have some kind of a fee attached to it, delivery fees and service fees and convenience fees, at Global Credit Union, they're about eliminating fees. Global's members enjoy no fee checking and savings accounts, no fees for accidentally going over the account balance, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any of your questions. A real person with real answers about your financial goals. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives has approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill for Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs, who will sign it into law or veto it. Speaking of the Dbacks, third baseman Eugenio Suarez has been named National League Player of the Week after batting .440 with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs this past week. Suarez and the Dbacks take on the Chicago White Sox this evening at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes. And the fallout continues from the Suns trading Kevin Durant to the Rockets. Read more on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Arizona Sports.
Can I introduce you for the first time ever, maybe, as Houston Rocket Kevin Durant?
That's it. That would be very fitting right now, yeah.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
The Kevin Durant era officially over. OVA over. How do we look back on it? Not fondly. No fault of his. Like, I don't think Kevin Durant is to blame. But in his 2 full seasons here, Kellen, not one playoff win. 2 full seasons. The year he came here, they won some playoff games. But the full season, because the first year he's here, he played 8 games. They won a round, and then they got beaten in the second round. I think they won 6 games total. But the next year, they got swept by Minnesota. This year, they didn't even make the playoffs. Look, they got one of the greatest players in the history of the game to come play here for 3 years. And I think people are going to have a hard time looking back and saying, what was your favorite memory of Kevin Durant being on the Phoenix Suns? People are going to have a hard time with that. There aren't a lot of them.
The thing that I really struggle with, I wrote about this and went really in depth on ArizonaSports.com about Kevin's quote-unquote legacy, kind of joking, kind of not joking, because he himself jokes about the ironic use of that word over his career. My experiences with him, how this all failed, and I think the thing that I can't get away from is that when you look back on Kevin Durant's career, like 10 years from now, are the Suns even mentioned at all? Are they even like, it's more of just like and then he went to, like, they're like a footnote. They're a 6-second disclaimer that like, I went to
Randy
Phoenix.
Johnson went to the Giants.
Exactly. So it's like in Brooklyn, at least he has the foot on the line, that incredible series against the Bucks, of course, in Oklahoma City and Golden State. But in Phoenix, like, there's nothing even really worth mentioning at all besides how it didn't work out. Like, that's the only
with the
thing.
Lakers.
It's kind of like that. I compared it to Hakeem Olajuwon on Toronto, Patrick Ewing on Orlando. Now, those 2 guys were completely washed. Kevin is not even close to washed. He is still one of the best players in the world. But we saw him play at that level and yet not affect winning to the degree that he did. Like, that's a convoluted term to use sometime. But the bottom line is he showed that he was capable of still being the best player on a championship team. And he played on a team that went 36-46 when its 2 best players were mostly healthy for the whole year. So that's ultimately what I will remember, is how much this failed, how it was the biggest gamble in franchise history, how it didn't pay off to this big-time degree. And
wasn't that your when they got him?
I was in favor of it, yeah.
You were in favor, but I think you said it was a gamble, right?
It was the biggest gamble in franchise history.
It was a gamble.
If you look back at the trades they've done, what they've given up, the position that they were in, nothing really comes close to it. We'll see. Now, it has not panned out well so far, don't get me wrong, but the depths to which this hurts the Suns in the future, we'll make that call in 3 to 5 years. It does not project very well right now. Don't get me wrong, but we'll make that call later on. At the same time, Gambo, Kevin Durant is an incredible basketball player.
Got to watch him play.
It was an absolute joy to watch him play when he was at his best.
Totally agree.
It wasn't even like just scoring. It was the 2-way. Like, he had a game against Sacramento a year and a half ago. Remember when he guarded Sabonis down the stretch?
Mm-hmm.
It was like,
they came back from down 27 or 28, and they won the game against Sacramento. They were down big.
Been covering the team for a decade. I'd never seen anyone play to that level.
And they were down. They were down big in that game.
Yeah,
and they came back to win. He did miss 50 out of a possible 195 games. The Suns paid him $29 million for games he didn't play in. 50 out of 195. That's more than 25% of the games played he missed. That's what happens when you take a chance on an older player who's had an injury history before. You end up with him missing a lot of games. Remember, they started 8-1, and then he had the calf injury. And I was just looking at some notes earlier. I was like, what did they do after that? 25-28 with him back. After the 8-1 start, 25-28. Now, you could sit here and say, look at the record. They were 3-17 without him. They didn't play very well without him. but they also were barely 500 when he did play, 33-29. Take out the 8-1 start after the calf injury, 25 wins, 28 losses.
I thought he was going to make all defense after those first 9 games. He was incredible.
I thought they were going to be the top 3 seed in the West after those first 9 games.
And then he comes back, and it's in total disarray.
Lauren, do we have my favorite moment? Here's my favorite KD moment. Wasn't that long ago.
O'Neal to Booker, gives it up. Durant, corner 3 for the tie, and he got it! Kevin Durant right in front of the Phoenix bench, swishes home a 3.
Suns tied the Denver Nuggets. They lost in overtime. And a terrific game by KD, a terrific basket by KD. Sometimes things stick out. What is like, and I mean, that might, what is your, I don't know, we'll put this on Twitter or something, but like, what is your fondest memory of Kevin Durant? Not your worst memory, not, oh my God, he missed all these games, they didn't win it. Do you have a fond memory? Do you have something where you say, oh, that was a great moment, that was a great time? There's not a lot of them.
Mine is the game winner against Chicago here in Phoenix. Remember the shot when Alex Caruso from behind was swiping and he moves the ball in midair, which is like, I still don't understand how he did it. I mentioned it in the story. I went up to Book in the locker room and I was like, did you see what he did?
And he's like, nobody else could do that, right?
And then he was like, I've watched it 10 times. I don't understand.
Yeah.
And it's like Devin Booker is telling me he does not understand the basketball thing that just occurred. I think that the word legacy and all that kind of stuff, and just looking back on how his tenure went, I'm also going to think about sort of, Gambo, how this began getting fractured by February and onward, and just how he looks back on his time here, because we actually heard from him. I don't know if you know this. He was out at this Fanatics Fest convention.
Oh, you got sound? Let's hear it.
And got news. We've got some sound. Here is him to Kay Adams yesterday on how the last couple of weeks were.
Fanatics Fest is crazy. If you haven't been here and been tapped in, anything can happen at Fanatics Fest. Like me getting traded, but being a part of the Houston Rockets, I'm looking forward to it. Crazy last couple of weeks, but I'm glad it's over with.
How much of a hand did he have in the trade?
Most definitely, yeah. I mean, they asked me where I wanted to go. Some of my destinations, I gave them to them, and here we are.
And why Houston?
We just had a great season last year. Love their leadership. And I felt like I'd be a good addition.
And there was just a bit more there in terms of like, it was where he felt he wanted to be wanted. And you could tell the way that he was saying it, like the relationship definitely soured. And I'll think about that as well, because I don't think he left on good terms.
No, and sometimes, I mean, that's what happens. I mean, Luis Gonzalez didn't leave on the best of terms when he left here. And a lot of Mark Grace, when he left the Cubs, didn't leave on the best of terms. And we just had Sammy Sosa just went back to Chicago. He didn't leave on the best of terms. So sometimes that happens. You know, he came here, he expected to finish his career here. He expected to sign a 2-year extension. Right now, that's what the hope was. The Suns were going to have success, going to get to the end of the season. KD's going to sign a 2-year extension. He's going to finish his career with the Phoenix Suns. He expected to finish his career with the Phoenix Suns when he got here, and now he's got to go to another team and see if he could find basketball happiness, because it's been a while since he's had that.
And it was this perfect marriage of Kevin Durant, who has this quote-unquote legacy, again, to use the word somewhat ironically, that is in question somewhat. He goes to the Warriors, joins a dynasty, whatever. How about if he goes to the Suns, is the best player on their championship team, and leads one of the more storied franchises in NBA history to its first championship? The line that I used in the story is that if he would have won a title here, it would not have been Jerry Colangelo or Paul Westphal, Steve Nash, Charles Barkley, Devin Booker with a statue out in front of the arena. It would have been him. PHX Arena, by the way, we're still going with that. It would have been his statue.
For now.
Out there. There is no statue coming, to say the least. There is no statue. For now, there's something coming.
I think we kind of look back on him in some ways like the Shaq era.
There are parallels.
The Shaq era. There's no success in the Shaq era.
The guys you would rather have, I would have rather had Sean Marion then. I would have rather had the Twins right now.
He was an all-star. Shaq was but you don't really look back fondly on the Shaq era because there wasn't a whole lot of success to the Shaq era.
I'm still mad about that Duncan 3, though. I'm still mad about it. Still mad.
I'm mad that they traded my favorite player, my favorite son of all time, the Matrix, Sean Marion. That was my guy.
Underrated.
That was my guy, and they traded him. All right, still a lot more to come on the program. Is a Gambo 5 coming? What can the Suns expect in the draft? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. And if you are looking for your AC unit to be repaired, if you need your AC unit to be fixed, nobody does it better than Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. If you want a free second opinion, very popular. A lot of people come out, companies come out, and they want to sell you a new AC unit, and they don't spend any time figuring out if they can repair your unit. They just want to sell you. And then some of it is like there's commission involved. Christian Brothers will never sell you anything you don't need. Their goal is to repair your unit. So if somebody's saying you need a new AC unit, and you say, hold on, I want to get a second opinion, call Christian Brothers, get the free second opinion. They'll do a fantastic job for you. Go online at cbrothers.com. That's cbrothers.com. If you're looking for a new AC unit, they offer great financing available for a new AC unit. You could also call them for a repair if you need a repair or if you want that free second opinion. Online for more information, cbrothers.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowe's.com/lowest price guarantee.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on June 30th for a 4-game series to take on the Dbacks. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Welcome back to Burns and Gambo here. Kellen Olson filling in for Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. You always have to include that part.
The one and the only?
Right. One and the only John Gambadoro. We're going to tell you what's on tonight. That's brought to you by Global.
We are the only Gambadoros that came to this country.
Really?
Yeah, so there are no other Gambadoros in the country that aren't like my family.
So if you see another Gambadoro in this country, they're either directly related to you or they're lying and they want to be a Gambadoro.
They're lying.
They're posers.
Or they came over from Italy.
Imposters, if you will.
We are still the only ones that came over from Italy out of our family. It's not a common name in Italy, Gambadoro. It means golden leg. It's not a common leg. The only Gambadoros are related exactly to me. It's not a common name. So, yeah, we are the only ones that came over. My father's the only ones.
Trying to think of transition out of that, Gambo. I got nothing.
You got nothing. All right, go ahead.
What's on tonight is brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. The NBA postseason wrapped up last night. NHL postseason just a few days ago. That means it's Dbacks season and it's Mercury season, by the way. Did you see their win on Saturday? Killed the Chicago Sky on ABC by 25+. They've won 5 straight.
Top 3 in the NBA, WNBA right now. Top 3. Great
they
job.
They are off till Friday. They'll take on the Mercury. But tonight, of course, we've got the Diamondbacks and the White Sox, a 4:40 p.m. first pitch right here on 98.7 Arizona Sports, the local
Took 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. Took 2 out of 3. All eyes on Corbin Carroll after getting hit. What's going to happen with him? Torey Lovello said they'll know. He had an MRI. Hopefully we'll know within the next day or two on Corbin Carroll. But the bad news, man, we can't go a week without bad news for the D-backs when it comes to the injury front.
We'll mention it in D-backs on deck, but there was the positive step forward in the House today with the vote as well. So there's more positives off of the field, but on the field, brother. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so we've got the NBA draft coming up. The Suns had the 29th pick, and they had a second rounder until they made this trade. Now they've got 4 picks in the draft because they got a second rounder out of Houston for this year. They've got the number 29 pick, and then they moved up, and they got the number 10 pick in this trade with Houston. The 10 pick is going to be the big one because there are some really good players around that bracket, including that foreign player from Illinois. You know what? Can you pronounce his name, Lauren? His name is
Kasparas Yakuchonis. So you're going to have to put some respect.
Got to show some
Yakuchonis.
But he's not a power forward and he's not a center.
No, he's a point guard and he needs the ball in his hands. And the Suns have a whole lot of guys that need the ball in their hands. So I don't think Lauren is going to get her happy ending here, unfortunately. Maybe Will Riley falls to 29, the other Illinois prospect they go in the first round. Maybe he slips.
Yeah, there's some size, when you start to get down into this, the kid out of Rutgers, Ace Bailey, 6'9", the kid out of BYU, Igor Demon is 6'9", 200 pounds. You got a 7'2" kid, the freshman out of Duke.
Kaman Maluach,
7'2". You got the kid out of France who's 6'10".
Joe
You got
Berenger,
the Newell kid out of Georgia who's 6'10". The Suns are going to be in a position to add some size to their roster, which is something that they desperately need. Now, the interesting thing to me is not just 10, but also what can you do with 29 and the 2 second rounders? Can you move up? Can you package all 3 of them and move up a few spots to get? If you got your eye on somebody, could you try to move up and go get that guy? Remember what they did last year to go get Oso Iguodaro? Remember what? So, they could be active again by using multiple picks to try to move up. If you're sitting there at 29 and you say, man, I really like this guy at 21, and that's the Jazz, maybe the Jazz say, okay, all right, you give me 29 and give me a 2 second rounders and we got a deal. So that's what I'm going to look at as well. What can the Suns do with 29 and then the 2 second round picks that they have? Can they use those to trade and move up again in the first round? I wouldn't be surprised if they're active in some way with the second, third, and fourth picks that they have in the draft.
And you talked about some of the needs that you're looking at for this team, a starting power forward, a center as well. Do you remember just a couple years ago how the Suns went into the draft with a lot of needs, and James Jones traded down from 6 to 11, got Cam Johnson anyway, a great pick that worked out really well for them, but also got Dario Saric, who became their starting power forward out of that. I think those are some possibilities too, because we mentioned, and we're going to talk about a lot over the next 48 hours here, plus, is that after 8 or 9 in the draft, it's a cluttered up group of about 10, 11, 12, 13 guys. You can read a little bit more about each of them if you want to go to arizonasports.com. I kind of gave you the best case, worst case scenario of every guy. But let's say, Gambo, they don't have a guy. They're not like, we love Jeremiah Fears out of Oklahoma, the point guard. We need to take him at 10 if he's there. And then let's say Fears goes 9. And then they just shrug and go, okay, we don't really like these guys this high, but if we trade down a couple spots, and then if you trade down a couple of spots, can you get another pick? Can you get another player, perhaps? There's a lot of possibilities for them with the way this draft is shaping up and how many picks they have. Could their future first get involved at all? If they really love this Maluach kid and think he's the real deal, future all-star center, all that kind of stuff, could they trade up to 6 or 7, give up that future first in 28 or 29? They have a lot of possibilities.
NBA Draft Net has them taking with the 29th pick. You want to guess?
I'm going to guess Hugo Gonzalez, the Real Madrid wing.
Jace Richardson out of Michigan State.
Come on.
NBA Draft Net, their mock draft, number 29, Jace Richardson.
That would be a great outcome, by the way, to be clear. Jace Richardson
State.
at 29 would be an absolute steal, but the Michigan State thing.
I think the thing is, would you rather move up 3 or 4 spots, or would you rather have 3 cracks of the bat with 29, 52, and 59? What would you rather have? Well, you got, if you stay, you draft 3 kids, you could throw a couple in the G League, and maybe you hit on one of them.
Well, the interesting dynamic here is, Gambo, and we are in a new world. And what I mean by that is we are in the NIL world. And what happened with the NIL world is there's a bunch of kids that were on the first-round bubble. They could have gone maybe in the 30s, maybe in the 40s, and they said, you know what? I'm going to make way more money going back to school next year. Your boy, RJ Lewis out of St. John's, we were shocked that he stayed in the draft because he's probably not going to go until the 40s or the 50s, and he could have gone back to school, made a couple $1 million, maybe improved his stock. We'll see. But so many kids went back to school that I think especially that 40s and 50s range is really much less talented than it used to be. So I think you need to try and trade up from those 50s.
All right, you're great on the Phoenix Suns. We're going to take a caller. We're going to do callers next. Are we ready for this, Lauren? We're going to do callers next. 260-260-9.
Yep, you're almost there. Yep.
70.
Oh!
No,
he did it.
Did I get it?
He did it.
All right.
He did it.
I have to.
Say it one more time.
602-260-9870. Do you like what the Suns did? Do you hate what the Suns did, or are you indifferent? Give me your opinions. We're going to take some calls next for the next 15 minutes or so. 602-260-9870. Your call's next on Arizona Sports.
The Suns now have the number 10 pick from the Rockets, and Arizona Sports is getting you extended coverage of the NBA draft this Wednesday. Who's the target at 10th overall? Are they going center from Duke? Power forward from right down the road in Tucson? Point guard from Illinois?
Choose wisely.
If they pick a 6'5" shooting guard, we're going to have us some problems around here. As the mock drafts go bonkers, listen to the Arizona Sports NBA Draft Special Wednesday afternoon at 4. The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I always mention the importance of having a relationship with your financial advisor. He needs to know you. You need to know him, because this is somebody you're working with. This is somebody you're counting on. You're putting a lot of your what's going to happen in your life in his hands or her hands. And you want to make sure that your financial advisor is keeping up to date with what's going on in your life, and you're keeping up to date what's going on in their life. It's important to know that your financial advisor is not just going to check in with you once a year to make sure that you don't leave and go somewhere else. Just, hey, how are you? No, you need a financial advisor that's going to check in a lot more often than that. So I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, because if you want a financial advisor which you're going to have a relationship with, that's going to get to know you, because things change in life. Stuart Willis is that guy. Things change. You become a father. You become a grandfather. You sell your house. You get a new job. Like, things change, and that's why your financial advisor needs to be on top of those things. Call Stuart Willis, get a free portfolio review, 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice, because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Automation Nation.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona House of Representatives has approved HB 2704, the tax recapture bill for Chase Field renovations. The bill now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs, who will sign it into law or veto it. Speaking of the Dbacks, third baseman Eugenio Suarez has been named National League Player of the Week after batting .440 with 4 home runs and 10 RBIs this past week. Suarez and the Dbacks take on the Chicago White Sox this evening at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start for the Snakes. And the fallout continues from the Suns trading Kevin Durant to the Rockets. Read more on arizonasports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
602-260-9870. Let me hear
All right, time to take your calls. Give you a chance to chime in. The Suns traded Kevin Durant to the Rockets for Dillon Brooks, Jalen Green, the number 10 overall pick, and 5 second-round picks. We'll go right out to the phones. We'll give you a chance to chime in. We'll try to get to as many as we can. Kellen, start us off.
Romero and Avondale, you're up. Romero, what's up?
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
You know what? I'm going to side with you, Gab, on this one. I'm going to say I'm excited for this trade. They got 2 good players. I've always liked Jalen Green. So I'm excited for that. I think if we're able to get off Bradley Beal, that is, for me, the Suns already made a great offseason if they're able to get off of Bradley Beal's contract, whether it's by trade or hopefully it's by trade, and not, having to buy him out and stretch him. And, hopefully they do very good with this draft with the 10th overall pick. And, but I'm excited for this trade.
All right, good call. Listen, I think there's what I had said all along was it's going to be hard to win the trade. Just don't lose it. I think they made a good trade. 2 starters from the Houston Rockets. The 10th pick to me is the key. Can you nail the 10th pick and get yourself a really good player here? The 5 second-rounders. But I don't disagree with you. I'm addition by subtraction. Move off from Bradley Beal, however you got to do it.
Tom in Phoenix, you're up.
Hey, real quick, my most awesome Kevin Durant, moment, whatever you're talking about, yesterday when they traded him. Good riddance for that guy. The guy's just a jerk. He's not a team player, and I think unfortunately the Rockets are going to find out that trading for Kevin Durant, KD, is not the good way to go. And I believe in it was a good trade because think about it. you got the most expensive Mercedes on the lot that's got 100,000 miles. Well, you put 50 more thousand miles on that car, you're not going to be able to trade it in for what you paid for it. KD is he's 37. I mean, his best days are past him. He's not a very hard defender. We got we got incredible defender in a wing, and then the guard, that guy can score. He may be able to improve. He's only 23, and like Gambo, I'm completely agreeing with you. If we can get another starter and potentially, like you said, an all-star with that 10th pick, we get lucky. It's going to take luck. I say great pick. I give it a B, and let's move on.
All right, good call. I appreciate it. I think that's listen, they did the best they could. You can't extract water out of a rock or whatever the phrase is, like blood out of a stone, or I don't know.
I think you're more on the right track on the second one.
I'm probably messing that whole thing up. There wasn't anything else they could get. They got everything they could have. But that was the offer. They took the best offer they could make, and it's actually not a half bad offer. They're going to end up with some good players and some good draft picks.
Ben's in Phoenix. He's now on the Burns and Gambo show. Hello, Ben.
Hey, guys. Big fan of the show. Yesterday, I think I might have been sick to my stomach when I first read the trade, and I hated it in the moment. But the more that I thought about it, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad. I think KD is a little bit of an addition by subtraction type of guy. He has never been a good locker room fit, kind of wherever he's gone. So I think there could be some positive movement in that direction. It is a masterclass by the Rockets. I think, they think the Suns are going to be a little bit worse, and they keep all of the Suns' future picks. But ultimately, I think at the end of the day, the Suns they might even be a little bit better today than they were this time on Friday, but they're definitely going to be better off in the future. They weren't going to re-sign KD, so they would have either had to pay him or let him go for nothing. Hindsight being 2020, they should have traded him at the trade deadline for Butler. That Butler, Pazinga, like that package for the Warriors, but hindsight 2020, we tried to make a run for it for the play-in last season. It didn't work, so it's just time to move on and rebuild. And I think they probably just did the best they could. So just got to take the poison pill the best you can.
Yeah, Gambo, it's definitely that case where they did the best they could. It was just the unfortunate position that they sort of landed in. Like, even going back to that February trade, we talked about this a couple segments ago. Like, you wouldn't have even been able to get it done because you agreed upon it, whether you included Durant in the negotiations or not. He was not going to go back to Golden State.
No, and here they traded a guy that's missed 25 to 30% of the games with the Suns, who's going to be 37 years old in a couple of months. And they got, potentially 8 players out of it. Now, again, they're going to trade some of those draft picks and everything. And I think they did fine. I'm not saying they won the trade, but I'm not saying that they lost it either. And I hope KD does really well. But I'm looking forward to watching Dillon Brooks. I know some people don't like him, but he's a badass, and the Suns need one of those guys. They need somebody that's going to bring some physicality to this team.
Keegan is calling from Estancia. Keegan, you're on the show. Hello.
Hey, I just want to say, hey, Gambo. I've been listening to you for a long time, but I did want to say from 2 callers ago, I totally agree with him. Everything within this trade, I feel like we got everything pretty well, like everything that we needed. I just wish we got Cam Whitmore, to be honest, something like that. It is very intriguing to, I don't know if that's the right word, but to see what our future will be like. But hopefully with this 10th pick, we can get someone that's really good. But I just want to say thank you, Gambo, and I hope you guys have a great day.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I had spoken with the coach who told me you don't want Cam Whitmore. He's not the best dude.
Volatile personality.
Not the best guy. He is not a great guy to have on your team. And for a rookie coach and a rookie GM, that's probably not the way they wanted to go. I get it if you can get him and try to figure it out. He didn't play a whole lot with that team either. But I did have somebody tell me, man, oh, here it is. You don't want Whitmore. He's not a good guy. I take Shepherd as a throw-in if they would do that. So that was told to me, a week back or so when we were talking about the Rockets. You don't want Whitmore. He's not a good guy. So maybe they've dodged a bullet there.
The only sprinkles you were able to get in this deal were the 5 second-round picks. Weren't able to get another future first. Weren't able to get any swaps, any sort of thing like that. And, of course, the salary structure of this denied you from adding someone like Reed Shepherd to the deal, adding Cam Whitmore to this deal. That second apron rearing its head yet again. Daniel in Scottsdale is now on the Burns and Gambo show. Daniel, hello. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up?
So I agree with Gambo. I think we keep Brooks. That's exactly what we've been needing the past 3-4 years. But as far as Jalen Green, I feel like there's no fit here that we can't turn him into a point guard. He's a shooting guard. Book has to be a shooting guard to thrive. I think the Suns are just leveraging the whole Green thing. I think they're going to end up trading him. They have to for like a center or something.
Yeah. Now, I was told he's not untouchable. He's not Booker. He's not untouchable. He's not untouchable. So that would say, to me, that says they'd be willing to listen to anybody that wants to trade for him. But the plan is to keep him. The plan right now is to keep him. And we'll see if that plan changes. So I was told the plan is to keep him, but also he's not untouchable. If somebody calls and says, we'll give you this, this, and this for Jalen Green, you might say, okay, have him, take him. But I think right now when they traded for him, I think they expected that he was going to play for him.
Jared and Mesa is up next on the Burns and Gambo show. Jared, hello.
Hey, Gambo, it's Jared Sweetwater. What's up?
What's up?
Hey, just calling in, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Giving my thoughts here. A bit upset yesterday about how the trade went, but kind of sleeping it over, listening in to you and other people on podcasts and whatnot. Kind of liking and intrigued with seeing how Jalen Green can pair with Devin Booker with Jordan Ott's coaching. Right now, I'd say it's incomplete. Just kind of wanting to wait and see what they do with that 10th pick. I feel like they definitely have to nail it. But, I mean, trading for Beal was kind of put them in a pickle and kind of forced them to just kind of ship KD out of there. So it's an interesting situation, but I feel like they had to do it, and I'm just glad it's over.
Yeah, I think we're all in relief there with Jared as well, and just are going to be really happy in a couple of weeks when the roster transformation is complete and we're officially entering that new era. You got Brian Gregory in, you got Jordan Ott in, you got a couple of new players in, a couple of prospects to be excited about coming in as well, but we're just with that relief as well, Gambo, aren't we?
I'm relieved. And I've had some very small discussions with KD over the last day or so, and I did wish him the best, man. I told him I enjoyed watching him play, and I wish him the best, and I hope he does well. And I don't really it's not like Kevin Durant's leaving and I have this ill will towards Kevin Durant. I hope that Kevin Durant is great in Houston, and I hope that we cheer him when he comes back. I hope we don't boo Kevin Durant when he comes back. He didn't do anything wrong. He tried as hard as he could. It wasn't a good enough team around him to have success.
He was great to work with as well. The Pro Basketball Writers Association voted him as the Magic Johnson Award winner, as I believe it is, which was like the player that was the easiest to sort of work with and talk with, and I can totally echo those sentiments and even voted for him. David in Phoenix, you're up next on the Burns and Gambo show. David, hello.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
Thanks
David.
for taking my call.
Sure.
So I kind of like in sports, sometimes just relate it to your own life. So several years ago, I was in a bad car accident, and I ended up losing my leg, and it was a disaster. That's kind of like what the Suns did when they traded all their young talent, and they signed Beal, or they traded for Beal, which was a disaster. And then later on, you're like, okay, how do I recover from this? So I ended up having to choose: am I gonna go to court, or am I gonna take a settlement? Now with the settlement, I can't get everything I want. I'm not going to get the sun, the moon, and the stars. And when I first got my offer, I said, this isn't what I pictured. This isn't what I imagined. But when you break it down piece by piece, you can say, can I get to where I need to go with this package? And that's really like my gut reaction when I heard the trade was, oh, this is terrible. We don't need another shooting guard. We got $170 million in shooting guards. Are you kidding me? It was just a horrible gut reaction. Now I'm looking at, okay, we've got the 5 second-round picks. Does 29 come into play now with trading some of these shooting guards? So it's really like, yeah, you could take this Kevin Durant trade package that we got, and we can piss it away and it'll all be gone, in a couple of years. Or can you take the bones of it and, okay, we've got good players in Grayson and Royce O'Neal. Can we get something that we need with the tie in a second-round pick? Does Beal become movable if we throw in this year's 29th pick and a first or second round? So it really, this is not the stopping point. If this is the stopping point, it's a disaster of a trade. But if we move forward, if you plan for it right, you realize, okay, everything we wanted to do. What did we say months ago? We need to get younger and more athletic and more diverse.
And they did. Yeah, they did.
We are younger. We have future assets moving forward, and we're more athletic. So I think we can get where we need to go and rebuild on the go with this. So that's where I'm at.
All right, appreciate it. Good call. You're right. I mean, we don't know who the 10th pick's going to be, but I guarantee you on Wednesday, people are going to be very excited that the Suns are picking 10th. Very excited. To have the 10th, 29th pick in the draft, you might not be so excited. 10th pick in the draft, that brings a lot of excitement. So
you ready to watch Summer League basketball again?
Summer League basketball, yeah. So, that is something that, again, 29th pick, maybe not, but 10th pick in the draft, everybody's going to be pretty pumped up about that. They got to nail it, though. Let's be honest. They do. They got to nail it. They got to get a starter out of that 10 spot. All right, when we come back, Dbacks, getting ready for the Chicago White Sox. We'll get you set with Dbacks on deck next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now the 0-1. Swung on and popped up. Shallow left, and the left fielder Beck is there to make the catch. The ball game is over. The Rockies prevent the sweep by winning the Sunday finale by a final score of 4-2.
Dbacks on the south side for 3 games at the White Sox. Coverage of Game 1 this afternoon at 4 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz, the team eye doctor. For your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed right here in Arizona. He is the trusted name in eye care. That is the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. He did my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. If you watch me on the video screen, no glasses, no contact lenses. I see great daytime, nighttime, up close, far away. No issues at all with my eyesight, thanks to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Now, Dr. Jay Schwartz has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And if you are nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, or if you don't know what any of that stuff means, you're just struggling with your eyesight, you're not seeing as well, you don't want to wear glasses or contacts, or you want to reduce or eliminate your need for those, let's have you call the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Set up that free thorough eye exam that he offers for those of you interested in a vision correction procedure. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. The number's 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
All right, welcome back to Burns and Gambo. Here, Kellen Olson filling in for Dave Burns. We got one more segment to go here with John Gambadoro. This is D-backs on deck. We got some D-backs news to share with you. Obviously, everything centered around Kevin Durant on our show, but some big news for you to know. The Arizona House of Representatives voted to approve House Bill 2704. That is the legislation that would recapture sales taxes from Chase Field. 35-20 vote. Gambo, there is that one hurdle remaining, but it seems like Governor Katie Hobbs is on board with this decision.
Great news. Great news. This is exactly what the Diamondbacks needed. Redo that stadium, the plumbing, the electric, the roof, all of the things that, you know, that are needed because the building is 30 years old, $500 million, mechanisms to pump money into that. You want to spend your money at the ballpark and go there and know that you're going to a really nice facility and getting your money's worth.
More information is available on ArizonaSports.com. Alex Weiner has a story up on it right now. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. That's more than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Arizona Diamondbacks, 2-4 with a 5.93 ERA. For the Chicago White Sox in Chicago, it's right-hander Shane Smith. He is 3-4 with a 2.85 ERA. Erod's been back a couple of starts, Gambo, since the injury. What have you thought about the way he's pitched?
I thought he's pitched really well, and that's exactly what they needed from. You know, it looks like Brandon Pfaadt is just a 5-inning pitcher right now. I'm hoping that Erod could go deeper into the games because they're going to need that, especially with Pfaadt just being able to go 5, it seems like. Shane Smith attempted to become the first White Sox rookie to make the All-Star team since Jose Abreu in 2014.
Whoa.
And the first rookie pitcher in franchise history to earn the honor. He's got a 2.85 ERA. It leads all Major League Baseball rookies. It's the 3rd lowest mark since 1970 by a Sox pitcher in his first 14 career starts. He has allowed 3 earned runs or less in 13 of his 14 starts. So you're getting a good one today. 9th in the American League in ERA with a 2.85. This kid is pretty good.
What'd you make of the Rockies series? Take 2 out of 3. Yesterday was just kind of one of those dud games that happens, but the first 2, they were kind of all over the place, but you would have loved a sweep, wouldn't you have?
I didn't like the one bad inning by Gallen where he gave up the 6 runs. Just on Friday, it's like, God, that was rough. But they scored a lot of runs in that game. The offense was outstanding. Suarez continues to swing the bat really well.
Is he an all-star now? Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, Gallen only went 5. I'm worried about the amount of guys that are only going 5 innings. And Gallen seemed like he was fine, but then that 6th inning, man, everything just went to hell in a handbasket. You come back and you win the game on Saturday. You go into Sunday looking for the sweep. Look, you just got to win series. You have to win series. You can't lose the series to the Rockies. I would have loved the sweep, but it just didn't happen.
Got to win this one, too. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. All attention is on Corbin Carroll right now. He had an MRI on his injured hand. Torey Lovella told reporters pregame in Chicago. The MRI is completed. They're waiting on the results. Those should come anytime between now and tomorrow morning. So we will have an update on this at some point in our show tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eye on this. We'll see if we can find out. That we not want to lose Corbin Carroll for any extended period of time. It has been an injury ward for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It seems like we cannot go a week without talking about somebody getting an MRI, somebody having surgery, somebody going on the injured list. It's been tough.
And it feels like they're just one big blow away on the injury front. Like, they can't afford any more significant injuries, like the Gabriel Moreno thing with him being out for weeks, not days. If Corbin was to miss really any sort of time, they would really be in trouble here. We've got the standings now. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks at 39-38, fourth in the NL West. Their opponents, the Chicago White Sox, the worst team in the American League. They're 25-53. The next highest win total in the American League is 32. Let's get a key to the game, Gambo.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. G2G Protein Bars. Complete grab-and-go goodness. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or Bash's.
We've got a Vargas. They've got a Vargas. Their Vargas is probably better than ours. Miguel Vargas. Kid's hitting .284 with 15 doubles, 10 home runs, 28 RBIs, and 32 runs scored in 53 games since April 23rd. Now, he struggled in the beginning of the season where he's only batting .139. But during this last span, he ranked 7th in the American League in slugging percentage, 9th in OPS, and he's tied for 3rd in the AL with 20 doubles. But the key to the game is if you look at him with runners in scoring position, wow, he has been terrific. He is batting .429, 12 for 28 with runners in scoring position with 2 outs this season. So be careful with him. He's done a good job with runners in scoring position. That has been some of the issues. I mean, we talked about last week, Vladimir Guerrero coming to the plate, 2nd and 3rd, base open. Lovello pitches to him, ropes a double, scores 2 runs. Got to be really careful with some of these players. Guerrero was swinging the bat really well with runners in scoring position, and they pitched to him with an open base, and he ended up burning them, and that put the game out of reach. So that's the key to the game today. Make sure you're careful to Vargas with runners in scoring position. All right, that's going to do it for today's show. Kellen, thanks for filling in.
See you tomorrow.
D-backs baseball against the White Sox coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic hand mixed shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It's where every home run memory and walk-off victory is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. But as any ball player knows, a brain or spine condition can change the game. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is always swinging for the fences, pushing the boundaries of neuroscience medicine. Ranked top 10 in the U.S., Barrow helps patients hold on to their dreams, their memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
2-2, that's hit well. Deep to right field. Back-to-back go the Diamondbacks.
Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, your hometown partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Fry's. Hey, Dbacks fans, score big game day meals at Fry's with savings beyond low prices, including digital coupons worth over $600 each week. Fry's, fresh for everyone. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, Dbacks BP Show.
Welcome to the Dbacks BP Show as the Arizona Diamondbacks prepare for a 3-game set against the Chicago White Sox. My name is Steve Zinsmeister with our producer and engineer Leo Gilmartin and our technical directors Ryan Sikora and Ali Narini. The D-backs haven't been to the south side of Chicago since 2023, but now they get 3 games against the struggling White Sox team. The Sox have the second worst record in Major League Baseball, although they are coming off a series win in Toronto over the weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the Blue Jays. On the flip side, the Diamondbacks have the 3rd best record in the month of June, despite their long list of injuries that keep piling up. Only the Tampa Bay Rays are averaging more runs per game than the D-backs this month. In fact, these two offenses are almost polar opposites of each other. The D-backs have the 3rd most runs in baseball, while Chicago has the 3rd least. The D-backs have the 3rd highest OPS in the league. The White Sox have the absolute lowest. They also have 2 guys with over 700 OPS right now. Not a great thing for the White Sox. But the D-backs have a bunch of things going their way. For instance, Gino Suarez is hitting .556 in his last 4 games with 4 home runs, 2 doubles. That earned him National League Player of the Week honors. He leads all major leaguers with 10 home runs in the month of June and 67 RBIs on the season. Josh Naylor carries an 11-game hitting streak into this game, hitting .409 during that stretch. And Ketel Marte has been enjoying this road trip. He's 11 for 24 since the start of the Toronto series. That's a .458 batting average with 5 doubles, a homer, 8 runs scored, and 7 driven in. his OPS in that time span is over 1,300. All right, coming up, what should our concern level be with Corbin Carroll's injury now that he's getting another MRI done here today? I'll talk with Steve Gilbert from MLB.com next on the Dbacks BP Show on the Morgan & Morgan Diamondbacks Radio Network.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of winning with Arizona Lottery's Loaded Cash Explosion Scratchers. They're loaded with $1,000 prizes with explosive top prizes of $2.5 million. Head to an Arizona Lottery retailer and play today.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Here's another Whataburger DM. Miranda says, it's 2023 and still no Pico Burger. How do we get y'all to pick it back up? Miranda, we totally thought we responded to this. We know it's been a minute or two, but good news, the Pico de Gallo burger is back up. Yep, the 2 fresh beef patties covered with crisp Pico de Gallo, 2 slices of pepper jack and creamy cilantro lime sauce you love is back. And it's all thanks to you. The Pico de Gallo burger is back for a limited time. What a burger!
Is your AC ready for summer? Emergency Air, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, truly cleans your system while the other guys just check a box. Their techs spend up to 2 hours deep cleaning, basically refurbishing your unit. They guarantee it won't break down this summer or the service is free. First-time customers get this service for just $39. Visit emergencyair.com to book with the trusted team that keeps the D-backs cool and knocks it out of the park.
Emergency Air, the difference is we care.
Experience a playcation in paradise. Talking Stick Resort in sunny Scottsdale offers you 4-star mountain views. Treat yourself to a relaxing spa, enjoy award-winning dining, and explore the hottest slots and table games. Plunge into our refreshing pools with private air-conditioned casitas. Plus, no resort fees for Arizona and our surrounding states. Treat yourself to the best in the Southwest. Book your stay and play Getaway today. Visit TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played.
Honeywell Aerospace Technologies is proud to partner with the Arizona Diamondbacks to